Thank you very much, everybody, and welcome to the very first regional event from AI for Good. Welcome also to all of our guests joining us virtually. That was Kuljit Bamra and myself, LJ Rich, performing the world premiere of Cohesion on 2 tablas simultaneously, piano and AI music all together. Thank you very much. I'm going to come over here and resume my hosting duties because I'm also the host for today. And as Kuljit moves away, I'm going to give you a couple of hints and tips on what we've got coming up. We do have a hashtag for the day. It would be an absolute pleasure if you would like to follow us as well. There we are, follow @AI4Good, and you can join the AI for Good conversation online. We have an incredible reach now here, and it's really gratifying to see how far this amazing summit has moved from the early stages. We were doing AI before AI is cool. All of you obviously knew about this before it was cool as well. So well done for being part of the forefront of innovation for AI for Good. You should be incredibly proud of yourselves. So carry on following AI for Good on all social channels. And for now, it is an absolute pleasure to receive some opening remarks from none other than the Secretary General of the United Nations ITU, the UN Agency for ICT. A giant round of applause for Doreen Bogdan Martin.
Thank you so much, LJ, and good morning, ladies and gentlemen. And that was quite an incredible performance. It was really, really magical. So it's great to have you all here today with us for AI for Good Impact India. And I do want to thank in advance our participants, of course, and our speakers. It's going to be a great day. We're happy to have this as part of our WTSA as well that's going on in parallel. We're here because we believe that artificial intelligence, if it's harnessed responsibly and equitably, can actually foster sustainable development, and it can uplift individuals and communities everywhere. So what does that look like in practice? I know it's early and it's a bit dark in here, but let me ask you to close your eyes. Close your eyes just for a moment. Imagine all the little things we do every day without a second thought, like reaching into your closet in the morning, trying to pick out your outfit by touch alone. Now you're on the street, on your way to work, guided only by the sound of traffic and voices around you. Open your eyes. So this is the way that Jayatri's daily reality was. She's a visually impaired young woman from India, and she's now using AI-powered smart glasses designed by Torchit, which is a social tech startup that actually won a Game Changer Award a couple of weeks ago in New York at our SDG digital event just prior to the UN Summit of the Future. And these glasses, as you can imagine, have absolutely transformed her life and the life of more than 300,000 people here in India and across a number of other countries. She said that AI gave her independence, gave her an independence she never imagined was impossible. Jayatri's story is really opening our eyes to what this technology can actually do. The AI revolution is underway, and make no mistake, what we're seeing now is really just the beginning. Last week, the Nobel Prize Committee highlighted AI's immense potential to drive progress for humanity by recognizing AI-driven breakthroughs in physics and in chemistry. The convergence of AI and quantum computing is also fueling both excitement and speculation across industries from finance to healthcare. The question is, will all this innovation help developing countries to be able to leapfrog into the future, or will it exacerbate inequalities? For me, the answer lies in our ability to focus our efforts on 3 areas. So the first is ICT infrastructure development, including connectivity. Specifically, universal, meaningful connectivity, as we call it. And by this I mean where everyone can access the internet in optimal conditions and at an affordable cost, anytime, anywhere. Without universal connectivity, millions and millions will be shut out of the AI revolution. The same will happen if AI infrastructure investments remain concentrated with a small group of countries. And that's why during the recent Global Standards Symposium that was held on Monday, there was a big focus amongst government and industry leaders to funding and investing, and that we have to keep that as a top priority to be able to foster innovation ecosystems. So the second area, no surprise as we're here for our WTSA, of course, is standards. Standards, ladies and gentlemen. And today is actually the final day of our International AI Standards Summit that we launched at the Global Standards Symposium. So during the last few days, we have seen how AI standards can help to build trust, safety, and level that playing field for innovation. And it comes at a time when standards are taking center stage in global governance discussions, and I think rightly so. As the Honorable Prime Minister Modi said at the opening of the WTSA and the IMC, we need to work on a common global governance framework for digital technologies, especially around the ethical use of artificial intelligence. The need of the hour is to really turn broad principles into clear, enforceable standards that ensures that AI works for everyone safely and fairly. And that brings me to my third area, which is capacity building. Developing countries need to bridge the AI compute gap as well as the AI skills gap. Just as with computing power, many countries don't have the skilled workforce to be able to harness the benefits of AI today. And to support our member states, our 194 member states in the ITU, we've just launched the AI Skills Coalition, and our ambition is to build the world's most trusted platform for AI skills, knowledge, and expertise. Because we need to invest, we have to invest in those local skills and empower local talent if we're going to address the unique challenges faced by developing countries. We saw that talent right here in action yesterday at the Robotics for Good Youth Challenge, India. It was amazing. I was delighted to be there. We had more than 50 teams from across the country. And today, we're going to witness more excitement. We have a live pitching session of the AI for Good Innovation Factory, where startups are going to be showcasing how their AI-powered solutions are solving real-world problems in real time today. So, ladies and gentlemen, I started with the story of the visually impaired young woman, Jayatri, and let me just conclude with something that I heard from one of my youth advisory board members, Melissa. So Melissa joined us a couple of weeks ago at our SDG Digital, and she spoke about responsible AI. And what she said was, to build responsible AI and to be inclusive, it has to be more than just a theory. It can't be a theory. She said it has to be real and it has to be concrete. As we look to implement the newly adopted Global Digital Compact and we gear up for our World Summit on the Information Society Review next year, I would invite you all and urge you to focus on achieving universal, meaningful connectivity and sustainable digital transformation, which happen to be ITU's 2 strategic goals. And I would also urge you to work with us to strengthen standards cooperation and capacity building. And finally, let's scale bold, ambitious initiatives like the International AI Standards Summit and the AI Skills Coalition. Because, ladies and gentlemen, I firmly believe that together we can make AI for good real, and we can make it concrete for Jayatri, for Melissa, and for people right across India, the region, and the whole world. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much to Doreen, an absolutely fantastic blinder of a speech there, and we are so excited to continue the day as we continue. We've got a panel, and I'm not sure if we're going to reset the stage before our panelists come on, because it might be quite difficult to talk behind a drum kit and a keyboard. So thank you very much for resetting the stage. And I'm going to explain as well, we are proud to introduce the final part of the International AI Standards Summit, which started on the 14th of October, is carrying on throughout the week, co-organized with the International Organization for Standardization, ISO, and the International Electrotechnical Commission, IEC, under the World Standards Cooperation, WSC. That's a lot of acronyms, which means that these people are very smart. This summit has been convening experts and stakeholders from global standards bodies to address the growing demand for comprehensive AI standards, responding to outputs of the UN Global Digital Compact, the G20, and the United Nations High-Level Advisory Body on AI for comprehensive and impactful AI standards. So with that in mind, we're going to have on stage some formidable panelists to discuss the future of global AI governance collaborative pathways. Whilst we're resetting, I'm just going to name everybody first of all, and then we'll welcome them up onto the stage. So we have the Director of National Radio Research Agency of the Ministry of Science and ICT, Republic of Korea, Chang Yong-sung, the Joint Secretary, New Emerging and Strategic Technologies Division, Mahavir Singhvi, and Vice President Huawei Technologies, Evan Zhao. This is a powerhouse of a panel, and it's exactly the sort of thing we do at the AI for Good Global Summit, which happens every year in Geneva. And my goodness, last year there were queues around the blocks to get in. We had royalty, we had AI royalty, we had influencers, and most of all, the people that attend are people like you, interested, influential, powerful, but above all, curious. And that, I think, is where the magic happens, when we have that curiosity and we mix it with the empathy, the technology, and the determination, which is why it's such an honor for me to be part of AI for Good. At this point, I'm wondering whether I should have just brought a flute on stage instead of a keyboard, because we did have quite an elaborate setup, didn't we? So thank you so much, team, for doing an incredible job of moving everything at such short notice. And after the panel, as Doreen said, we've got that fantastic innovation factory. That happens around in the afternoon, I think, around 4-ish. It's going to be great fun, fast-paced, fun, and above all, interesting and excellent for the planet. So we're looking forward to that. And then after lunch, we do have some incredible speakers. We're going to be shortly talking about deep fakes as well, which I'm sure all of you are familiar with at this point. I just remember back in 2019, there weren't very many people who were aware of that. We were talking about chatbots before ChatGPT was even a thing. Do you remember? I can see some familiar faces in the audience. Okay, well, I think what I'm going to do at this point, just so that we keep to time, is we're going to invite our panelists on stage. So I will name check them once more. Thank you very much. And I will find my place on my notes, which are, as you can imagine, very detailed. So please welcome to the stage the Director of National Radio Research Agency of the Ministry of Science and ICT, Republic of Korea, Chang Yong-sung, the Joint Secretary, New Emerging and Strategic Technologies Division, Mahavir Singhvi, and Vice President Huawei Technologies, Evan Zhao. Come on up. Thank you so much for joining us. thank you very much for joining us on this panel. We really value all of your input, and it's going to be an absolutely fantastic discussion. We're going to be talking, first of all, about developing countries and inclusion. So I'm going to address this, first of all, to Mahavir. How can AI governance frameworks be tailored to address the specific economic, social, and technological context of developing countries? Do you believe we're doing enough in this regard? That's a nice, easy question to start. We'll just check your microphone is on.
Hello. Thank you, LJ, for this opportunity to talk to people over here on AI for Good India summit. I think the question which you have asked is how can we make AI governance in the context of the developing countries or the global south, and whether we are doing enough for it. So I would answer the question first, the last question first, whether we are doing enough for it. I think you know that a lot of AI governance frameworks are now being discussed all over the world. If you talk about, there has been some progress on kind of resolutions which are introduced now in the global bodies like the UN, for example. There was a resolution on how can we make AI for the SDGs, work for SDGs. Also, there was a resolution on capacity building. Similarly, the efforts are also in the direction of, safety and security of the AI. There has been a summit in London, the first AI safety summit, followed by another summit in Seoul, in Korea, some time back. And similarly, I think there has been some regulatory efforts at the part of EU and some other countries which have come out with regulatory frameworks. The US has come with an executive order. So there has been some progress on the aspects of the governance of AI, but mostly I think it is concentrated in the global north. So although there has been some talk about how we can include global south in the governance issues, particularly in the UN framework and recently in the GDC, also there was a talk about it. But I think more need to be done to include global south in these discussions. In fact, if you look at the global south representation, there was some report some time back by an ILO, the International Labour Organization. They come out with a report, and they said that even 118 or 120 countries have not been participating in any of the discussions in the world on the AI and its governance aspects, not even aware what is going on this field. So I think there is a huge gap, and we need to increase the representation of the global south, especially in the bodies where we discuss, global governance of AI. Similarly, I think we also need to look at the capacity gaps. Secretary General of the ITU just talked about how we can actually increase the capacity building efforts, make skilling a priority area for AI in the developing countries. I think that's going to be very, very essential in the time to come. Similarly, there are ethical concerns. So there are data sets on which the AI models are trained. They are mostly, concentrated in the global north. Again, there are issues relating to data governance which needs to be taken into consideration. So how do we make sure that the AI models and the systems which we are developing also reflects the realities of the global south? I think that's again a very important issue. So, and it doesn't have biases and the sort of one-sided data having one data sets having only reflecting the realities of the global north. I think these are some of the things which we need to look at. So there are aspects which are there, infrastructure gaps. Again, that's a very important aspect. Unless we have a universal connectivity, as again mentioned by the Secretary General of ITU just now, I think that's very important. Unless we have a universal connectivity, it will be very difficult to imagine a global AI governance. So I think these are the aspects which we perhaps need to look at when we talk about whether we are doing enough or not. I think there we need to invest. Again, something Secretary General talked about, there is a lot of investment which is required for the global south, especially in building the AI infrastructure. And that's very, very important, because if we really want to make the the benefits of AI available to the common public along, the countries in the global south, I think it is very important to focus on these aspects. Also, when we talk about how can we make global governance framework specific to the economic, social, and technological realities of the global south or the developing countries, I think we also need to look at the localized and the context setting policies. I think it's very important to involve the local people into that. If we need to tailor the specific solutions, AI solutions, and that's where the AI governance also should, global AI governance should focus on that. How do you involve the local people into framing solutions, policies which are required for implementing AI solutions in those countries? Okay. Similarly, also global governance should also focus on building human capital and infrastructure. How do we make it more inclusive? And again, very important aspect is technology transfer. And how do we make sure that in the global south, the countries, they get access to the technology? I think that is, again, a very important aspect of it, and we need to focus on that. Technology transfer is very, very important, and I think the global AI governance has not been talking about it. Mostly there, as I said, is talking about the issues regarding to the safety, security, ethics, biases, and so on. But I think these are the things which also needs to be considered.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
So there are a lot of things which I can talk about, but I think
know, and I hate to stop you mid-flow, but we have a panel, and I'd love to get some more conversation from you, but we have a couple of other panelists, and I would love to get their views as well. Thank you very much. So capacity, scalability, and accessibility are some of the keywords that we've came up there. Thank you very much, Mahavir. Next question to Evan Shao, real-world implementation. So how does Huawei see the implementation of the AI industry for good?
Yes, thank you. Because Huawei as a global technical and commercial company, what we are doing is to serve the product and solution. But for AI, we have a vision, bring digital to the every person, every organization, and most important is with VI. What we are doing is so important according to the topic, this agenda. Tech for AI for good is so important. Yeah, for Huawei, we think a lot of challenge, especially a lot of value when we use VI. One is use VI for the personal and human. We can improve the efficiency of personal activities. And another thing is we can use AI with our product to face the digital transformation of all the industry. Because all this industry not only facing the digital transformation, but AI can help and improve the production of the industry and bring the value. The third one is we think what we want to do is for AI also for not only for the human, for the society, but for the environment. AI has so many opportunities to protect environment. So that's during this what we are we improve our internal strategy and portfolio decision and improve our technical and production design end-to-end process. Thank you.
So AI clearly has a role to play across so many industries. Thank you very much for your comments. Let's bring in Dr. Chang Yong-song now. Korea hosted the second AI Safety Summit this year. What do you think were the most significant outcomes on AI safety?
Good morning, and thank you very much to inviting and the introductions. Yes, in Korea was the last couple of years has been one of the leading countries' communication developments. However, last few years, the artificial intelligence become one of the big technologies or emerging technology we have discussing. So Korean government has been interested in how we come together to address the new technology of the artificial intelligence. So last May in Seoul, Korean government organized one big event calling to the AI Seoul Summit. It was a big successful events come together not just in government agency, but also to international agency, academia, and the civil society. I would like to summarize the key successful outcome of the event. The first one is to the Seoul Declaration. It was a big event, and the government agency recognizing the big impact of the artificial intelligence and how we address artificial intelligence in coming years. The declaration proposed 3 AI governance values we shared and recognized. The first one is safety. The second one is innovation and inclusion. As already mentioned other speakers, in safety is one of the key emerging issues we have to address in artificial intelligence agency. The other one is innovation. We have to invest the money or our capacity to inventing new technology to harness artificial intelligence in a new shape of life. The last but least one is inclusion. Today we're talking about the artificial intelligence and the digital gaps. It is another new challenge we have to address. So Seoul Declaration recognizes safety, innovation, and inclusion. The other one is Seoul Ministerial Statement. In terms of the ministerial levels, the gatherings that recognizes the vision of the Seoul Declaration. It also recognizes artificial intelligence risk and how we shaping to eco-friendly artificial intelligence or data center, which is one of the key elements to supporting or nursing artificial intelligence market. The other one is protecting to intelligent or copyright infringement. The last one, also the very good point is to how we fair sharing of the AI benefit. As we noticed, artificial intelligence is big impact our society from government, civil society, industry. However, we will have to no one left behind the artificial intelligence benefits. Last but least one outcome was the Seoul Business Forum. In the business forum, the government agency and to the private agency come together to recognizing to the promoting responsible development of artificial intelligence. In the meetings, global corporations such as Samsung, Google, and Microsoft come together to partnership to handling next level of the artificial intelligence and arising new risk to more inclusive society in the next artificial intelligence agency. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. That was a call to global collaboration. And I have noticed some companies beginning to understand that by pooling resources, you are saving so many things and creating so much progress. So a really well-made point there. Mahavir, thank you so much for your next comment that we're going to hear about, which is something that's close to my heart, actually, as a musician. I find that diversity of data in music data sets improves the output of the model. So what I'd like to know is how AI governance can ensure the inclusion of diverse voices, particularly those from marginalized communities in the decision-making process.
Thank you, LJ. I think, again, here I would talk about democratization of AI governance, democratization of AI resources, democratization of AI infrastructure. Now, how do you do it? Basically, how do you involve marginalized communities, especially from the global south, into this? I think one aspect is to have a multi-stakeholder approach. We need to have multi-stakeholder approach, need to include diverse set of people while discussing the policies, the frameworks of the global governance. If you talk about India, I think one of the mission which we launched some time back, which was India Digital Mission. And in this, we have involved local communities, and that has actually helped in digital transformation across our country. You know, we see that now we have connectivity to almost 80 to 90%, of the population. Technology transfer is, the benefits, the social benefits are transferred through various digital public infrastructure technologies which are available. So I think we need to have a multi-stakeholder approach. We need to include local communities in the global governance, localized AI policy, which I talked about, because the solutions can differ from one place to another and from community to community. So I think involving the local communities in decision making is also very important. Also, as I earlier said, capacity building is an important aspect. So those who are marginalized, they hardly have any access to AI resources or AI skills. That's where I think it is very important to impart training, capacity building to those communities so that they can actually reap the benefit of the AI transformation which is taking place. I think these are some of the issues which we really need to think about. Participatory policy making is another area, I think, which is very important, and we have done this in various programs of the government where we actually consult a whole host of people. For example, the Data Protection Act, which was introduced in India some time back, there was a long process of consultation with various stakeholders before we came out with that. So I think consultation, participatory policy making, all these things are very, very essential to make global AI governance, inclusive, and to ensure that all marginalized community also gets heard and participate in the decision making process. Only then we will be able to have their problems, their solutions which are specifically required for them included in the global governance framework. So that's something is very important to my understanding.
Yeah, that's beautifully put. The call to encourage people of more backgrounds to start getting involved in AI. And I think that generally it's agreed that we want this to happen. And the next thing is, I guess, the practical steps that we need to take in order for that to become real. I'm going to head over to Evan for
one more thing I
yes?
also need to mention is that I think there should also be a sort of an accountability and transparency mechanism. And what I mean is that, the marginalized communities should also have access to grievance redressal mechanism. They should have somewhere to actually talk about whatever they feel like, whatever their grievances are in terms of if they're getting access to something or not. That is, again, needs to be included in the AI global governance framework. How do we ensure that? That is important. I think the GDC report also talk about there is a scientific panel which will be formed for discussing this. There also I think we need to include various stakeholders, including those communities which are not represented there.
Thank you. Yes, absolutely. Inclusion is the name of the game. Thank you very much. Let's go over to how Huawei has, obviously you've seen a lot of implementation of the AI industry for good. It's part of what you do. I'd like to know what lessons that you've learned from these experiences.
Yes, because we have a lot of practice in technical innovation and a lot of use cases. But we think a lot of things we cannot do this by company and our customer itself. So that's why another side is we know that for the AI governments, we also have a good progress. We all know that this year, European released the worldwide first AI Act. We think it's a very good process because for the AI, how to governments, and the most important is the principle of risk classification and prevention of systematic risk have been widely consented. We think it's a very good process. Another one is when we're talking about AI governments, we think act is not enough. So how to make it to real? We think for governments we can do it through three aspects. One is engineering, because a lot of abstract principle we need to implementation with the technical and the scenario. Another one is we think standardization is also so important. Standardization, through standardization we can define AI governance principle and the framework for different scenario risk values. And the third important thing we think is the certification of these governments. Because certification is a guarantee of all stakeholders to gain confidence and trust. Yeah, through this aspect, we think we need an open dialogue and open platform. That's we think ITU and WTSA, they focus on AI standardization. So it's a very good and open platform for any or the roles of the AI industry. They can have chance to dialogue and to think about the responsibility. We think AI responsibility is not just one organization, one role. We need co-government and shareholders, we call the responsibility sharing of AI ecosystem and the industry.
Brilliant, thank you. Thank you very much. Yes, the idea of shared responsibility and having a framework that's rigorous and useful for everybody is brilliant. Dr. Chang Yong-son, I'm going to give you the final word for this, which is a very small set of words, but it's a really big question, which is, what do you think is the way forward?
Yes, it is big questions. It is very hard to answer. However, I would like to summarize something. Last couple of months, since the government successfully hosting AI Summit Seoul, we have very good following to the following actions. I would like to three key highlights. The first one is the government organizing National AI Committee. When you're talking about the new technology or emerging technology, one of the key things is how to mobilize national resources to implementing all of the declaration or action. So in terms of these concepts, the government last month launched the National AI Committee. It aiming to the coordinating of national AI policies, for examples, major AI-related policy and regulation, which is a key areas we have to make more enable or proactive policy making to nursing to the artificial intelligence. The other one is to the expansion of the infrastructure and the data center, which are most key element to supporting artificial intelligence industry. Anyways, the National Artificial Intelligence Committee will mobilize national resources to the next level of the Korean government to leading country in artificial intelligence. The other action was to the government also would like to establish an artificial intelligence safety institution. As I noticed the earlier comments, one of the key things, artificial intelligence, how we less risk, more inclusive society. In terms of these concepts, the government proposing to the establishment of the artificial intelligence safety institute, it came to be the end of this years or early next years, the government launching this institution. The last but least one is legislation to safeguarding artificial intelligence and promoting artificial intelligence. So the government would like to the legal framework to establish its new legislation to safeguarding artificial intelligence. In any way, my conclusion is that Korean government aiming to driving Korea's comprehensive transformation, artificial delivering innovation beyond the digital transformation, including myself and the government's securing to the new technologies, including semiconductors, and we also would like to expand in everyday artificial intelligence life, not just in a single person or a single group, but also all of the people in Korean consumers industry, including using artificial intelligence. Also, we hoping to global cooperation, because artificial intelligence cannot be addressed or harnessed a single country or a single agency. We hoping the governments we come together to sharing, learning lesson, and proposing new norms and principles, more safety in the artificial intelligence. The last one is to the more inclusive artificial intelligence in global society. That was the Korean government's ongoing issue to harnessing artificial intelligence after last successful meeting. Thank you.
Thank you very much. An excellent way to round off this panel. I get the impression that we could probably talk about this for quite some time, but we have so many more panels coming up and more to come on today's fantastic show. So please, for now, can we have a lovely round of applause for our amazing panel this morning? Thank you. Thank you very much. Now, ladies and gentlemen and distinguished guests, as I don't have an earpiece this morning, I'm just going to quickly check what's happening next on the agenda by leaning over here. Oh, I can see I'm being pointed at. This is fantastic. So please, to continue this theme, please join me in welcoming one of the most strategic, most amazing, also incredibly musically talented, Fred Werner. I forgot your job title.
Good morning, everyone. First of all, I'd just like to make an apology. Our director of the TSB, the Standards Bureau of ITU, he couldn't be here today, but he has a very good reason, because our members are actually negotiating an AI resolution over the next few days in the other building. So I think in this case, we can let him off the hook. So my name is Fred Werner, and I'm the Chief of Strategy and Operations for AI for Good, and also the Head of Strategic Engagement for the Standards Bureau at ITU. Good morning, and thank you for joining us. So new technologies are creating strong connections between all industries. This convergence has called for new ITU standards for some years now, but AI has turbocharged this trend. We have published 100 standards on AI, and over 150 standards are currently under development, and this number is rising all the time. AI is now key to network orchestration, multimedia coding, and optimizing the energy and cost efficiency of our networks and data centers. It's also creating breakthroughs in areas from climate change and agriculture to disaster response, healthcare, and road safety. That's why the ITU is so invested in building bridges between different areas of expertise. We need new standards for common understandings that are essential to our common success. Our new International AI Standards Summit aims to ensure that standards provide this fundamental support. And ITU organizes this summit together with our long-standing partners, ISO and IEC. Together, we are leading developers of international standards. We are guiding comprehensive standards development for the fast-evolving AI landscape. This includes our leadership of important standards collaboration on AI and multimedia authenticity, which will deliver the technical tools required for deepfake detection. And we are also collaborating to develop a new AI standards database, answering the call for this global standards exchange from the United Nations Secretary Special Envoy on Technology, who is calling on us to lead on standards development and cooperation on a global level with our partners. So we will take stock of our progress next year in July with a dedicated International AI Standards Day at our AI for Good Global Summit in Geneva, hosted on the 8th to the 11th of July. And I really sincerely hope to see all of you there. Now, everybody should be part of this work. Standards need to meet your requirements. Working together on standards, we create the confidence to continue innovating and investing. That's what standards development is all about, building mutual trust and understanding. And I've met so many people here in New Delhi, and when we introduce ourselves, we always smile. And experts on the origins of humanity say that we actually started smiling about 300,000 years ago. This was the beginning of Homo sapiens, the beginning of higher intelligence, and the beginning of who we are today. And experts suggest that we started smiling to identify each other, to keep together and evolve together, and maybe build standards together. We are now introducing new forms of higher intelligence, and we see huge potential to help humanity progress. But we should always remember that we can only move forward by working together and evolving together. And trust me, when we develop and agree new standards by consensus, we all move forward with big smiles and hope for a great future. And with that, I thank you and wish you a successful day. Thank you.
That was incredible. Thank you so much to Frederick Werner. To give him his proper job title, it's the Head of Strategic Engagement Division at the ITU. And thank you for an incredible talk just then. We have a bit of a treat in store after, which is a panel which is going to contain our next guest speaker. So please, can we welcome together from Shutterstock and President of Women in AI, among many other things, the formidable Dr. Alessandra Sala.
Hello, everyone.
Oh.
Let's do a mic check.
Yes, and we're just going to get you the clicker as well.
Super. Thank you. Support. I see they are coming with the clicker. Fantastic.
Here we go. This is incredibly high latency for the clicker. If only we could have a 5G run. That was pretty fast, though. Thank you very much. Okay, your microphone working?
Yes.
Ready to go? Can't wait to hear it.
Thank you. Thank you, everyone. Thanks for being with us today for a very important discussion. I'd like to start with an amazing image from Danielle Boulaoui. She participated to the AI for Good Canvas of the Future, and she boldly spotlighted the need of investing in technology that leaves no one behind.
Thank you.
And why this message is so critical for all of us today. Because AI has the power to propel us to the future. We have seen the amazing recognition just a few days ago on Nobel Prize in Chemistry and Physics. They recognize AI as a technology that is transforming our future. Only things that we couldn't imagine possible in our lifetime today are possible and very much real. At Shutterstock, we generate images, those images that connect us between the real and the imagination with this very blurred line. Amazing image that led us to dream. So a technology that helps us with creativity, with music, with images. But also AI carries an unprecedented concentration of social and power tension. What do I mean by that? Let's unpack those division of social and power, the real versus the fake, the first world versus every other world, the work and the unemployment, the profit of this technology versus the ethical principle, the defense and the conflict, men and women. Those dimensions of conflict are concentrated in one single technology that is bringing us an unprecedented complexity of managing and governing this technology. And as I mentioned before, this technology provides us images that are so beautiful, that the blurred line between the real and the fake, it's now crossing. And we as humans are losing the capability of understanding what's real and what's fake. And what happens when those things happen? We are very creative creatures, and we like to use technology in many ways, even in ways that sometimes are not really proper. And here the definition of deep fake. When AI is used to incarnate a person, a real one, Taylor Swift here. However, this was a deepfake video, went viral in China, but it wasn't her. I'm sure you have seen videos of Obama, Trump, many of those fake. And we thought that was the problem of deepfake. Let me tell you something. That's not the real problem. The real problem of deepfakes is when it attacks and it violates the privacy, the dignity, the reputation, the professional reputation of a normal person, those that are not Donald Trump or Taylor Swift, with the social means, with the economic means to fight misinformation. When it tackles real people, it's a huge issue. Only last month in Korea, we have seen 530 new cases in one single week investigated by the policemen. And last year, or a couple of years ago, only 126 cases in an entire year. And then the situation gets worse when we get to children, when children are targeted. This is a case from Spain, a small village. No one even knew about this village before it came famous for this case of 20 girls of age between 10 and 17 that were targeted by non-consensual deep-fake pornography. Can we accept that? And it fragments society. Manipulated narrative and falsified information tap into our emotion and ideologies, polarize our political affiliation, alter perception of reality, fuel animosity, violent protest, and initiate crimes. So indeed, the World Economic Forum told us that the problem of misinformation and deepfake was the second highest issue that this technology was carrying along. And today has bumped even higher. Expert from the AI for Humanity UN report is bringing deepfake and misinformation as the first issue of this technology. And as Secretary General Doreen mentioned this morning, fortunately, UN has adopted the Pact of the Future, which has a strong call for standard and to help all of us to have a discussion and to work together to make sure this technology is supported by standards and we make it safe. Last year, the brave and wise mind of the World Standard Collaboration understood that they needed to collaborate even further. And the AI for Good last year, we had an amazing workshop day when we collected experts from around the world. We have someone we'll hear from today, Professor Touraj, in the next panel. And we discussed those issues with startup, with government, with professors from university. And at the end of the AI for Good Summit, there was a communique which announced a new collaboration. The AI and multimedia authenticity standard collaboration was born, and was born under the auspices of ITU and the World Collaboration in Standard. We have experts from all the main standardization groups, IC, ISO, ITU, we have professors from academia, we have represented from industry and startup, and we are going to work together. And I invite you to participate and to support this initiative to create standards that are helping us to fight those deep fake, to fight misinformation and disinformation that fragment our society. We'll talk more in our panel, what are we doing in this collaboration? But in reality, 3 key things. We are working on technical standards, as you can imagine. We are also helping government around the world to understand those standards and make sure they translate in their policy. And we have an amazing communication group which will help to discuss those ideas with everyone, so everyone understand how they can use this technology, interact with this technology in a safe way. And I'm honored that I have been here with ITU this week and with the network of women, because we need more representation in the standard group of women, marginalized group. We need your voice. We need to understand the issue that you see from your different perspectives and countries, and support women to participate to a safer world for everyone. So just to conclude, I want to use another beautiful image that was part of the Canva of the future at the AI for Good. And thank the organizer of this event, because this is a critical discussion. We are here today and we have an opportunity to decide what our generation can, what kind of life they can live, what kind of planet they will experience, and what relationship they can build between themselves and with the planet. So thank you, and I look forward to your question in our next discussion.
Wow, thank you so much, Alessandra Sala, who I'm going to invite to remain on stage because you're going to be on the panel. I'll just save you the walk there. So please, would you enjoy taking a seat and welcome with me from the International Telecommunication Union, Professor at École Polytechnique Fédérale de Lausanne, Touraj Ebrahimi, and from the IEEE, Sri Chandra Sakaran. Also, have we got them? Or just the
Here.
We do? Oh, you've come from a surprising angle. Excellent. Please take a seat. I have an extra microphone as well, so who hasn't got one?
Here. We have one
Microphone,
here.
please. You have one?
Suraj. Okay.
Excellent. So now we've made sure everybody has a microphone, and most importantly, I get to sit down, which is always nice on a day like this. Thank you so much for joining us for this panel. Deep fake use carries all manner of risks when it comes to verification, and AI-generated content can closely resemble or even reproduce copyrighted material, and the use of copyrighted data in training AI models can lead to legal claim. It's an absolutely fascinating and also it's like an area that we simply don't feel equipped to deal with, I think, in a lot of ways. Generative AI in content creation can make it more challenging for creators to defend ownership of the content. All the things that I'm writing with AI, I make sure it is open source. So, and that's a choice that I've made. But the objectives of this session is to talk about some of the risks that deep fakes and generative AI content pose, and the trust of AI systems and policy and legal measures, and what's happening, what's being done to address these issues. So this is an absolutely brilliant panel with our 3 people who are going to talk a little bit about it. And what we're going to do for this panel is we'll have some introductory remarks first, and then we'll go into a bit of a conversation as well. Okay, so let's have your opening remarks, please. And what I'll do is I'll start with Touraj Ebrahimi, if that's okay, because you are the closest. Thank you.
I hope you hear me now, okay? Let me start by first saying what an immense privilege to be here and talk about a very big challenge. A big challenge that I would like to remind everybody is not a new challenge.
Yeah.
Misinformation and disinformation was not born with AI. It existed before. In fact, it's as old as the history itself. The first time people could record, they started to think about maybe recording things that didn't happen.
Mm-hmm.
And fast forward a few millennia, here we are. Digitization has happened, and artificial intelligence is now accelerating and at the same time democratizing this. Until recently, in order to create fake content, you needed skills. That's no more a requirement. AI is here to take care of that, and you just ask what you want. Mm-hmm. We are going to talk about quite a few of the challenges, but I want to mention one. Digitization brought a very, very good and positive thing to the world, and that is the access to information. Now, we are not completely there, but increasing so because of digitization, because of the mobile and mobility, because of the internet. Anybody, anywhere in the world can access to information. It's not, at least barriers are not as difficult as they used to be. But now we are having a new challenge. We have resolved to some extent the problem of access to information. Standards have played a very important role in that. But now we have access to information, or almost, but we don't know if we can trust that information. And that's what I hope we can discuss a little bit more today.
Thank you very much, Touraj. Yes, it's all about trust, isn't it? So really well put. And it's now time to hear some more from Alessandra. Some opening remarks, please, on how you're going to approach this.
Hello.
Yes. I believe that works.
Fantastic. So thanks for having me here in the panel. It's an honor to continue to address our audience. I'd like to talk about the other side, the artists, those that participate in the creation of this technology, because this technology learns from data. And for example, in the context of images, those models learn from images that comes from photographers and artists from everywhere in the world. Once we have a technology that is so capable to generate appealing visual that we cannot even distinguish anymore if are human-generated or machine-generated, what's the role of an artist? So at Shutterstock, we have taken the stand of actually implementing the first of its kind new business model that enable to pay royalty back to the artist, to the creator of those images that have been used to contribute to the creation of this machine. And they get compensated every time AI is used and sells an image. So attaching authorship, attaching provenance with certificate that can allow us to recognize whether this image has been generated from a machine or it comes from one of the artists that we have around the world. It allows to trace back and recognize everyone who participates in this ecosystem, but also help us to distinguish what Touraj was just saying, that inability that we have today to detect whether it is an AI image or it's a human-generated image. So I encourage everyone to think, this technology enable us to think out of the box, create things that have never been experimented before, not only from a technical perspective, but even from a business model perspective. So I encourage this discussion to be multi-stakeholder, and it comes from everywhere in the world because we need your idea to be more creative, to provide things that we have never experienced before.
Thank you very much, Alessandra. And now from the IEEE, hello there, please, would you have some wonderful opening remarks from Sri Chandrasekaran? Thank you.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon, everybody. Or rather, we are just before good afternoon, I guess. We are still good morning. First of all, I want to thank India Mobile Congress and the ITU for inviting IEEE to this session and this panel.
It's a pleasure.
We are very honored to be here. In my opening remarks, I want to take a higher level view of what IEEE has been addressing in the overall AI space. So we have started working in AI probably a decade back. And one of the things we started looking at when we started exploring this particular technology space is the impact that AI is having on the society, right? So we are talking about deep fakes, we are talking about illegitimate data that are being put out in the internet. So we created a document called Ethically Aligned Design about 10 years back. How do you build ethics when we build in these systems, right? And one of the key aspects that came out from ethically aligned design, and it was a little bit of a surprise to me, was the ethically aligned design was a system level perspective. And then we started verticalizing these aspects of ethically aligned design for business. And one of the documents that we did was ethically aligned design for arts, right? And I never ever expected that IEEE, an engineering organization back in the day, would be having to deal with issues with arts, images, and things like that. So one of the challenges that we face today, these technologies are evolving very, very rapidly. The labeling of AI-generated content is becoming very challenging, right? And there are multiple challenges there. The algorithms are becoming extremely sophisticated. So how do you distinguish between what is real content and what is fake content? And the fact that there are different labeling schemes across different platforms, there is no harmonization. And in the process of labeling, I also fear, and IEEE is taking a view of it, is how do you ensure there is no bias that is coming into the system, right? We have seen the challenges of facial recognition, the bias that it can lead to. So even though the images are real, the consequences of the images are something that we need to worry about. So as a standards development organization, it is our responsibility to bring all the different stakeholders together, right? To ensure that the right actors are present in trying to address perhaps a common platform, a common labeling scheme that we are looking at. And I would like to do further interventions on some of the work we are doing as we progress, maybe in the next round.
Brilliant, thank you so much. Yes, the issue of synthetic data as well and identifying it as such. Otherwise, when it goes back into the model, it makes things go a little bit weird. And again, all the art I do, I'm very over about marking them as AI generated. Thank you so much for your opening remarks, panelists. I'm already excited about where this panel is going to go. So what I'm going to do is ask the panel some questions, and then I'm going to open up to you, the audience, for some questions as well. So please have some questions ready by the time I get to you. And we'll perhaps get a microphone to you to see your questions, or we'll work out a way to do that. For now, though, let's come to you, Taraj. I'd love to ask my first question, which is, how can the AI and multimedia authenticity standards collaboration address some of the challenges that everybody has brought up? We're talking about deep fakes, disinformation, misinformation related to AI-generated content. So I'd like to start with you, please.
Normally, the right approach always, and standards usually start from that point, is to understand the problem. We hear sometimes, because that's human nature, we like simplifying in one or two sentence problems, but everybody knows the real world is a little bit more complex than can be described in one or two sentences.
Yeah.
Let me be concrete. One thing we hear a lot, and it's not only people who are in technology who say that, but governments, legislators, and almost anybody in the street is saying, oh, there are deepfakes, AI is generating synthetic content, let's just label them. You know, things are a little bit more complex than just labeling. Let me tell you why. First of all, when you take a picture today with your mobile phone, especially if your mobile phone is a high-end mobile phone, it has what is called an NPU, Neural Processor Unit. It's a small engine that uses artificial intelligence that is going to make your picture more appealing. What does it mean? It's going to denoise it. It's going to increase its resolution. It's going to improve its contrast. It's going to make it very appealing. Almost anybody who has a mobile phone that is less than 3 years old, when you take a picture, it is already manipulated and changed by AI. You can imagine in 5 years from now, 99.99% of all content, I gave you the example of a picture, but any content that we generate is going to be one way or another modified by AI. What's the point of labeling it? It's not going to help us. We will label everything as modified by AI. It's not going to get us anywhere. We need more than labeling. By labeling, we mean we need information. What happened? Was this picture the result of a real scene that was captured by a camera? Then somebody took the picture, maybe transcoded it into a JPEG, then maybe resized it, shared it on a social network, somebody else downloaded it, maybe modified it by adding something to it, and so forth. So we need not only the label, but the label should tell us more than just it is AI generated. These are the type of things that standardization bodies are doing today. We are attempting to understand the problem, where it is used, what are the applications, etc. From there, the easy part often is the technology. You know, technologies, many technologies that we need to put to some extent good order into the mess that is being created because of synthetic content by AI already exist. We just have to agree on one way, on a conventional way. The same way, when you take a picture, everybody in the world, or almost, if they want to have it seamlessly viewable, they use JPEG, the good old JPEG format. Anybody who produces an image in a JPEG format knows that anybody else can know what to do with it. For challenges of AI, we need similar things. But we have an even bigger challenge. There are so many applications AI has already found its way, and so many AI will affect, that we have a multitude today of standards and a multitude, if I translate that, of conventions that people are coming up with. So one of the big challenges, and what Alessandra just mentioned, with the World Standards Cooperation, and especially AI and multimedia authenticity, is to understand what are these standards, where they overlap and where there are gaps, because there are also gaps. And go back to those who are setting up these standards and tell them, hey, you know, there are 3 other groups. Maybe you want to align with them what you are doing. And hey, there are also challenges in this and this and that area. It doesn't seem anybody is taking care of. Maybe if you want, you could be the ones taking care of it. So that's where standards usually start.
Brilliant. Thank you so much, Raj. And I think this is like the right time to bring the IEEE in on this question, doesn't it? So, Shri, would you like to add to what Raj has just said?
Yeah, as I was hearing, I was thinking I should be speaking this, right? So, yeah. So, I think within the standardization process, it's important to acknowledge that when we develop these standards, we bring all the diverse stakeholders to the working group, right? Sometimes we have competitors who are coming together, but within the framework of the standard setting environment, they are colleagues, right? So I've created some points which I would like to talk about, right, when it comes to standardization, right? So when we talk about standardization, it can help ensure labeling mechanisms that are consistent across platforms, right? Because if it's not consistent across platforms, we are not creating interoperability. And also it's compatible with different technologies. The idea here is to build trust in the systems, right? I think one of the key challenges that we are facing today is technologies are coming up, people are using the technologies because of the convenience, not because that they trust the technology, right? So from the aspect of labeling, I also feel that we should be very inclusive when we talk about the diverse stakeholders, right? So we are looking at how to promote accessibility and inclusivity by considering the needs of diverse users as guideline for accessible labeling and alternative formats can enhance usability. The other key aspect as we work through standardization, and I talked about it in a panel yesterday, is how do we ensure there is a transition from a standardization and the standards that is developed and into a regulatory framework? How can we make sure that these can be regulated in a specific way, right? I think these are important considerations. We see more and more IEEE getting involved with regulatory bodies. You talked about the World Consortium that you are creating. I think one of the key objectives, I assume, of that consortium is to also make policy recommendations. How do we make sure that we are engaging with policymakers to ensure that there is a consistent adoption of policies when it comes to the standards that we develop, and frame the policy built on consensus-based standard development activities. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So, Alessandra, how does the work of the standards collaboration align with the UN Global Digital Compact?
Very good question. So let me go back also and touch some of the amazing points that Raj and our colleagues from IEEE have mentioned. So this new collaboration is multi-stakeholder, is open and invite all the standardization group because they all have very relevant solution and idea to a very complex problem, as Raj explained to us. So the problem is complex, the collaboration is open, and it has 3 pillars. So the first pillar is technical, to understand what we have and the gaps. The second point is policy. How can we bring a policy maker into the conversation, enabled to understand those available standards and those that we will be working on in a collaborative manner to respond to the Pact of the Future. The Pact of the Future, which has been adopted September 22nd, has a strong call for standard. And most importantly, towards the aspect of AI, because AI is a big technology that is going to impact our society. Deepfake, misinformation, provenance are all aspects of AI that have consequences on people, that have consequences of the way we trust each other. So the Pact of the Future is calling us on this very urgent roadmap to create collective standard and strengthening our ability to deploy and develop AI in a way that doesn't impact on our planet, it doesn't fragment our society, it doesn't infringe on the global political collaboration that we have across the world, as we know that they are very important for our global safety.
Thank you so much. It's just such a fascinating. Okay, I apologize. Some of the sound is coming in and out on my microphone, so I might grab a stick microphone if it continues. I think we're all right for now. What I'm going to do is open up the floor after this next question to invite the audience for questions. But first of all, let me ask everybody in turn, where are the main focus areas for the AI and multimedia authenticity standards collaboration? And I'll start with you, Toraj, if that's okay.
Wow, this is such a difficult question. It's like asking me which one of your 5 fingers you like more.
I know. If it was a deep fake, there would be 6 fingers.
Yeah, let me give just one, but as an example rather than the most important. We are looking for inclusiveness, and we have heard many times today that we want all AI systems, or all systems, and in fact, all application and products that are based on standards to be inclusive. And by inclusive, we mean just anybody should be able to have reasonable access to it. There shouldn't be barriers. We need inclusiveness also in standardization. The temptation is very high to rely on 1 or 2 very large, very strong, and of course, very innovative companies come up with technologies, and then take these technologies and ask the whole world, hey, please adopt it, please rubber stamp it, please consider it as your standard. Personally, I think, and one of the attempts, one of the priorities of standardization, the ones I'm involved in, is to have inclusiveness in that, have inclusiveness in the definition of the technologies and the standards, because the world is made of many cultures, many different needs. Not everybody thinks the same. Not everybody has the same perspective. We cannot exclude anybody. A standard that excludes anybody, any country, will have a weakness. And that's I think, in my opinion, one of the very key reasons that will make a standard to be successful or not. Don't exclude anybody. Have standards not only responsible, not only ethical, not only transparent, not only fair, but also inclusive. Ask everybody, all stakeholders, no matter where they come, no matter how strong they are in terms of being able to express themselves, to find ways to outreach to them and have ways to hear and incorporate their concerns into the standards we develop in AI.
Thank you very much. That's a call for complete inclusivity there, which is, it's also, I think, getting organizations and people and companies to want to have that. It's making it attractive as a way to make things better for everyone. Alessandra, I'm sure you have something to add to this.
A very small comment. My desire is that this collaboration will allow us superpower. Today we have lost our human ability to recognize a lie from a truth, reality from fake. We have no natural defenses. I hope the standard that we'll be working on will give that superpower to see what's true and to understand what's fake, so that no one can fragment or manipulate our ideas.
Oh, that's brilliant. Thank you. What a great sentiment. Shri, please to this.
Thank you. And this is not specific to multimedia, but one of the things I've seen happening in the recent past, and definitely AI has shown the issue very clearly, is on technology governance and how do we govern these systems, data governance and technology governance, right? When we talk about multimedia pictures or any other AI-generated content, there are issues of ownership, right? Who has rights to the data, right? Apart from that, when we are talking about coding of data, how do we manage the privacy? How do we manage the identity? So IEEE, on its roots, is a very strong technology organization. But over the past decade, what we have realized is it's just not about the technology, but governance of the technology has become a real critical piece, right? How do we ensure when these technologies are being deployed in the society, we are able to address the right parameters? There are some interesting standards we are doing. For example, how does an employer and employee manage the data, right? What kind of data? Children data governance. I think this is a real big problem. We talk about AI. I think the issue of children data and having online frameworks to ensure that these data are governed clearly is a real serious issue that I think we need to make sure that we all come together and work together in addressing these problems. I understand that there are different SDOs that are represented around the world, but we need to find a fairly easy path on how we can collaborate, because harmonization of these governance is very important. If every region, every country goes and does their own things, even though they are doing the best thing, it will be impossible to address these problems. So I think governance in a uniform way, coming back to regulatory aspects, I think is the key to all these issues.
Oh, that's brilliant. Thank you. Thank you very much to our panel there, and I'm just going to open the floor to questions now. I'm not entirely sure how we're going to run the Q&A, because this is our first one here at AI for Good Impact India, so please, thank you for your patience as we work out the best way to do this. So first up, if there is a question from the audience, please can you raise your hand? I think that's the first problem to solve. Okay, we can see a question there. And it looks like you will be getting a microphone. I would encourage at this point, if you're asking a question, we like to keep it brief, please. Please don't disguise your comment as a question. Okay, thank you very much. What's your question, please?
Thank you very much. This is a question to Professor Ibrahimi. So he talked about inclusivity, bringing inclusivity in standardization and technology development and all that. Is there a roadmap for that? Because it looks like a very difficult...
That's a fantastic question. Is there a roadmap for inclusivity and what the IEEE are doing? So would you like to go for that, please, Shri? Thank you very much for your question.
It was a...
it was for you, Turaj. I'm so sorry.
Yeah.
But I have some comments too.
So I'm sure she has something to add. Yeah. I'm not aware today of any global roadmap, but I can give you a concrete example. Fakes are images or video. So it's kind of natural that one of the standardization committees that looked at it and to try to find if there are standards that can be set up to counter the side effects of AI-generated synthetic content was the JPEG Standardization Committee. And to be totally transparent, I'm the chair of the JPEG Standardization Committee.
Wow.
So I might be a little bit biased in what I'm going to say now. 5 years ago, a JPEG committee started an exploration at that time that was called fake media. The wording was a little bit provocative and on purpose because it wanted to show that there is a danger. Fake media first outreached to whoever it could. Of course, people who are in research, people who are in companies looking at the problem of what people call digital forensics, because the problem of fake existed before AI. It outreached to end users, people who are affected by these kind of things. And a series, off my head, 7 workshops were created. In these workshops, people from all over the world, in an online workshops manner, they came, they presented what they are doing, and they discussed, they aligned their views, they exchanged their views, and the JPEG Standardization Committee created out of this a document, and through that document, it made a roadmap of, first of all, where the world is going. Secondly, what are the challenges? Third, what are the gaps? Fourth, what are the requirements? What are the features one needs from a future standard? And last, what are those standards that JPEG Standardization Committee can produce? So this happened throughout a span of 3 years. About 2 years ago, everything was ready to launch a new standardization. And the standardization, we called it not fake media, but JPEG Trust. It's a much more positive. I don't want to bother you with the details, technical details of it, but it is based on a number of pillars, and I just quickly tell you what they are. Number one, trust is context dependent. You can say to somebody, and you should not even say to somebody that they can trust or not a synthesized content. They have to decide. So you have to give them enough information so depending on their context, they can make the decision. So the JPEG Trust standards has something called trust indicators. In the case of images, because this is what JPEG is, these indicators are a multitude of information that people use, for example, experts use in order to know whether something is fake or not. Number two, the information that you give, it might, at least some of it, have privacy implications. So you have to find ways to ensure that integrity and privacy of individuals is not compromised. So part of the standard is this. Number three pillar, JPEG was not the only standardization committee in the world looking at this problem. There was another industry-led consortia called C2PA, and JPEG outreached to them, and their solution and JPEG Trust solution are compatible, are interoperable. Because the world needs one standard, not 2, 3, 4, and many, because more than one standard weakens all of them. So this is not a roadmap, but I think that this example can be extended, this success story, because the JPEG standard exists now. It is already published since a few months ago as an international standard. This is not a roadmap, but I think a good example that can be extended to all sorts of synthetic content, audio, video, soon immersive content that we will experience with our augmented reality glasses, etc. So I'm hoping that the AI and multimedia authenticity initiative that Alessandro is chairing and she talked about can take this as an example, maybe even improve upon that process and extend it to all sorts of content, because the days of having a monomedia consumption are over. We are in the era of multimedia, so having standard for only one modality takes us only that far.
Okay, thank you. The standards for only one modality is over, a little bit like this panel, because I'm afraid we're out of time. But thank you so much to our formidable panelists, and I'm sure they're going to be around for you to talk about responsibility, inclusion, and empathy when it comes to handling this incredibly sensitive subject. A round of applause for our panelists. Thank you very much. Excellent, thank you.
Thank you very much.
So that was Alessandra, Turaj, and Sri from some amazing insights there. And we've got just one more session remaining before lunch. It's a pleasure to invite our moderator on stage, who will take us through to lunch, and also introduce the panelists. So please join me in welcoming the Assistant Director, General AI and DIU Wing from the Department of Telecom. Please welcome Komod Jindal. Thank you.
Thank you very much. A very good afternoon and namaste, everyone. Welcome to this exciting session on balancing AI and privacy, harnessing collective intelligence through digital twins. It is wonderful to see such a dynamic professionals who have gathered here to explore this important and timely topic. Artificial intelligence is reshaping our world in remarkable ways, from improving public services and infrastructure to transforming how we approach societal challenges. However, as AI and digital world becomes more integrated into our daily lives, concerns about privacy and security have naturally arisen. This session will focus on the concept of digital twins along with privacy These digital twins, when paired with AI, offer extraordinary potential to enhance decision-making processes, optimize infrastructure, and promote efficiency on a massive scale. Also, we will deep dive into how AI can be used for a greater societal good and in preventing cybercrime. For this, we have two distinguished speakers with us who will help us deep dive into these topics, exploring the benefits of AI for social good, and discuss how we can leverage these technologies to creating smarter, more efficient societies. As we listen to our experts, I would encourage the audience to think about the questions like how AI can be effectively applied to areas like cybercrime and infrastructure planning to create tangible social benefits. How can we leverage AI and digital twin to enhance decision-making processes and drive smarter, more sustainable development in cities and regions? So for this, I would like to invite upon stage Shri Mukesh Mangal, Deputy Director General AI and DIU from Department of Telecom, Government of India. Shri Mangal is an esteemed expert in AI for social good and cybercrime prevention. He has been at the forefront of leveraging AI to combat cyber threats while ensuring that technology serves broader societal interests. He will share his insights on how AI can be used to create safer digital environments, help protect us from cyber threats. So I hand over the stage to Shri Mukesh Mangal, sir.
Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Mukesh Mangal. I will be giving some insights how we are trying to prevent misuse of telecom resources which are used in cybercrime. Presently we have a system where people who are defrauded by cyber criminals for financial frauds, they can report about their frauds. So we are getting reports of around $2.6 billion a year, reporting alone. and it is expected that it's around $6 billion a year at present. So, and in most of these cyber crimes and financial fraud, we are seeing that misuse of telecom resources is prevalent. So, to prevent the cyber crime, we are trying to stop the misuse of telecom resources. So, we are using AI to prevent the misuse of telecom resources. Normally in India, we are giving telecom resources, especially mobile connections, using some documents. We called it KYC, Know Your Customer. Then there are issues with regard to these documents, so I'll explain in brief how we are rejecting those fake documents. Similarly, we are trying to identify the SIMs which are involved in the cybercrime. There are certain network footprint pattern which we are detecting using AI, like what kind of behavior is there to prevent the cybercrime. Similarly, we are seeing the problem of international calls with Indian CLI. So I'll briefly explain all those things. Similarly, we have, in cybercrime, there are three, four stakeholders are there, very important stakeholders like telecom companies are there, government is there, police is there, then banks and social media providers, they are very, very important stakeholders. So we are trying to bring all of them together. So I'll briefly explain about all these things. So first is KYC. Whenever we are issuing any mobile connection in India, we are taking some of the documents. Earlier we used to take documents in paper form. So recently we have come up with new Telecommunication Bill 2023, where biometric verification has been made mandatory. So now it is not possible to take SIM cards or mobile connections without proper document. We have at the back end we have Aadhaar-based verification. Similarly, we have quite a large number of old mobile connections which were taken based on the fake documents. So we did analysis of all those connections, maybe around 1.34 billion connections, and we came up with around 24.5 million fake connections. So we detected such a huge number of mobile connections with fake documents, and we disconnected all those mobile connections. Similarly, to find out which are the mobile connections taken on fake documents, we did some kind of algorithm analysis, some deep learning based models we run. So finally we were successful, and today we have eradicated all those fake connections. Then we came up with Indian Telecommunication Act, where KYC reform was done. Now, as I told, that only biometric verification is done before giving any mobile connection. And then the people who are engaged in selling the mobile connections, we found that they are involved in fraudulent activities. They are giving mobile connections with fraud documents. So now we have made it mandatory registration of all such SIM sellers across the TSPs. We have around 4 TSPs in India. So they are given a unique number, and then they have to take not only their GPS coordinates, but their network coordinates also they have to register while giving the mobile connection, and that has to be put on the form of the mobile connection. Okay, this I have told. Then we have certain AI-based tools we have run to find out the usage frequency, duration, and some suspicious IMEI-based handset usage. Like we were getting lot of connections, lot of telephone calls from Southeast Asian countries. They were using our Indian mobile connections there. So we could identify all those connections, and around 0.3 million mobile connections we disconnected. Similarly, this is a very big problem about the spoofed call international calls are coming with Indian CLI. So our citizens are getting defrauded thinking that this call is from some Indian subscribers, but actually they are calling from foreign countries. So yesterday only we have implemented this system, and we are able to now prevent all such calls which are coming from abroad with Indian CLI. And then one very big issue is about spam. I think every country is facing this problem. So we have come up with some innovative ideas about detecting the spams, and our operators have started, giving warning to the customers in case they are receiving spam calls. And that is a in-call process. So they are, we are intimating customer that this call you are getting might be spam, so he can, judiciously decide about the call. Last one is that it's very important to share the intelligence which we are gathering from telecom system with the stakeholders like banks, police authorities, and the KYC issuing authorities. And we have, digital transactions are done using UPI. So all those stakeholders we have brought on a platform, and then we are sharing the information real time in both way, so that whatever intelligence we are getting, because in Indian system, mobile is a very important number. It is basically attached with the digital transactions. So we are alerting them that this particular number is involved in fraud and all, and we have disconnected, so they can also disengage those numbers from their system. Similarly, we have brought social media platforms also. We are intimating them also, so that we are able to take proactive action, not only just stopping the cyber crime, but proactive action before they carry out the crime. And we have issues like multi-jurisdictional challenges, multiple organizations involved. So up to a large extent, we are able to bring all the stakeholders on a single platform, and we are sharing the information. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, sir, for such an insightful presentation on telling us on how AI is being used to protect communities. Next, I would like to invite Shri Asit Kadyan, Deputy Director General in the Department of Telecom, Government of India, who will shed light on how AI, combined with the digital twin technology, is revolutionizing infrastructure planning. Shri Asit will delve into how this technology is being used to optimize urban development, transportation network, and resource management. A big round of applause for Shri Asit Kadyan, sir.
So I have just 3 slides. Quickly, I will try to conclude. So how to balance privacy and AI for public good? And we have taken up one of the initiative, Sangam Digital Twin. And the purpose of that initiative is to harness collective intelligence through digital twin, and also use artificial intelligence to discover the optimal solution. The problem is of data. Data is in silo, or it is a dated data, or it is a incomplete data, or the data, whatever is getting generated, they are not interested to generate more variety of data or more comprehensive data. So data exists, but it is inaccessible. That problem is an age-old problem, not a new problem. But we have come up with some solution architectures that will enable access of the data. And that is a bit different through the conventional mechanism. And the implication of this inaccessibility to the data is that imagination is limited, ideation is limited, or iterations are not that much possible. So in case of infrastructure sector, which is a capital intensive sector, experimentations are costly. So if we can't do experimentations in the digital world, means they are not going to do experiments in the real world, because it is a costly affair. And we will not get an optimal solution, because we are not evaluating numerous possible solutions. And there is no feedback loop But the technology advancements is helping to overcome all those issues. Now we can build a solution architecture which is privacy by design, and it is not just a anonymization or a aggregation of the data. Entire architecture is a privacy by design, and it allows access to data. Second is a digital by design, which enables that data-led decision-making can be done. And it is not a one entity's action which is required. Multi-parties have to work together in a collaborative manner, and how the gaming engines are helping to devise optimal infrastructure solutions. We are working on that. This is the proof of concept which is taken up, and shortly we are going to float expression of interest to participate in this proof of concept, where knowledge abstraction will help through the operational digital twins to the planning digital twin. And how this knowledge abstractions will take place, and aggregated AI models will be there. And we will not ask for the data. The principle is that don't ask for the data. Ask only about the insights. In a Gen AI world, ask questions, and only those questions are to be answered. So all the knowledge will be there in the top layer, and planners will be utilizing that model to get the answers. So there will be no raw data which will be flowing from the bottom side to the top side. It is only a knowledge graph which will be going upstream and getting fused with the other sources of the data. And there will be an aggregated picture on the top layer, and it will be covering various sectors, various organizations, and this knowledge will come from the operational digital twins, but will be meant for the planning digital twin perspective. So we can allow tolerance of 10 to 20% in the inaccuracies because it is for planning purposes. So there are many models which are not applicable for the operational digital twins, but may be applicable for the planning digital twins for the abstraction purposes, because tolerance is available. And that is also giving a privacy through a solution architecture, because we are not asking for the data. The one use case which we have started working is designing a transport network solutions using telecom data. And we have generated origination destination matrix leveraging telco mobility data, but we have not asked for any data from any of the telcos. Telcos have developed their own interdisciplinary experts, and they did all this exercise in their premises and on the fragmented data set. So one operator has done this exercises in their own data, another operator has done on their own data, and then the fusion of the knowledge has taken place on the upper layers. And we could validate it, and it is a highly accurate data which is available from telcos. And it is not only a origination destination data, it is with a transport mode detection that is possible, that accuracy is possible. Now we have moved towards a prediction of the catchment area of the metro stations. So if we developed algorithms that if we plan a railway, metro railway network, that what will be the catchment area, what will be the floating population who is interested in the mobility is likely to become a rider of the planned metro stations. We can have a dashboard of that. But the interesting part is that usually we think that if there is a metro station, so 1 kilometer area surrounding that is the catchment area. So proximity or the neighborhood defines the catchment area, and that hypothesis is wrong. What we have discovered from telco is that catchment areas are overlapping. And in some times it is a superset, it is a much bigger circle and covering other circles also. And there are facts and reasons behind this, why it is not a partitioned or non-overlapping, it is a overlapping circles which are there. And this understanding can be evolved through digital twin, geospatial digital twin of the city. So this data which is available from telco is to be combined with the understanding of the digital twin of the city, and then we have to sharpen our algorithms and become more closer to the reality. And the bottom side, the picture, we are also working to utilize this data, origination, destination data, and nuanced data to create agent-based models or avatars or physics-based models and mathematical-based simulations, and understand the struggle or the convenience of the associated transport modes which are utilized to reach to the metro stations. So the struggle from residence to the metro or a workplace from the metro can be codified and become a part of the model, and we can do a more accurate prediction of the ridership. So we are utilizing digital twin of the city. We are utilizing all simulations and metaverse kind of a characters to render this. And in this, we are utilizing telecom network technologies, future generation technologies for this purpose. So we are using AI and maintaining the privacy that no data is shared, only the insights are shared, and a representative set of problem is created. Thanks.
Much, sir. Thank you for this insightful presentation. It is really inspiring to know that how digital twins, along with AI, can change the future of the world. So with this, now I would like to open the floor for some questions from the audience. So do we have any questions from the audience to our speakers? Yes, we have one hand. Can we have the mic, please?
Thank you for the opportunity. My question goes to the first speaker, Mr. Mukesh. In respect of the solution for real-time spam detection by the telcos, would you share some light on how this was implemented and whether there's been or not any suspicion in terms of consumers vis-a-vis being too intrusive, even with the telcos being too intrusive into their network and some data? If you'd like to share some light and any challenges that you might have encountered with that solution. Thank you.
Thank you for the question. So I would like to ask Shri Mukesh Mangal, sir, to take up the
Yeah, thank you very much. Very interesting question. So basically, I can give some insights like somebody has taken a connection and he start doing calls immediately. So the calling pattern is one of the very big indication of indicating this could be a spam. Like here in our country, we normally do not have any limit on number of calls which anyone can make with his mobile number. So there could be some kind of pattern. Someone has taken a connection and just start calling immediately, start calling, and they are making number of calls every day. Every time they are making calls, or the calls are going to different not to some. Let's say a person can make call to 50 persons in a day. I can make call to 50 or let's say 100 persons. But if somebody is making calls to let's say 1,000 persons, so those are some kind of indications. Or there could be, we have also introduced something like if somebody is sending, let's say, some message. So we have come up with an idea of whitelisting of the links. Some, from the banks, etc., when they are sending any messages, so they used to send malicious links. So now we have made it mandatory to whitelist those links. If the links are not whitelisted, then TSP or telecom operator can indicate this could be spam because the link which it contains is not whitelisted. So there are similar such indications are there based on they are declaring spam call. And we have not allowed the operators to disconnect the call or not allowing the call, but only to indicate the receiver, the person who is receiving the call, to indicate him whether it could be a spam call. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. Thank you for the question, and thank you, sir, for the answer. We have one last question. We will just have just 2 minutes more, so please be quick. Thank you.
I have a question for Mr. Asit, sir. So I'm Manish Pawar from IIT Hyderabad. I'm a student there. So we just participated in this hackathon ITU-WTSA last week, and we had a similar idea for improving the efficiency of public transport systems. So we were estimating the capacity of how many riders were there at any given moment of time in the bus or train or metro, so that the rider can better choose which transport to go at what moment of time. So as you mentioned in the previous slides, that you're getting data and getting insights from them. So is it possible to make it open source for users like us to develop a solution on it?
Yes, one of the our objective is to open up the network and open up the data. But before that, we want to illustrate the value. Then we will go to the realization of the value. And when we are talking about the illustration of the value, open source is on the back seat, because first any kind of a solution which can illustrate the value. Then when we will come to the realization of the value, then we will, that multiplicity and the openness, interoperability, other stuff comes in. So that will be in the next stage. We will be working on that.
Thank you so much. Thank you, the audience, for the patient listening. And thank you, the speakers, for the wonderful presentations. And thank you, AI for Good, for giving us this opportunity. Thank you all.
Oh, wow. Thank you so much, panelists. It was short but incredibly sweet. We really appreciate all of your thoughts and ideas. Ladies and gentlemen, this morning's speakers have been absolutely fantastic, haven't they? And we really hope that you'll join us after some lunch for some truly inspiring content, from robots in space to brain-computer interfaces and even a live startup competition. Plus, you'll be the first to hear what's in the AI for Good Impact Report. It's all going to be good. Enjoy your lunch. There's actually lunch available for speakers at the IMC VIP area on this floor, or WTSA lunch at Hall 1 for WTSA pass holders. We will see you back here for 2:15 for a 2:30 start. Thank you very much. Enjoy your lunch. Welcome back, everybody. Did we have a good lunch break? I can see some people nodding. Did we eat enough? No, you can never eat enough at lunch, that's for sure. Well, we have some amazing sections of this afternoon's programming. Not least, we're going to have live demonstrations, which everyone has been super excited about backstage. And I should mention as well, with any live demonstration, you are looking at new technology. And I know that you're going to be incredibly forgiving if things don't go as planned. What we love here is to encourage experimentation and innovation. And in a place like this, it's an incredibly brave and wonderful thing to show all of you some amazing progress. So with that, I would like to welcome our first of our robot demo people, the co-founder and CEO of Rika, Ranit Chatterjee.
Hello. Good afternoon, everyone. All awake after a good lunch? Okay. So today we are going to show you a demo of Cobra. Cobra is a snake robot. And the good thing is this snake doesn't bite, but it saves lives. Okay. So maybe I'll just give you a background of what we do and why this is very important. Can we have the presentation? Oh, okay. So I'm sure, you are aware that we are urbanizing very rapidly. Like by another few years, almost 50% of the world population is going to live in urban centers. And when I say we are urbanizing, so it's a good thing. But then, along with it, it's also there are a lot of constructions going on. And when we talk about countries which are developing or still kind of in the least developing countries, possibly the constructions are very rapid, but there's not much of safety check. And that creates a problem, because what we see in India, almost 2,100 building collapses annually. And this is during the monsoon season, like almost 6 months, we have this number. And these are reported, but there are many which doesn't get reported. Also, globally, we face almost 2,000 earthquakes, which is more than 5 magnitude. So a city like Delhi, which is in zone 4, has a huge risk from magnitude 6.4 or more of an earthquake. And in such cases, the number of casualties would be very high. And I'll just remind you the last year's incident in Turkey, or this year on January 1st, there was an earthquake in Japan. I was in Japan for last 10 years. And in such cases, the problem is there are not enough people to do rescue work. And the golden hours, which is the first 1 hour, is very crucial to save lives. That's where automation is needed. We interviewed 6 teams who went to Turkey earthquake for response, including the team which went from India. And we asked that how many of you were using various kind of automations on ground? They said none, or possibly very limited. Because in such cases, the problem is you are working in very inclement weather. It was minus 9 degrees, it was raining. Working in such situations for people is very difficult. Countries put a lot of money in training those people, so they are good resources, and you cannot put them at risk. This comes in. That's where Cobra comes in. So we studied what is available in the market, and what we found that possibly it's still kind of a labor-extensive work, especially the rescue, response, and rescue. The precision is a challenge. You cannot actually detect victims beyond a certain stage. If you have a high-rise, and which is going to be the case in many urban centers, it's very difficult to detect in pancake collapse. Mass casualties, you don't have enough response teams. Affordability, the kind of robots which Boston Dynamics makes, possibly not affordable for very small cities and response agencies in developing countries. Usability, it has to be dynamic. So it's not about the technology, but also about the subject matter expert who can feed into this. And lastly, the design. Currently, we have a few snake robots which has been tested by, one of them was by Carnegie Mellon, but you have to have 2 people to carry it inside. It's not possible. You don't have so many hands. That's where Cobra comes in. Cobra stands for Collapse Building Search Assistive Robot. In short, Cobra. What is the advantage? It has dynamic vision, and this vision can change based on the need. And what we are trying to do is have the head so designed that you can change the camera lenses. You have AI-supported mobility so that it can maneuver in very tough terrain. And also, it looks into the safety of operations. So what we are trying to do is we don't put the rescue operators on the harm's way. Keep them away from the building surroundings. So what is the unique value proposition of this? It's optimized operation through streamlined rescue efforts, cost-effective. This would be cost-effective. We have worked out a cost, which is far, far, far below than what is available for the robots in the market. A patented design, we already have a patented design for this. And very important, it's a made in India product because we are making it in India. And as UN principle says, every life matters. We are trying to uphold the right to life. And also, we go by leaving no one behind, as we say in UNDRR principles. We don't want to leave anyone behind. So our main aim is to save lives, reduce risk, and be efficient in reducing time, which is very effective for the ground level search and rescue. And it's just not for disaster management. In general, it can also be applicable for surveillance, surveys, like it can be used in construction industries, it can be used in oil and gas sector, it can be used in even telecom. So the opportunities are ample. It's a new horizon which is there to explore. And we also have listed a few clients who can be there, but it's again something which is just a tip of the iceberg. So you can see, possibly you will see the robot moving here on screen, but you will also showcase it live, how it moves in front of you. So let me just tell you briefly how it works. It has a camera head. And in the camera head, what we are trying to, right now it has a fisheye, but what we want to do is have a thermal sensor on the top. And through that, you can detect whether the person who is stuck inside is live or dead, because that helps in prioritizing whom to pull out first. This is basically a triage that we are doing on ground. And then you can customize this vision to fit into whatever need you have. So you can build on the top of it. So we'll go on to the demo. Yeah, I know. There is a lot of excitement to see the robot move. So I'll stop here, move into the demo. Over to you, Rishabh. So you can see on the screen, right? So it has various motions. It is now the rectilinear motion which is there. And you can also see the screen here where the camera head is working. So it has a fisheye, and it can detect. Right now, if we don't have anyone in the front, but if there is someone in the front, it can detect. Yes, thank you for. So you can see here on the screen. There you are. And also, if you can show the side-winding one. So it has also, it mimics a snake. So it goes, depending on what kind of terrain and what kind of challenge we have on ground. So you have three-dimensional motions. So that's how it can change its shape. So just a moment, I'll show the other motion so that it looks more snake-like. So there are always challenges when you have a prototype. But yes, these are always
But this
good
is why
learning.
we enjoy encouraging people to come on stage with a prototype. Don't you think that's amazing, everybody? Isn't that incredible? I think a little round of applause there.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
So this is Cobra for you.
Thank you so much. Is that the end of the demo as well? So, my goodness, everybody, this is Ranit with Cobra and his able demonstrator as well. Fantastic. Thank you ever so much. And it's time to move on to our next bionic innovation, which is, I'm not sure if it's up on stage ready yet. I'm just going to check. Is it coming up? It's completely mobile. So we're going to say goodbye to the snake. And we're going to say hello to India's first bionic hand. Please, can you give the CEO of CalArm a hand as well? You see what I did there? Yes, Pranav Vempati. Thank you.
Yeah. Very good afternoon, everyone. I feel so honored to stand before you all. First of all, I'd like to introduce myself. I'm Pranav, CEO of Makers Hive. So in a nutshell, we basically built CalArm, which is India's first and the world's most affordable, fully functional bionic hand. Can we go to the first screen? That's the last slide. Can we go to the first slide? Yeah, next. Yeah.
Yeah. So Kalam, as you all know, was inspired by our beloved former President of India, Dr. APJ Abdul Kalam. And also Kal in Hindi means tomorrow. So it also means the hand of the future. As you all know, there are millions and millions of amputees worldwide. Precisely, there are about 57.7 million amputees worldwide. And 90% of these people cannot actually afford the advanced prosthetics that are available in the market. And I have a habit of, when I speak to people, I have a habit of asking them what their dreams are. So I once asked an amputee what his dream is. And then he shared a story. He said, he asked me, Pranav, he's a bilateral amputee, so that means he basically doesn't have both his hands. And he said, Pranav, how do you think do I go to washroom? And how do you think I clean myself after I go to the washroom? He said, someone has to always come and clean me up. You're talking about what my dream is. I don't even have basic dignity in life. And that sort of moved me a lot. And so I wanted to actually build a product that can actually help people live with dignity. So there are advanced bionic hands in the world that cost upwards of $40,000 to as high as $60,000. But you know that in countries like India, where developing nations and underdeveloped nations, where there are a lot of people who can't afford them, right? If they have something like $50,000, they would rather put that money in FD and chill for the rest of their life. Right? So we wanted to make sure that we can build the world's most affordable bionic hand. After 5 years of research and 7 patents later, we built Kalam. And I would like to show a live demonstration. Here we have Vamsi. So I'd like to share a small story about Vamsi as well. So Vamsi lost his hand when he was about 15 years old. And then because he was constantly bullied in school and because of the social stigma that he had, he gave up his education and ended up working in a medical shop where he was earning less than $1 a day. Okay, he was always, 99% of the times, always dependent on his mom. So when we interacted with Vamshi about 6 months ago and we gave him Kalam Bionic Hand, 6 months later, right now he lives alone in Hyderabad, which is a city. He drives his own bike to office. He's earning more than 30,000 rupees every month. So yeah, and in fact, yesterday he took his first flight to come to Delhi to give a live demonstration to all of you. So I'd like to invite one volunteer here to basically shake hands with Vamshi. So if anybody can come up, it'll be great. Anyone? Yeah, please come here. Vamshi, you can stand here. You can shake hands. Stand this side. Stand there. No, that side. Yeah, you come this side. Yeah, you can shake hands. Now you see, what's happening here is Vamshi's hand, he's actually thinking about it, and that is sending signals into his muscles, and then through EMG signals that are right in the hand, the sensors are able to detect what he's trying to do and able to take the shape of this particular person. Now the problem is, unlike legs, which have only one motion, hands are very complex, right? Like for example, if you want to hold an egg, you need certain kind of sensitivity. But at the same time, if you want to maybe push this table, you need certain kind of strength. So the hands have to be dexterous enough. At the same time, there are advanced AI and machine learning algorithms that are able to understand without any pressure feedback or visual feedback. We created advanced algorithms that can understand what that person is trying to do and only apply enough pressure to do the particular task. Now, like for example, you can drink water and show them. So Vamshi had been a little scared because it's his first time on the stage. So I want all of you to encourage him. Yeah. And he would also like to write something and show, which he could not do for almost a decade. And this is actual AI for good. Were you able to zoom in? He was able to write AI for good. Yeah. So rather than talking about the features of the hand and all, I thought it would be great if we can see the live demo. So yeah, that's about it. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you so much. That was breathtaking. Wow, thank you. And thank you so much for making the journey all the way here. My goodness, what an amazing demonstration from both of our robotics experts. And that's Pranav with Kalam. Now we're briefly going to leave planet Earth. with the help of our next speaker from NASA JPL. I've seen her speak before. It's going to be mind-blowing. Please, a lovely round of applause for the Deputy Manager for Mobility and Robotics Systems. It's Vandy Verma.
Thank you. Namaskar, everyone. So I'm going to, today I figured I'd talk a little bit about, I think my slides will probably come up, about how we are using AI and autonomous systems for exploring the solar system. So do I start it, or?
There we go.
Oh, there we go. Ooh. So the talk that I'm going to talk about today is how autonomous robotics and AI are driving the progress in planetary exploration. So let me try this. So NASA's mission is to explore, discover, and expand knowledge for the benefit of humanity. And one of the big questions that we've been interested in is there life anywhere else in the solar system? And particularly, we want to know if there was life on Mars, because that's one of the closest planets to Earth. So there's a lot of missions that we have sent to Mars, and this shows some of the robots that we have, all of the NASA Mars missions that have been there. So there's the Sojourner rover, the Mir rover, the Curiosity rover, the Perseverance rover, and the Ingenuity helicopter. And I worked on all of them except for the first one. I was still actually in college at the time that one landed. So the reason we wanted to go with the latest mission, which is Perseverance, was that there is this river delta, and this picture at the back is showing the crater. So there's a crater on Mars, which is called the Jezero crater, and inside the crater, there is an ancient river delta. So on the top left, when you look at there, the black oval shows the landing ellipse. And the chances that you would find life if you're in a delta are really high. So the scientists wanted to land there and wanted to bring samples from Mars back to Earth. Humanity has never brought anything back from Mars yet. And so this was a pretty big mission over multiple decades to go collect something with a robot on Mars and bring it back. And in the inset there, I'm showing you the area that the Perseverance rover has sort of been exploring. The rover has been extremely, extremely successful. So we currently have collected 28 samples. These samples are about 5 centimeters, the size of a piece of chalk. And as the robot is exploring, in robotics, you can always have the robot die at any time. So we didn't want the robot to die with all the samples inside the robot. So it has kind of deposited 10 of them on Mars, on the surface of Mars. And the other part that I'm going to talk about a little bit more later is it's mostly an autonomous vehicle. So 90% of the driving that the rover does on Mars is self-driving. It's driving by itself. And then the other part is it's actually broken several planetary records. It sort of holds the record for the longest drive in a single day. We call a Martian day a sol. And it also holds the record for the longest drive without human intervention. So usually human beings from Earth, I drive the robots on Mars, we would tell it some directions for where to go and what to do. But in these cases, we're doing less and less of that. So over a weekend, you tell it what to do on a Friday, and you come back on a Monday, and it sort of drives for 3 days, and that's been the longest drive. Perseverance also had a helicopter, which showed for the first time that we can fly a helicopter on Mars, and that was supposed to just show that we can fly on Mars. But we've actually had 72 flights. So it was so successful that we actually now know that we can definitely fly on Mars. So I'm going to go a little bit about why do you need a robot and why do you need an autonomous robot on Mars? So this image here on the left is showing the drive that it has actually done. So in the white is the places that Perseverance rover has been. So that's the delta. It's just a zoomed-in version of the delta. That white path is about 28 kilometers. As it's landing on Mars, it can be headed towards something dangerous. So if you land on the side of the delta wall, those walls are actually 50 meters or higher, so you don't want a robot landing on the side of the wall and it would crash. So we had actual autonomous AI capabilities on the robot. So as it's coming in to land on Mars, it can see if it's headed to a dangerous location and divert. We were actually headed to a dangerous location in this case. So it diverted, and it diverted away from the delta. So now it's safe, but it's actually really far away from where we wanted it to be. So the drive started in the bottom right corner. You see the little V shape there. We flew the helicopter and then needed to drive 5 kilometers to get to the base of the delta to collect the samples. And that's where, in the little orange box, we deposited 10 of the samples, and then we climbed up onto the delta, and we are in this Naretva Vallis area. And actually, it's driven further since then, coming down south. So we're continuing to do this. But the reason you need to drive when you're trying to explore another planetary body is because if you went to one spot, you may not actually find the signs of life or what you're looking for. So on the right, you're seeing as it's driving, at the bottom right, it has a robotic arm. It has 5 degrees of freedom, so it has a shoulder, it has an elbow, it has a wrist. And on that arm are a lot of instruments. These are spectrometers, imagers, that we place really close to the surface to get a measurement and study. So that is why we need to sample at a lot of locations. So we do this continuously. But the problem is that Mars is actually really far away. It is hundreds of millions of miles away, and it makes a difference where Earth and Mars are relative, the distance changes. So one-way light time signal, just a signal to get from Earth to Mars, it can vary depending on the position, but it can take up to 24 minutes. So if you were driving the robot and you hit your brakes, 24 minutes your car on Mars would stop. That's sort of not really safe and not really a practical way to drive. We do take a lot of data. So we talk direct to the robot on Mars, but when we take so much data, we transfer it to orbiters around Mars and then to Earth through these 3 large antennas. There's an antenna we have in California, in Goldstone, one in Madrid, and one in Spain. And these are the antennas that talk to the orbiters around Mars to get the data down. So when you're driving, if Earth has to be in the loop, it slows things down. When we're autonomous, we can do a lot more because the robot doesn't need to communicate and wait such long distances. This is another example I'm showing. So this is an example with a robotic arm. It has instruments on it, and it's placed really close to the surface on the left. Mars is a really dusty place. I don't know if any of you have seen, like, The Martian. People often ask me, and it really is really dusty. We visit one location, we come back a few weeks later, and it's already covered in dust. In order to actually study the rocks, we clean away the surface. So we cut away a little part of the surface. We have a tank with the nitrogen in it, and we blow away the dust, and then we put the instruments on it. So on the right, you're seeing an instrument. It's called Pixel, and it's an X-ray spectrometer. And on the bottom right, actually, it's really tiny, so you can't see, but that scale is 2 millimeters. So this is literally putting a microscope on a planet millions of miles away where you are studying within millimeters of the surface. They want to be exactly like 2.4 centimeters, not more, not less. And so as it's studying, it uses AI to look at the mineralogy and say, was this interesting? And could this be a sign of life? And if it is, it actually spends more time taking more data there. And if it isn't, it sort of moves on. So it's using onboard intelligence to say, is this something that could help me detect life? This is showing an example on the right here of drilling. Actually, let me see if the video will play. So it has a drill to collect the samples, and it collects an intact core. But when you're drilling and hammering through rocks, the rocks break. All kinds of stuff can happen. And you don't want your drill stuck in a rock or breaking. So there's a lot of autonomy here, autonomous capability, to make sure that it's safe and it actually can reliably drill into the rock. What you're seeing on the right is like we drilled into the rock and we got a core, and it's holding it up and looking at the cross-section. So you're seeing all the different type, and you can see how much variety there is in the samples that are collected. So it's really useful to go to a lot of different locations and collect these samples. And this is another example. So as we started, you solve one problem and you do invent a new way to do things, all the driving, you create some new problem. So in this case, we're driving so far, such long distances like never before, you can miss things. So as the rover is driving, it's going through areas that no human or robot has ever seen. What if there was something really interesting and you completely missed it? And so what it does is it takes a wide-angle image. So this image, it can look about 30 meters, and it's tens of meters wide. It takes a really wide picture. This is an actual picture taken on Mars, and it uses onboard AI, takes 255 targets, and says, what is the thing that can be most interesting? What is the one that scientists on Earth told me they're looking for? And it uses that onboard intelligence to, we have a laser. You fire the laser at the rock, it creates a plasma, and it studies that with a telescopic imager. And here you're seeing that target you saw in the previous image. So this, one of the targets in the previous image, it has taken that telescopic image and it can study it. So we've really found a lot of interesting discoveries because the robot found something interesting all by itself. So this is something we're going to have to do more and more. Because Mars is far, but the other planets we want to go to after that are so much further that it becomes even more important. So I'm going to talk a little bit about autonomous navigation. So this has kind of got a lot of numbers, but the point of this chart is these are all the robots on Mars ever that have had autonomous navigation. So you're seeing the Sojourner rover, Spirit, Opportunity, Curiosity, Perseverance, and the Zhurong rover from China. And you'll just see the first line on the top is the most interesting. The autonomous driving for Perseverance is so much more than any of the other rovers. And this is interesting because actually its top speed mechanically is not that much faster than the previous rover, Curiosity. So this is another area where we're using intelligent design to say, what is it that could give us the most benefit for what we are trying to do? And in this case, we have certain things with robotics that you'll always need to do mechanically. So it was interesting, even though the rover was the same size, the computing is definitely something, if you're faster computing, we upgraded the cameras, and we were getting holes in the previous wheels because we were driving over these rocks that were very hard. So improve the wheels. And also using the ability, as it's driving, if it's swerving around obstacles, it can lose track of where Earth is, and so we added the capability for it to autonomously find Earth. So this talks about like how some of the other capabilities in design are helping figure out how do you just do the self-driving faster. And this is this is a sped-up video. We take an image every 1 meter. This is the actual images the rover uses to do autonomous driving on Mars. So these are the images, and this is an actual drive on Sol 360, where it's navigating around obstacles to find a safer path and get around rocks. So just to give you a sense of what the rover sees as it's trying to avoid things driving. And then, as we're driving further and further, we have a new problem. As I was saying, this is one of the nice things about solving problems is you come up with more interesting ones. Most robots, when they're driving, because there's no GPS on Mars, they lose track of their position. So we use IMUs, inertial measurement units, we use accelerometers, but as it's driving, it's sort of losing track of where it actually is on Mars. It's safe because it can look at the image in front of it, and you saw how it's doing the autonomous navigation. It can drive around obstacles, but it really doesn't know where it is on Mars. So we wanted to find a better way for the robot to know where it is on Mars. We actually had the helicopter use a commercial processor. So a lot of the processors, the computer that the robots on Mars use, are actually really old because they have to be radiation hardened. Most of you probably have a cell phone, and that has more computing than the Mars rovers. But recently, to fly the helicopter, because to fly a helicopter on Mars, you need much more current computing, we had a cell phone processor, essentially, a Snapdragon. And so we use this processor. So we use the helicopter to do the computing for the rover. So this is an example of where there's a map of Mars, the rover takes a picture all around it, and then we project it into the top, looking as if from the top down, and then we match it. We used to do this on Earth, in fact, for all the missions for the last decade. And now, because it's such an image registration problem, there's different lighting, there's shadows. Because we have the additional computing, we're actually doing this processing on board. And as we're doing this processing on board, we expect we can go even further and break the barrier, which is kind of a 700-meter limit for driving the furthest distance without human beings in the loop. And so what we tested this, so this is another thing that is really useful. You can both generate synthetic images, but in this cases, we had lots of data from Mars, and actually every single picture the robot takes is publicly available on the site. As soon as we look at it, it's on the public website at NASA. So those images are available, and you can do a test to see, will it actually do as well as the human? And actually, this was an intern. We had an intern for one summer who was looking at this, because it was like an interesting side project. And we got really good results. We had 100% accuracy, no outliers. So we're getting, with these autonomous capability and imaging techniques, such good results that it was hard, even for a mission that is really conservative, to say, you know, that this wouldn't be useful, because the results are just so compelling. So we are actually in the process of putting this on, in fact, might happen this week or next week, where we are actually in the process of putting this on the rover on Mars, so that we actually will drive even further. We hope to drive, you know, kilometers without humans in the loop. So, you know, I was going to switch a little bit to say, like, what are the other things we need in the future? So we started looking at this to say, robotics can be really hard, but what should we come up with new ideas so that everybody can sort of solve these problems? So we had 25 people from like 18 different institutions from academia, industry, NASA get together and say, what sorts of challenges? So I'll go into this a little bit, and this report is publicly available. One of the first things that we need for planetary exploration still is to drive really far distances and to autonomously sample. This is autonomous driving. So this picture is of a mission. So what the NASA does is they have the National Science Foundation, which is scientists, they're not just space science, scientists who are saying, what are the questions NASA should answer for the benefit of humanity? And one of the things is just understanding how life originated on Earth. And actually, this is a picture of the moon. There's a basin at the south pole of the moon called the South Pole Aitken Basin. It is one of the largest impact basins in the entire solar system. And it's preserved parts of the history that are older than anything on Earth, because on Earth, we have tectonics, we have all kinds of processes that sort of wipe away the history. But on the moon, it's sort of preserved. So scientists want to land a rover in the South Pole Aitken Basin, and they want to drive in just 2 years, 2,000 kilometers. Now, 2,000 kilometers is a lot for planetary capability. The longest we've had a rover drive is 45. So this would be, you know, a leap in the capability, and this is why we sort of need a lot of people working on these challenges. The other one is to make them smaller. We do have, you know, so we're putting more and more loads on another planet. SpaceX just demonstrated, you know, heavy capability. We actually this week, earlier this week, launched a mission to Europa called the Europa Clipper mission on a very heavy rocket. But we can do more missions if they are smaller. And so I'm showing in this picture the little robot that they have, an Arrow, that was developed by university students. It's just a 2-kilogram rover. Unfortunately, it was on an experimental launch vehicle, and that launch vehicle didn't make it to the moon. But they did build and certify a robot. And you're showing all the robots we've sent to Mars for scale. So it's a lot smaller, but we can do that. At the bottom right is actually a prototype we built at NASA JPL. So the Ingenuity helicopter was a helicopter that had to fly on Mars. It weighed 1.8 kilograms, just 1.8 kilograms. We put wheels on it and a robotic arm so that it can actually do science. And that weighs just 2.6 kilograms. So we can make smaller robots. That's another thing that's very helpful. The other theme is accessing extreme terrain. So this is a video. In fact, I was looking and smiling when I saw the little Cobra demo. So this is a robot we built as a snake robot, and we were testing it in Alaska. to go and study. So if you see on the left, one of the places that scientists really think we can find life is Europa, Jupiter's moon, and it's got an ocean. The chances you'll find life in an ocean are really high, but it's got a kilometer-thick layer of ice you have to get through to get to that ocean. And we have thermal probes that can get through, but we're also testing a snake robot because there are vents and there are gaps, and the snake robot can go through those to get to the ocean. And that's showing deep drilling on Mars. And this is the concept video of the snake robot for Europa, where you would have a snake robot and you're looking for these signs of life. And it's able to, because it has very high degrees of freedom, as we call them, for mobility, it can sort of grab onto the edges of the vents and get into the bottom of the ocean there. So thinking of newer, different ways. We don't just want to do wheeled robots for mobility. It might be something that looks entirely different. And so that's other ways that we're looking at. And the other one is aerial vehicles. So now that Ingenuity has shown we can fly on Mars, it was just a demonstration, and it could take images, but it didn't carry science payload. We have a quadcopter we've developed, to carry payloads. And then scientists are very interested in Venus. The clouds on Venus have sulfuric acid, so you want to fly through them. This is a 1/3 scale model of a balloon we built for Venus. And in the middle is actually a mission that's going to launch in a few years. It's called the Dragonfly mission, and it's going to Saturn's moon, Titan, to fly and, again, do some science analysis. So there's a lot of work going on aerial robotics. So that was it, and I was going to see if we let people ask questions. Oh, sounds good. They can come back later on and ask questions.
Absolutely. Thank you so much. Ladies, gentlemen, distinguished guests, Vandy Verma, whoa. A trip to Mars, and just the thought of not having a navigation satellites that we all take for granted here on Earth, that was an absolutely fabulous look into the future of robotics, and I'm sure she'll be around and you can ask her some questions. What a pleasure hearing from you. And it feels weird coming back down to Earth, doesn't it? So, but it doesn't matter, because I'm very excited to get the chance to find out more about AI's role in advancing the UN's mission. We're incredibly lucky that he's managed to find some time to slice in to appear on stage with us today. Please, can you give a very generous welcome to the Deputy Secretary General of the International Telecommunication Union, Thomas Lamanauskas.
I actually have this microphone. Always feel uncomfortable behind the podium, so I think great I'm finding here. Thank you very much, LJ, for introducing me. So amazing to be here with you today in our first edition of the Regional AI for Good Impact series, and this time is in India, together with, as you know, our World Telecommunications Organization Assembly that's happening just next door, where the thousands of delegates are hashing out the standardization agenda for the world. But indeed, dear colleagues, United Nations organizations are at the forefront of digital inclusion, and we help all countries prepare for the age of artificial intelligence. We're deploying AI in pursuit of people, planet, prosperity, and peace, and we, ITU, as the UN Specialized Agency for Digital Technologies, are proud as part of this UN family to promote AI for humanity. I'm therefore very honored today here to kick off that discussion of UN's role in leveraging an AI for the world. Indeed, UN is already very active in AI. So our latest compendium of UN AI activities include 408 projects from 47 different UN entities that leverages AI for good. We aim to leverage AI indeed to foster and promote sustainable development goals. As some of you know, these are very badly off track, even just with the 6 years left to achieve them. So we need all the help we can get, and AI seems to provide at least part of that help. We leverage that across all the SDGs around all the Sustainable Development Agenda. And also ITU itself has 30 projects that are featured in that report. Again, this is not the only thing we do together with the UN family. Actually, I'm very proud to co-chair, together with UNESCO Assistant Director General, Gabriela Ramos, what is called Interagency Working Group on AI, which brings together all the UN entities to coordinate what we call programmatic work on AI. So how we help member states and how we work with other stakeholders on artificial intelligence. And I understand we'll have UNESCO colleague here on the stage as well, talking a bit more about UNESCO work. So we together produced UN system white paper on AI governance, which actually demonstrated that in addition to the rich plethora of projects already mentioned, more than 400 of them, UN also has 50 normative instruments that help the world to deal with AI, both challenges and also leveraging opportunities, including the broad ethical guidelines of UNESCO that apply across the board, and very specialized instruments, including using AI in criminal justice, in protection of children, in health, and so on. Again, I already mentioned our World Telecommunications Standardization Assembly happening across the door. So standardization work doesn't just happen over 2 weeks. Standardization work is our year-round activity where the member states, countries, as well as companies come together to really make sure that we have interoperable standards and help technology not only develop, but also help technology to be accessible and affordable to all and work across the borders. So ITU already has around 100 adopted standards that leverages AI and around 150 standards in development in that regard. And a lot of them are actually now looking not only at the horizontal AI application, but across the verticals. And we have even special initiatives to foster that work, such as, for example, our work with WHO, World Health Organization, and WIPO, World Intellectual Property Organization, on AI and health, as well as our initiative with World Meteorological Organization, as well as the United Nations Environmental Program on AI and natural disaster management, and so on. We also engage with other standard development organizations, for short SDOs. So we have especially close partnerships with ISO, International Standard Organization, and IEC, International Technical Commission, under what is called World Standards Corporation. And actually, World Standards Corporation just put together, again next door, together in first International AI Standards Summit, where we are working already to coordinate that work. Together with our partners, we also convene AI for Good platform, which is now, since 2017, been convening stakeholders in Geneva. Last year, we had a record attendance, I think, so with more than 6,000 people attending. Next year, we're moving even to boost those numbers further. But what's important is not the numbers who attend, but it's important this mix of stakeholders, government ministers, company CEOs, as well as academia that come together to really look at the AI solutions, but also discuss the global governance. I mentioned already that our work doesn't only come together for a couple of weeks a year. So one of the things we also do is our AI and machine learning challenges that engages people, they engage people around the world to, I hope the ceiling is not falling, no, it's only me hearing it, but I hope we are still good, no? So indeed, we have our AI and machine learning challenges, 80 to date, that actually includes thousands of participants around the world which take part in these challenges and through that build their capacity in AI development as well. So AI is featured quite well in our broader sustainable development work. For example, already 2 years in a row, we had our Sustainable Development Goals, so SDG Digital Game Changer Awards, which we awarded in New York as part of our SDG Digital event, part of a high-level week of the Digital Assembly. And a number of those applications were featuring or leveraging AI, whether it's, for example, creating digital twins, enhancing digital skills, or even foster peace and economic partnerships in certain countries and regions. I already mentioned that we also have looking at AI not only from solutions perspective, from governance perspective. And earlier this year, our AI for Good Summit already featured our first AI Governance Day, where we brought ministers with other stakeholders, and actually more than half of those ministers and regulators were from developing countries, to discuss together how to find the right global frameworks for AI governance and regulation. Now, this work is getting another political impetus. Just in September, just a few weeks ago, the United Nations adopted a new document which calls Summit Back to the Future, at the Summit of the Future. And that document features a very important annex for us, Global Digital Compact. And that Global Digital Compact really builds on the work now and provides a further impetus, because the world community says we need to really make sure through the Global Digital Compact, and we all agree that digital development needs to be available for all, AI needs to be leveraged for all, and AI governance needs to be both inclusive and safe for everyone as well. So now just coming back to some current events, indeed, as I mentioned already, a few things that are happening next door. So we already had World Telecommunication Standardization Assembly, we have our International AI Standardization Summit, we have also Youth Robotic Challenge, I think in these halls as well. I had a pleasure to also open it yesterday, so it gives us some practical things, so we not only talk, but actual experience. And of course, I'm very proud of this first, as I mentioned, impact in the event. Just a few weeks from now, we'll also be talking about AI in the Climate Change Conference, or COP29 in Azerbaijan, Baku, which for the first time ever will feature Digitalization Day on November 16th as a part of our official COP agenda. And we'll be bringing ministers with other stakeholders to really look at the climate impact of digital technologies, especially AI. So, dear colleagues, as you see, UN work on AI is very wide and ranges from policy frameworks to convening stakeholders to standards and to helping with the capacity building and development. So I think with all these, however, we cannot do it alone. We have to bring all the stakeholders, not only member states, but all of you here. And also we need to work as one UN family, and that's why we're very proud that the next panel will feature a very small part of that family that will also talk to you how AI can leverage the Sustainable Development Goals and the peace and prosperity for everyone. So thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much there to Thomas Lauanauskas, who is absolutely everywhere at this event. So we're very, very grateful that he's found the time to pop in and chat to us all. So what we're going to do next is, let's see. We have a panel, yes. And first of all, in order to see them, we're going to move this piece of furniture out of the way. Yes, the robots have had their chance. It's time for the humans to take over once more. Thank you very, very much. So please allow me to invite our panelists onto the stage. We are going to invite the Director and Representative of UNESCO New Delhi Regional Office for South Asia, Tim Curtis, and Project Officer and Presenter at WMO, Nakul Prasad, and the Head of Strategic Engagement Division at the ITU, founder of the AI for Good program. It's Frederick Werner. Thank you very much. Come on up. Have you all got microphones? Let me just check. There's one for you. Do you have a microphone? They appear to just slowly make their way to the podium. So here's one. And brilliantly, just in case none of them work, I'll take the spare. You can never be too prepared on stage. There we go. All right. Thank you very much, everybody, for joining. And what I'm going to do is, we've just heard from ITU just now about how they're leveraging AI to promote and achieve its mandate. So it kind of makes sense. Please, could you tell us a little more about your agency's approach? And can we come to you first, Tim?
Yeah, thanks. Yes. Thanks for asking that question. I think it's really important. So in UNESCO, and for those who don't know, UNESCO is the United Nations Educational, Scientific, and Cultural Organization. We use AI in a lot of ways, and recently, for instance, we've developed a competency framework for students and teachers so that AI can be better leveraged in schools to foster creativity, and this is now rolling around the world. We've also been using AI in biodiversity management in World Heritage Sites, natural World Heritage Sites, so now we can understand better how the impacts, for example, on climate change, on the biodiversity of these fantastic sites, just the number crunching. But UNESCO's main work really has also been, the biggest thing we've done has been developing the recommendation on the ethics of artificial intelligence. So that was the first globally adopted framework to consider ethics in terms of artificial intelligence, because after all, what the artificial AI does essentially is often magnifies some of our own biases and so on. So we're working with country on what we call a readiness assessment methodology, and we're working at the moment around 60 countries, just trying to make sure that the systems being set up are not excluding people, that they're inclusive, that languages are included, gender is considered, how it impacts labor market and all of that. So it's a broad-ranging framework, and we're currently doing in India and many other countries, both developed and developing, just to make sure that in looking for the good, we don't get those unintended negative consequences as well, particularly from a human rights perspective.
Yes, it does seem that no matter where you are in the world, if there is a human involved, then it's almost guaranteed there's going to be bias that we're going to have to counter. Thank you very much. Nakul, over to you.
Yeah, thanks, LJ. And so I represent World Meteorological Organization, which is a very small organization compared to both UNESCO and ITU, but we are specialized in the sense that we deal with the Earth's atmosphere. So aspects related to the weather, climate, and hydrology and water resources is our area of specialization. And in terms of AI, leveraging AI within the domain of climate-related hazards and disaster management, we've got some initiatives that are underway. In fact, Thomas did refer to one, which is the focus group on AI for natural disaster management, where we are leveraging AI solutions and also generating standards for the use of AI in disaster management applications. So this is a joint effort between WMO, ITU, and UNEP. Besides that, there are also other initiatives that WMO is leading. So we have a working group that's looking at application of emerging technologies, including AI, for hydrology and water resources. That's also collaborating with ITU and UNDP and UNCCD. And we are also working with our technical partners, piloting AI-based technologies for flood forecasting. So we are already undergoing some pilot in some of the basins, and we should soon have some reports coming out for the public.
Brilliant. Thank you very much for that overview. I'm going to ask the next question, which is to all of you. So I'll start with you, Fred, because you've sat there very gently for a little while. What can the United Nations system do to ensure that AI supports the SDGs, the Sustainable Development Goals?
Testing, 1, 2, 3. Yeah, I think there we go. Yeah, thanks, LJ. That's a great question. What can we do? Well, I think we're doing it right here. I mean, this is really a good example where, UNESCO is working very closely with ITU. We co-lead the interagency working group on AI together and have done so for many years. And, whenever we're talking about AI with our stakeholders, which is actually quite unique for ITU, we have 194 member states, 1,000 private companies, and with that, you have 150 academic institutions. So ITU, I think, is quite a unique partner at the intersection of telecommunications, digital technology, and now with AI, and partnering with the relevant UN agencies who have domain-specific knowledge, whether it be, natural disaster management or healthcare with WHO, or then with UNESCO working on ethics, for example. So I think the collaboration that we can build around AI for Good as a platform, as a kind of catalyst to bring the UN together, is very valuable. When we created AI for Good in 2017, that was 7 years ago. That's basically a lifetime in terms of AI years. And I like to think that if we didn't do that, maybe the discussions wouldn't be that mature right now, and we'd be playing more catch-up with the advent of generative AI, similar to maybe what happened when you had the first .com boom or the second emergence of social media coming upon us. So I think we have 47 UN system agencies as partners of AI for Good, and they're all contributing in different ways. So I mentioned the examples here, but we also do about 150 online events per year where UN agencies are either contributing knowledge, or they're there to learn, or they're there to network and build collaboration on our online platform. And that feeds into our annual summit that happens each year in Geneva. So I think AI for Good as a platform is a sort of magnet for AI for Good. But I'd like to say sometimes we're accused of maybe being a bit too optimistic. It's called AI for Good, but about 17% of the SDGs are on track, which is actually quite a low number. But the good news is that about 70% of the SDGs could be positively impacted by AI. So I think by building this collaboration, we could maybe try and move the needle, keeping in mind we only have 6 years to achieve the SDGs. Thank you.
Thank you. Yes, that was brilliant. I like to think of AI for good also instead of, it's more than a phrase, it's like a manifesto, isn't it? And we're all sitting here doing our very best to push this forward. Tim, I'd love your thoughts on what the United Nations system can do to ensure that AI supports the Sustainable Development Goal. And then, Nakul, afterwards, I'd love you to come in on that. Thank you.
Thanks. I think I'll just build on what was said. I think the UN is uniquely positioned in its convening ability and the way that we can work together to bring together expertise in many different domains. So again, we're working on AI and cultural heritage, working in social science, in physics, and all sorts of things, and data crunching and its impacts. But I think the role of the UN is to make sure everybody's involved, and that includes the least developed countries, that includes where there's war zones, that includes those people who are normally forgotten, and making sure that their voices are heard so that they can also benefit from AI. And I think we're doing that through these interagency mechanisms, and we all have our specialized engagements in sometimes very specific areas, but bringing it all together and making sure that everybody's on board, that it's not just this group of people or that group of countries that are benefiting from AI, but that it's really rolling out and, in that sense, getting to where the SDGs are most needed. Yeah.
Brilliant. Thank you. Thank you very much. Nakul.
Thanks, LJ. And I sort of echo what Tim said in terms of ensuring access to the technology for especially our vulnerable communities. The least developed countries are sometimes the ones that are left behind. So I think the UN has a, let's say, great role here to play in terms of making sure that there's equitable access of AI solutions and ensuring that they are, let's say, utilized towards realizing the sustainable development goals. But I would also say that, I mean, we are talking about standards here. So I think we have, as the UN, I think jointly working together to establish the right standards in terms of the data that's being shared and also in terms of the practical applications, ensuring that it's being used for ethical purposes. So I think these are areas where UN should collaborate and sort of help reach the Sustainable Development Goals.
Brilliant. Thank you. Thank you very much. I'm just going to end with one final question, which I'm going to ask first to you, Nakul, and then Fred, and then Tim, which is if you could give us one recommendation each on what the UN can do with respect to AI governance and international collaboration. This is one of these small-sounding questions that probably have a huge answer, and I'm asking you for a brief response, and I understand that's going to be quite a challenge, but take it away. Nakul, what would you say? Thank you.
Yeah. Well, I represent WMO, right? So for us, we deal a lot with data, especially meteorological, I mean, weather and climate data, and that's always a challenge sometimes to get members to share the data. So I think we see that there needs to be some sort of a governance framework which will ensure that we have good data sharing policies for ethical applications, and this would ensure that we enable the countries that are, let's say, in not so great shape to advance their capacities from our perspective in terms of improving their capabilities to better manage the hazards, the natural hazards, meteorological, hydrological, and the other related hazards, and through which we can ensure that there is inclusive access of AI to all the members. So I think this is one of the
thank you.
areas.
That's lovely. The inclusive access for everybody and equality of connection and equality of access. Thank you. Fred.
Yeah, thank you, LJ. So everyone's talking about AI governance and how do we do this? And I think one of the encouraging things is, governments are not known for moving very fast. I mean, I'm just saying that in general. But I think on the topic of AI, it's actually quite encouraging to see how fast governments have actually moved. And if you look at the different governance processes that have emerged, for example, the UK AI Safety Summit at Bletchley Park, or the Biden Executive Order, or the EU AI Act, or the Hiroshima process, or what's happening in China and different parts of the world, I mean, this came to be quite quickly. And I think what we need to figure out now is how we can move from principles to implementation, because there's a big gap between the ambitious words and texts that exist. So I think the problems are quite well known, and there might be different approaches in different parts of the world. But how can we move from principles to practical implementation? And when you're looking at, what are some of the tools to help do that shift, it's standards, because the devil's in the details, and the details are in the standards. So I think it's time where we can actually start to look at standards and how they can be at the service of AI governance, of AI policy, especially when it comes to things that have international implications. So this year we had AI Governance Day in Geneva, and basically what we wanted to do is what you said, is really have the most inclusive platform for AI governance discussions. So at this event, we had the leaders of all the major governance processes from the UK, from EU, from US, from Korea, Japan, China, all these people who have, taken that first step. But not only that, we brought together about 80 ministers, and more than half of them were from developing countries. On top of that, we brought all our UN partners in Geneva, so over 40 sister agencies. And then, of course, some of the other processes were maybe a bit more exclusive, where civil society or industry or academia were not invited at the table, but they were at our table. So I think by bringing all these people together, we were really able to advance the discussion. And one of the things identified during that day was, regardless if you're north, south, east, or west, the biggest headache right now, and we've seen this in different presentations today, is probably how do you handle deepfakes and misinformation. So basically, we were able to use that governance day to create a collaboration on multimedia authenticity to combat deepfakes and misinformation using watermarking as a technique, one of many techniques, to really try and move forward on that. And now we're building basically a pre-standardization effort to see how we can build standards around that. And you might say, well, why do it at ITU or AI for Good or in Geneva? Exactly for the reason you said so, to be inclusive, because you do have a lot of industry standards that exist, for example, in North America, which are really, really good. But are they fit for purpose for India or for like 50 plus African countries or in different parts of the world? Especially when you're talking about information and data, you have to have a cultural sensitivity. It has to be in local languages. Context is important. So I think, building that kind of inclusive collaboration around going from governance to standards and then working on big headaches like misinformation, that's probably one of the most important things the UN can do around this partnership. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And Tim?
Thanks. I don't know if I've got much more to add after what was just said, and a lot has been said. I guess so. I'll say it very quickly. I think we need to make sure that AI is there for us, serving our shared humanity. And in that sense, we have a UN mission, which is to maintain peace, to maintain cohesion among the world. And by bringing people together, by doing the kind of work that's been mentioned, I think we keep the needles shaping. We look out for where it can go wrong and preempt it, and try to stop those slippages from happening, and we make sure that AI stays for good, and we do that, as was just mentioned, by bringing everybody to the table, using our convening power, and making sure the discussion keeps going. It's going to be needed for many years to come. So,
thank you. And what a fantastic note to end the panel on. Ladies and gentlemen, our panelists, thank you very much. Right, and as our panelists leave the stage, it's time for me to, oh wow, my goodness. We've got another speaker to enjoy. I'm very excited to see this unfold, by the way. And as we allow our rather amazing triple agency panel to leave the stage, I'm really excited to welcome the Regional Director of the Regional Office for Asia and the Pacific from the ITU, promoting gender-sensitive and socially inclusive AI in Southeast Asia. Please give a warm afternoon round of applause for Atsuko Okuda.
Good afternoon, everyone, and thank you very much for the introduction. My name is Atsuko Okuda. I am the Regional Director of ITU Regional Office for Asia and the Pacific, and I am based in Bangkok, Thailand. And I'm so happy. I know that there's a lot of commotion there, but I'm very happy that my presentation comes after that, because my presentation is about exactly what Fred was saying. Right? How do we implement these principles and frameworks and the approaches that we are all discussing at the global level, what does it mean to you? And what does it mean to me? By the way, Tim, thank you very much for your intervention as well. So my presentation is about the concrete example of how we are applying these wonderful standards work and our technical resources to really help concretely our member countries in Asia and the Pacific. And I hope that it'll be a very good follow-up to the previous panel, which was very insightful. So let me start with this figure. And my presentation isn't about specifically the technology per se, but how AI looks like from a societal and economy perspective. So let me start with this exciting number. According to a study from Kearney, it is estimated that $1 trillion will be added in Southeast Asia because of AI. It's because of the productivity gains, because it's more efficient, right, to do things with AI. It could be new products that you can develop, or it could be an entirely new industry, but there will be a lot of economic opportunities that is estimated in Southeast Asia. However, as my colleague Fred and team were mentioning and alluding, we have witnessed some of these perhaps not so positive impacts of AI rollout. And I don't have to go one by one because I'm pretty sure that you are all aware that these are happening, and perhaps we should really look into each one of them, but perhaps we will take it to the next presentation. So the question I think we are all asking is, what is it that government is doing? There are global discussions, and we know these concrete cases, and what are the responses of government, society, and stakeholders to manage this? So we are implementing, since 2021, this project funded by DFAT of Australia, which is called Enhancing the Development of Standards and Frameworks for Critical Technology in Southeast Asia. So this project was specifically to address the challenges that we have seen in the previous slides. And we have 4 countries that we are operational in: Indonesia, Thailand, Malaysia, and the Philippines. And as we mentioned, we wanted to make sure that all those good principles and approaches and good practices are implemented through this project, and to identify if these are applicable, if there is anything missing. So one thing which we wanted to emphasize in this project was this multi-stakeholder approach, because I'm sure that you all agree that we have to hear from different part of the society, industry, and of course women, perhaps people with disabilities, and people in remote areas, right, in addition to the industry. So we are implementing this approach through this project. And also to make sure that we focus on the awareness on risks associated with the AI solution and rollout. I'm not saying that all AI solutions have risks, but there are some which have particular impact on some segments of the society, and we have to be aware of those potential risks to protect them. And capacity development and training. What we found was that it's all very good. All those wonderful solutions are rolled out, but do we, as a society and government, know about it? And do we have the capacity to manage that? And we wanted to make sure that it's evidence-based. So we conducted a research, and I'm happy to share with you that we are working very closely with UNESCO. And as Tim shared, we are, as we speak, doing this assessment in these 4 countries to go deep into a national gap analysis. So these are some of the principles and focus of this project. Now, as you see, we involved a lot of women because, as we mentioned in the previous slides, some of the applications or risks are targeted specifically at women, and it wouldn't be inclusive if we don't involve women in that process. So as you see, we conducted a capacity development and assessment with focus on female as well as female policy and decision makers. So we had, actually these are the photos from these 4 countries, as I mentioned. And in addition, we have been conducting specific targeted information sessions for civil society, academia, industry, and so forth, so that we are all on the same page. If we don't agree on the issues and potential approaches, it's very hard to have a conversation moving forward. So these are some of the activities that we have implemented, which mean that we have quite good body of knowledge and experience on what are the gaps between the theory and principles and frameworks and on the ground realities. So these gaps, especially between technology, standards, and the policy we have or we don't have, were identified in this report, and I hope that you are interested to read this report, which was done together with the United Nations University. So we went into country by country, what kind of policy they have, if it's being implemented, if it is inclusive enough, or if it is sustainable enough, and they are all captured in this report. So I hope that this is one of the unique contributions that ITU is making, not only on the discussion on standards, but really the application and identifying the gaps between the standards and the reality. So if I can pick some of these key takeaways from this report. One, there were general AI policies and the strategies, but they don't necessarily take into account the needs and challenges of women and other societal groups. And to me, maybe it doesn't come as a surprise to you, but in a country that are already implementing AI quite massively, I think this will really be holding us back from addressing this inclusiveness for AI. And then we thought that this governance structure, as Fred mentioned, is really key. There was no cross-sectoral, multi-stakeholder governance structure in the country. So if Ministry of Health comes up saying that, well, this AI solution doesn't work for me, where would they go, right? Where would you go? So we thought that this perhaps is some of the missing pieces in the sustainable and inclusive application of AI. And then we also thought that gender-sensitive development or development of gender-sensitive standards could be really something that could advance the more inclusive AI development and application. And we have to really encourage more women to participate. I'm sorry to say this, but I can see from this audience that majority of you are men. I'm not an AI, so I cannot calculate how many of women are here, but I hope that next time, soon, that there'll be 50-50, at least. So these are some of the findings that came out from this research that we did with United Nations University in Macau. So in conclusion, I think there's a lot that we can share from this study, and we are trying to replicate the same model of support to other countries, because after listening to all our exciting talks, more LDCs, more small island developing countries, and more LLDCs, landlocked developing countries, want to really join as fast as possible to the AI implementation. But I think this kind of support, identifying and creating a support mechanism and networks for society, will really make sure that all of us will benefit from a wonderful technology of AI. So thank you very much, and happy to answer any question if there is.
Thank you so much there, Atsuko. That was amazing. And I would also like to say how encouraging it is to have so many men in an audience talking about gender sensitivity and socially inclusive work. It really does mean a lot because the men are also supporting and helping the equality of women and other people. In fact, I think we've heard it said before, men of quality do not fear equality. Thank you very much. And now we're very lucky to have a synopsis of AI and digital agriculture from the Fraunhofer Institute, from the Fraunhofer Heinrich Hertz Institute. You're going to have to walk slower than that. It's a long introduction. Please welcome Head of the Interactive and Cognitive Systems Group, Sebastian Boss. Thank you.
So thank you very much. Very glad to be here, and it's an amazing audience and amazing speakers. So I would like to talk a bit about AI and agri-food systems, especially with regard to the Sustainable Development Goals. I mean, there are certain goals that are pretty obviously related to agriculture, such as zero hunger, for example. But what I would like to talk about, or what I would like to highlight here, is the relation to climate change and biodiversity, because there's an interesting and crucial, intricate bidirectional relation here. So agriculture obviously influences climate change. Soil degradation, for example, is a factor here. And then it's also impacted by climate change, for example, due to changing weather patterns that are influencing the yields. And the same holds for biodiversity. So bringing out pesticides onto the fields reduces biodiversity. At the same time, agriculture relies on biodiversity because the biosystem services like pollination is essential here. Let me start with a quick introduction why this is special in agriculture. So what is special about agriculture? If we take a comparison to agriculture, to retail over the last couple of years, of decades, then you can see in the upper row that there was quite a bit of a change. So in a couple of generations, we changed from pen to paper to self-service checkout desks. We don't see this in agriculture, actually. So even in Germany, in the well-developed countries, so to say, where you had pen and paper 100 years ago, and you still have pen and paper, maybe in the form of an Excel sheet, but there's not a lot of digitalization going on efficiently. So why is this? It's interesting because in agriculture, we have all over the world about 600 million farms. So 600 million farms. That's quite a bit. And about 86% of those are smallholder farmers, so less than 2 hectares. And these farms, the smallholder farmers as well, they're super important for the agricultural ecosystem and for food security, because they are amounting to about 1/3 of global food production. And if you compare now these 600 million farms that you have to, for example, the airlines, which we have like 6,000 major airlines in the world, or the major banks, where we have 25,000 bank chains, or the supermarket groups, as we saw in the previous slide, then it's only 20,000. So it's a couple of magnitudes less institutions there. If you were a CTO now, if you were an AI researcher or someone who wanted to digitalize these sectors, you would have to talk to as many people as you see here. In agriculture, in this super heterogeneous ecosystem, you have to talk to almost 600 million people to involve this. So this is highly complicated, obviously, because what you have is basically almost 600 million business decisions to be made on agriculture. And this in this super heterogeneous ecosystem. So what's heterogeneous here? So every single farm in the world is a special one, because precise combination of crops that you have on the fields, and also the underlying philosophy in some cases, agroecology versus conventional farming, for example, is important. Then there is the socio-economic and socio-cultural background that shapes the environment here. It's super, super heterogeneous as opposed to other sectors. So what we developed was an interoperable approach that basically allows different stakeholders to come together on a data platform. So let me quickly walk you through this system architecture. So here in the middle you see the centerpiece. It's this platform that basically consists of a digital twin where the agricultural data is sitting in, the data that is measured by sensors that are relevant for the corresponding farmer, for the specific farmer, and also the data outputs from AI services. These AI services are sitting on the same platform in the service catalog. So if you have such a platform, obviously there is the need that you have a good correspondence between the AI services and the digital twin. So there needs to be some standardization. Since we are in the ITU, that's a good topic as well. I come back to this later. So that the AI service can actually talk to the data that is sitting in there and speak back to it as well. And if you have such an architecture, what the farmer can do, is to use a dashboard to interact with the AI service based on the data that he has. Then he can also say, okay, so there is this data sitting in my platform, in my digital farm, so I can make it available, potentially for a certain price, to external partners, for example, to AI startups that want to develop novel solutions. And then the farmer can also use it to commission third-party services, for example, to commission a drone overflight or maybe commission an AI service. So this might be physical services, it might be virtual or digital services as well. And then what we implemented here is a very open system in the sense that the interfaces are open. So the farmer can use this platform as well to assess data that's sitting in other farm management information systems, commercial ones, for example. And then on the other side, we have an open interface to integrate new AI services to have a really open and discrimination-free approach in the sense that third-party providers can provide the AI services through the platform. This is just one very simple use case that we demonstrated here. So here we have the drone flyover. The drone is flying over the field, and we have in an edge computing setup the AI from the platform deployed on the drone. And so we can do a real-time recognition of a certain pest, yellow rest on the wheat here. And then this is played back to the farmer's interface, so the farmer can directly see where the pressure of infestation is highest and take the corresponding measures to fight this. This is something what I told you so far, what is happening in Germany. And what we started beginning of this year is to bring this to India, specifically to Telangana, and our project is called ACRAT. So in the area of Hyderabad, we're working with the Agricultural University, and we bring this directly on field. And I'm very happy to Aksuna as well to highlight this multi-stakeholder perspective here, because this is very, very interesting and relevant in agriculture as well, because in the end, you need to involve the people on the field and make solutions, build solutions that are usable by these people. And so this is what we did over the last couple of months to really involve the stakeholders here in several workshops to make the technology that we develop transparent to them, usable to them, and also to get back their feedback in order to improve and iterate the prototypes that we're building for them, for the different use cases, different applications that we have, but also in terms of the interface design. And as we are with the ITU today, so what this platform is doing, it's actually implementing the approved data modeling architecture from the study group 20. So this is an output of the focus group on AI and IoT for digital agriculture. So if you want to dive deeper into the technological aspects here, this is the document for you to go. So In summary, what we are doing here and what we are envisioning is to design agri-food systems that are, first of all, interoperable, so that different stakeholders can use this from different perspectives. They are discrimination-free, so that everyone can really use it. They're sustainable, be in accordance with the Sustainable Development Goals, and they are open to everyone to use it as well. And this is something that needs to be done, as we heard in the previous presentation as well, with human-centered methods. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Sebastian. That was absolutely brilliant. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you so much. So far, we've had quite a lot. There is even more to come, so please come back in about 10 minutes' time. We're going to have a very short comfort break where we're resetting the stage for a demonstration. So please be back here in around 10 minutes or so and do a tiny bit of networking now. Ooh. There's a tiny bit more networking to be done afterwards. So come back here at around 3:45. Enjoy stretching your legs if you want to. You're more than welcome to stay here as well while we set up. See you very soon. Yes, we have been together all day. I will miss you all tonight. But until then, we have the present moment to enjoy together. And my goodness, there is so much to look forward to, including what I am calling a battle of the bands between two fantastically strong startups to see who's going to win that. But for now, we have a special demonstration for you. If anyone has ever found typing or even speaking to machines to be somewhat time-consuming, this next speaker will get you thinking, and probably, maybe even to record your thinking in a different way. Let's welcome the co-founder and CEO of Newfany, Ria Rastagi. Here she comes, the victory lap. Thank you very much. More music. Let's get you all the way there. Brilliant. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone. We live in an era where we are obsessed with data and variables and constantly looking to improve and find new ways where we can actually change our health, well-being, and longevity. But today, I want to take a moment where we look beyond the devices we wear and explore something even more transformative: the future of brain-computer interfaces and their potential to contribute to the greater good. My name is Ria Rastagi, and I'm the co-founder and CEO of Newfany, where we are developing India's first brain-wearable devices. Wow. Many of us are familiar with human-machine interfaces, where the devices we can think of is a laptop, smartwatches, digital screens. These devices have actually become an integral part of our life. Brain-computer interfaces are very much similar. They are tools that help us directly interact between our brain and external devices, unlocking a new frontier for health and personal development. For example, the groundbreaking work that has been done by Neuralink, Synchron, and OpenBCI. They are actually developing BCIs that help people with severe neurological conditions, such as stroke, epilepsy, Parkinson, or paralysis, to regain motor control. Imagine being able to control a computer, a prosthetic limb, or even a wheelchair simply with your thought. For individuals facing such challenges, BCIs are not just life-enhancing, they are really life-changing. But the potential of BCI goes far beyond clinical application nowadays. Imagine a world where neurotechnology can actually help address everyday challenges. Let's say you're struggling with overthinking, procrastinating, or even getting stuck in a doom-scrolling loop. With the right intervention, such as, an example, a calming music playing all of a sudden when your brain shows signs of stress or distraction, these technologies could really help redirect your focus, optimize productivity, and enhance mental clarity. And that's our vision at Newfany. With Newfany, we really want to work and provide this technology to consumers on a day-to-day basis. We want to create an ecosystem of devices which can be used for research, for BCI, for enhancing mental clarity, or where researchers are using to develop applications for neurological conditions. Our products include a 6-channel headband, which can be used by consumers, but also a cap, which is used by researchers in day-to-day to do research in the field of how speech impacts our brain, how learning different languages can change our neural connections, how we can control wheelchairs with our brain, or how stroke can be monitored on a day-to-day basis. With our software applications, we have a desktop application where you can see real-time brain activity, brain powers, which is alpha, beta, theta, delta, gamma, and also your cognitive insights. Imagine you're working on your laptop and you can actually analyze how focused you are, how relaxed you are when you're meditating, what is your mental fatigue levels, and what is your vigilance level. You can also analyze your mood levels as they change, and you can actually find the activities which can help you improve these parameters on a day-to-day basis. And now I would like to showcase the demo of our product. My co-founder and CTO is actually sitting at the back wearing our product. And now they'll be showcasing the desktop application where we can actually analyze his relaxation levels, focus levels, and mood in real time. I think there is a slight technical glitch. We cannot see the desktop application here. We can, Bhavya, go on start recording mode. So now imagine this is what your real-time brain activity look like. But we don't really, as normal people and common man, really understand what this means. So how can we work on improving our brain activity? How can we use the concepts of neuroplasticity to actually become smarter and sharper? So that's why these insights are very important. Just give us a few more seconds and then the data will be in real time ready. So you can see in the back that he's wearing the cap. And now within 15 seconds, the data will be available. So this is what we can actually see through the products. What are our focus levels, how attentive we are during the session, how attentive we are while doing different activities, how can we improve on our focus levels on a day-to-day basis. Because imagine if I ask you, how focused are you in this moment listening to me? You will be like, I'm 100% focused. But imagine your data comes out to be only 60%. There's so much scope for growth over here. We can actually change the way we live our lives and actually use it for the betterment. So we can see here the average focus levels are somewhere between 40 to 50%. The relaxation levels are somewhere between 20 to 30%. And as we scroll down, we can also see mental fatigue levels, which is like cognitive load, how much you have on your plate, if I have to go it in layman language. And also readiness levels. Readiness level basically means how mindful you are, what is your divided attention, are you able to listen to me and also process it in real time. And that is what it means. And lastly, we have the mood. So let's see how my co-founder thinks about my presentation. So he has a very neutral mood towards the presentation. So this is what the product can actually show in real time, and there are various applications for these cognitive insights. But lastly, before I really end this, I want to talk about how BCI relates to the different sustainable development goals. BCI actually has the potential to tackle many global challenges, one of which is improving health and well-being, which is SDG 3, and even providing innovative solutions to bring inclusivity into education and work by SDG 4 and 8. The ability to bridge neurological barriers, enhance mental health, and empower individuals with disabilities really makes BCI a key player in building an inclusive and sustainable future. The future of BCI is of hope, progress, and endless possibilities. It's not just about technology for innovation. It's about actually leveraging these tools to improve the quality of human life in meaningful ways and actually making our world a better place for everybody. Thank you so much.
Wow, Ria from Newfoundland, how cool was that? Be honest, put your hand up if you would like a device that tells you what task you should do next. If you're tired, you should just fold the laundry. If you're feeling energized, you should go to that meeting. This is fantastic. And the applications outside of consumers into medical scenarios, giving people the chance to interact deeply with the world with just that. Absolutely amazing. And I'm sure that you all were just similarly amazed as I am. And guess what? We get to hear a little bit more about this because it is my great pleasure to invite to the stage the chair of the AI for Good Impact Initiative. Please put your hands together for the amazing Dr. Ebtessam Almazmareh to tell us more. Thank you.
What an amazing presentation, ladies and gentlemen. Do you imagine a future where you can have a brain chip and wear it? If yes, please raise your hand. Okay, we have 3 hands, 5, 6, 7, 10. I think the future is coming where AI is changing how we live. My name is Dr. Ebtessam Almazmareh, and I am honored to be with you today in this amazing AI for Good session. In line with Booker's Resolution 214 on artificial intelligence technologies and telecommunications, AI for Good launched the Impact Initiative with the aim to develop global network of supporters committed to funding and sourcing AI for Good activities spanned across all the SDGs. At this moment and critical hype that we are living, this initiative is about harnessing the transformative power of AI responsibly and inclusively to address some of the world's most urgent challenges. To realize this vision, we are driving forward a commitment to ensure that AI for Good activities spans all SDGs. Our target is ambitious, to raise at least 20 million Swiss francs annually so we can scale our efforts, our activities, and make a tangible difference. And we are offering contributions and contributors flexibility, whether it's supporting specific AI projects, focusing on key SDG aspects or area, or even introducing their own initiatives to benefit from the global AI for Good community and its vast network. We are incredibly grateful to AWS. Let me sync with the slides. Yes. So you can see at this moment that we are incredibly grateful to AWS for their generous contribution of 500,000 Swiss francs in cloud credits, which we are distributing to technical projects that align with our mission. This invaluable support will empower innovative projects to leverage the cloud, driving real-world impact and helping us accelerate progress towards achieving the Sustainable Development Goals. Ladies and gentlemen, in July, we proudly opened applications for the AI Steering Committee. The response has been overwhelming. We received almost over 200 applications from outstanding individuals around the world. This committee will serve as a guiding force, shaping the strategic direction of projects aimed at achieving significant milestones by 2030, all in alignment with the UN SDGs. Their role will be to create clear funding strategies and ensure projects stay on course to meet these global challenges. I have had the privilege, alongside Her Royal Highness Princess Beatrice, Werner Vogels, and the Ministry of Industry and Information Technology of the People's Republic of China, to help drive the vision and strategic direction of this important and critical initiative through our work on the Executive Impact Circle. Now, you may ask yourself, why should you consider becoming part of this initiative? The answer is simple. Because AI for Good is not just a movement, it's a catalyst for change. We have already contributed to projects across more than 100 countries around the world, accelerating progress with our amazing team here today on the 17 UN SDGs. Through our collective efforts, we are achieving and advancing these key goals, reducing inequalities, ensuring access to quality education, promoting clean energy, and combating climate change. Eligible participants are governments, private enterprises, research institutions, non-profit organizations, and of course, individuals. So here, we would like to invite you to be part of our AI for Good Impact initiative. The initiative has already onboarded many stakeholders globally, working together to amplify impact and drive sustainable solutions. As the UN Secretary General Antonio Guterres eloquently said, developing countries need technical assistance and investments in data, computing power, and talent to fully participate and benefit from the AI revolution. The AI for Good Impact initiative is leading the way in addressing these needs, ensuring that all countries, especially those most vulnerable, can harness AI's challenges. And of course, provide the technical solution for these challenges. As technology continues to advance at an unprecedented pace, the demand for AI skills has grown exponentially. However, this rapid progress has left many individuals, particularly in developing and least developed countries, at risk of being left behind. The growing AI skills gap is not only a challenge, but also a significant barrier to inclusive growth and global development. Recognizing this, under the Impact Initiative, AI for Good launched the AI Skill Coalition. The coalition is designed to address this critical gap with a strong focus on empowering women and girls in developing nations by equipping them with the skills and the knowledge they need to leverage AI. We are enabling them to support their governments, companies, their society, and organizations in fostering sustainable development and establishing robust AI governance frameworks. As the world embraces the rapid evolution of AI, one critical question arises. How do we ensure that youth are not just included, but also at the central stage to this conversation on AI? Where can they find a platform to be heard? Where can they lead initiatives and contribute to the global conversations that shape the future of the technology and society? Today, we are proud to announce here in New Delhi, India, at the AI for Good Impact Initiative, the launch of the Young AI Leaders under the Impact Initiative. At the AI for Good, we believe that the future of AI lies not just in the technology itself, but in the people who drive it. This community was created to empower young leaders by providing them with the tools, resources, and the global platform they need to lead responsible AI innovation. Applications are now open until 1st December for youth age 18 to 30 from around the world to join the Young AI Leaders Initiative. We are seeking individuals with in-depth AI knowledge and an understanding of technology-driven impact. Successful applicants will have the opportunity to open a hub in their own region, working closely with the AI for Good community and team to lead local projects and driving a global change. Thank you.
Wow, thank you so much to Abtisam. How amazing is this person? She's been one of the people at the heart of AI for Good for as long as I can remember, and it is a pleasure to meet her in so many different countries, doing so many amazing things. So, what's next? More amazing AI for Good content. It's a pleasure to introduce the Chief Impact Officer and co-founder Carrier. It's Safia Hussain.
Hello, hi everyone. It's so nice to see people here today. So today, sorry. Is it up on the? Okay, amazing. So I'm here today to talk to you about the nexus of AI and the future of youth employment. I'm Safia. I'm the Chief Impact Officer and co-founder of Carrier, and we're a company that deals exactly in this. So I'm going to start you today with some numbers that perhaps are not so exciting. Today, nearly 42.3% of Indian graduates under the age of 25 are unemployed. That is a statistic that is very shocking. At the same time, we do see a little bit of a glimmer of hope. Since 2021, we have seen a 159% increase in gig work participation. However, that is not necessarily enough. There are two things that we really need to think more about when we think about the nexus of youth and AI. First, especially when we're thinking about India, there's a deep mismatch between the skills that youth actually have and the types of jobs that they're available to. So if we look at the numbers, we'll see that today only 51.25% of youth are actually considered employable by the market. While this is, of course, a very huge jump from what we saw in 2023, it is nowhere near enough, especially when you look at what that means for graduates. graduates are 9 times more unemployable than people without a formal secondary education in India. That means that almost every person that's going to college is actually learning something that will not make them future ready, especially in this age of AI and revolution. And when we look deeper into the market, we see this trend verified. TCS alone has been struggling to fill over 80,000 vacancies because candidates don't have the right skills. And the finance sector alone has over 18 lakh vacancies next year. The second thing, and I had said at the beginning, is that we are seeing a rise in gig work. While that is exciting, we're not seeing the right kind of rise in gig work. Right now, we have a lot of gig work that is poorly paid, and it is exacerbating the uncertainty that people face in this type of labor force. This is an extremely sad number, and in India, this is a very true number. A lot of data workers today, many of them who are youth, will make as little as 30 rupees per hour. That is absolutely unacceptable, and that is fundamentally an unjust labor market. The AI world and the AI data set world is worth hundreds and billions of dollars. The average data set, even in Hindi or Marathi, can be worth anywhere from $100 to $200, yet still, people are being paid as little as 30 rupees for their work. That is kind of where karya comes in. So karya is the Sanskrit word for work that gives you dignity, and that's exactly what we're trying to do. We saw this opportunity, hundreds of billions of dollars being spent to create AI data sets, and we said, well, why don't we actually bring that work to people in rural, low-income India that actually need opportunities for flexible and digital and remote work. There are over 230 million poor people in India today. That is more than any other country in the world, and a significant portion of these people are youth. What we are here to do is understand, can we bridge these gaps, and can we make sure that the youth actually have a place in tomorrow? I'll give you a little glimpse into what it is that Karya does. It's actually quite simple. We built a smartphone application that makes digital work possible. And with our ethics-centered model, we actually pay some of the highest wages in the global data industry. That is nearly 400 rupees minimum per hour. So this is how it works. Let's say Google says, hey, I need 10,000 hours of data in Oriya. They give us that task. We take that simple task and we break it down into thousands of little micro tasks and disperse it directly to people on their smartphones. These are all the way down to Android 6, so that means anyone with a smartphone later than 2015 can do this work. People immediately get paid for this work. They send the data back to us. We validate it, package it, and send it back to Google. This value chain helps us ensure that not only does Google and a lot of our other clients get top quality data from around India, but it also ensures that people are paid well and people are able to engage with that work at the flexibility of their choice. So this leads us to a question. How can we think differently about the future of work if we want to make sure that the youth don't get left behind in this revolution? Well, for us, I think it really centers around ethics. Can we change the standards for how digital work is seen? And can we think about AI more as a value chain rather than a product? Can we think and center ethics and inclusivity, ensuring that everyone that engages in digital work, whether it's from data creation to model generation, is paid a minimum living wage? Can we ensure that people have access to flexible work that doesn't require them to go to things like BPO centers? And can we ensure that this work is fundamentally able to happen with low training and low internet requirements so that we can include more and more people that are in this need? So going back to how we can think differently, here's 3 questions that we really need to answer if we want to make sure that we don't leave the youth behind. First, where are the markets actually growing, and what are the potential employment opportunities in these areas? What are the skills that youth actively need to develop to serve these markets? And how must the digital labor landscape actually change to make sure that this work is ethical and can support our youth? In a recent RCT that Karya did with JPAL and MIT, we saw a lot of promise for what digital work can do for youth. We saw that overall people, and especially women, are 3 times more likely to take up digital work than other types of work. Additionally, within the family, we'll see that there are a lot of changing gender norms where people actually think differently about what it means for a woman to join the formal economy. And finally, and most excitingly, what we see is that it's actually a gateway for people to eventually engage with jobs in the formal economy. So can we take learnings from what it is to be an ethical gig work platform and actually transpose that to more and more areas? Our internal research at Karya shows that there's actually a lot of potential for what it will mean to be a digital AI worker in the future. It'll span from people perhaps being generalists, where they're creating data sets based on their own local language. And then we have specialists who may be translators or transcribers or validators. These are the people that are actually making sure our models work the way they are. And then we have professionals who may be making sure that we have the right type of human and reinforcement feedback. So in general, there are a lot of opportunities that we're seeing, but we need to make sure it's done well. We know that there are going to be more humans than ever needed to make better Gen AI, but we need to make sure that those humans are included in the right way. We're seeing that agriculture and healthcare are emerging as sectors of experience, and a lot of youth, especially those who are educated with degrees, have the potential to contribute to the creation of these models. We know that data, especially when generated by collectives and cooperatives, can be some of the strongest and most high-quality data that we can have. And we know that especially in places like India and Africa, there is a greater need for more local language and contextual data. These are all potential spaces in which the youth can have a future for work. But let's, of course, not forget that we have to make sure that any work in this domain is ethical, it is flexible, and that it is easy for people to access. So I think a lot of people in this room today are people that do have a say about what happens in AI, and specifically what happens to the future of AI. So I'm calling on all of you today to think about how can we fix this value chain that I talked about? How can we make sure that not a single more person gets only 30 rupees, and how this work can actually transform the lives of millions and millions of youth today that do not have a job? If we can have ethical and inclusive data practices, especially focused on youth, then we're going to have better, high quality and contextual data, and then fundamentally develop impactful and relevant technologies for everyone in the world. So I'm going to leave you with one question, and let's figure out how we can make AI really work for youth. Thank you.
Let's try again with the microphone on. Thank you very much. That was so impactful. Thank you very, very much. I'm absolutely certain that people are going to be following up with you all about Karya. Thank you, Sophia. That was incredible. And now, it is my great pleasure to introduce the AI for Good Chief of Strategy and Operations, TSB, International Telecommunications Union, ITU, and a visionary for the very first AI for Good Global Summit. Please allow me to give a giant round of applause for Frederick Werner.
Okay. Just testing the microphone. Can you all hear me? Okay, very good. So before I begin, I'd just like to show you something that came across my desk not so long ago that I think you might find interesting. So I want you to have a look at these images. On the left, you have an Instagram post, and on the right, you have some video. So just have a look, soak it in, trying to understand what's going on here. Okay, here we go again. On the left, we have an Instagram photo. On the right, you have some footage where you can kind of see what he was doing before that photo. And one more time. I think you get the picture. So what's going on here? Is this the latest Mission Impossible movie trailer? Is it some new app off the dark web? No, it's actually an art project called The Follower. And what this artist did is basically he took 10 days of video footage from like town squares like in London and Times Square in New York, and then he went to Instagram and scraped all publicly available photos that were geotagged for the same location as the town square. And then using open source machine learning tools and computer vision was able to make a match. So now you can see what that football fan was doing right before he took that glorious Instagram selfie. Now, why am I telling you this? When we created AI for Good in 2017, this kind of technology was only available in the hands of a few companies and maybe a few countries. But now with the advent of generative AI and open source AI tools, it's safe to say that AI has entered the mainstream. Now, is this good? Is this bad? It depends, right? In this case, I think it's a rather clever art project, a bit of social commentary. But I don't think it's hard to imagine how this technology could be used and abused in the wrong hands, which is exactly why we created AI for Good in the first place. So AI for Good was created in 2017, and it was built on the premise that now, actually, we only have 6 years to achieve the United Nations Sustainable Development Goals. And AI holds great promise to advance many of those goals and targets. So anything from affordable healthcare to clean energy, to climate change, to education for all, gender equity, and more high-tech solutions like robotics and brain-machine interface demos, which we just saw here today. So what is AI for Good? Well, simply put, the goal of AI for Good is to identify practical applications of AI to advance the SDGs and figure out how to scale those solutions for global impact. And how do we do this? Well, first of all, we can't do this alone. That's why we have 47 United Nations sister agencies as partners of AI for Good. So that's virtually the entire UN system that's participating, contributing to, and helping to build social AI for Good sustainable solutions and collaboration around the globe on this platform. And now the AI experts themselves would say that AI is too important to leave to the experts themselves. So great efforts have been made to bring as many voices to the table as possible, from member states to tech companies to startups to NGOs, civil society, UN agencies, youth, artists, athletes, international media. I think it's safe to say that everyone has a voice at AI for Good. Now, rather than talking about AI for Good, I'd like to show you a little video of what happened at our summit in Geneva. And if I could ask the technical people to please make sure the sound is on for this video. Here we go.
The AI for Good Global Summit aims to bring together industry leaders to try and harness AI to further the UN's development goals in areas like health, climate, and sustainability.
How do we govern technologies if we don't yet know their full potential?
The purpose of this summit is to explore how the AI solutions can help sustainable development.
AI will come to influence almost every aspect of our societies and economies.
AI 这里框架
AI for Good.
I would say the most pressing topic at the summit is going to be how do you handle deepfakes, misinformation.
成为 AI for Good 的
Cumbre Mundial All for Good.
The good news is that the future of undetectable deepfakes can be avoided through the development and implementation of robust detection technologies and international standards.
Is the fact that we can really affect amazing change, but we have to do this together, and we have to do it in collaboration with partners, with organizations, with institutions, and that's what's making me so excited about what AI for Good is all about.
One-third of humanity remains completely offline, excluded from the AI revolution.
Artificial intelligence is changing our world and our lives, and it can turbocharge sustainable development.
We are the AI generation, and this is our moment, and it's our responsibility to write the next chapter in the great story of humanity and technology.
Thank you. Now, we've been organizing AI for Good since 2017, and I've really seen it evolve from, let's say, nice ideas and PowerPoint to real solutions. For example, we had a patient with ALS syndrome, locked-in syndrome, a young man who can't move, he can't speak, fully locked in. And then using brain-machine interface technology, he was able to communicate from Portugal with our audience in Geneva. And it was such an emotional moment where I don't think there was a dry eye in the entire venue with 2,000 people. And just to be able to see this young man using generative AI, using brain-machine interface technology, using 5G, be able to basically communicate and regain some kind of sense of connection and dignity. And when you see these kind of solutions, it really is inspiring. Likewise, you saw an exoskeleton. We had a world champion wheelchair tennis player who was at our summit, who walked for the very first time on stage using a robotic AI-powered exoskeleton. And the way she described the feeling of being upright and having the blood go down in her body and actually being able to move independently, when you hear those stories, it really is life-changing. And I think we saw these stories here today, with local Indian solutions like the AI-powered prosthetic bionic arm, or then the brain-machine interface, or we're talking about youth, actually getting dignified work on digital work through the youth economy. So many good solutions and demos here. And I think one message I'd like to leave here is that when we started AI for Good, the thinking was very much, okay, big tech will provide solutions to the developing world as a kind of handout. Here you go. But I can say for sure now, and I've been to India and Africa and different parts of the world, they're not looking for technology handouts. You have ideas in India, you have data, you have knowledge, you have innovation, you have young people building solutions for young people, for India, for your culture, for your context. And I see this happening every day around the world, and I think we've really moved beyond this, let's say, barrier of big tech trying to help, which is great. We need the help of the big tech, but then also really engaging in the young people to have local solutions for local problems. Now with that, I'd like to introduce our next speaker. So we have Sriram from Deloitte, and the reason I showed you that video is because in Geneva, there was a partner from Deloitte who came on stage, and we basically announced that we were going to work on an AI for Good impact report. Now, one of the challenges of organizing a summit is you actually end up missing your own summit because you're so busy. So we needed a really good trusted partner, a diamond partner of the AI for Good Global Summit to really do some original research and insight, leveraging all of our content to do this super valuable report that would be a toolkit for you, for policymakers, for people in government, if you're starting a business, on how to leverage AI for the SDGs. So if I could please invite Sriram to the stage and tell us all about this report.
Woo!
Good afternoon, everybody, and thank you, Fred, for recognizing the partnership with Deloitte. We are indeed honored and privileged to be partnering with ITU and working on this marquee report, which kind of defines the applicability of AI across the UN Sustainable Development Goals and how AI technologies can help us progress in the right direction of attaining the UN SDGs in a much more faster, economical, accelerated manner. And also thank you for talking about the demographic dividend in India, the skills on AI that is available in India, and the kind of innovation, the kind of entrepreneurship that is thriving in the various Indian cities that perhaps will drive a lot more innovation targeted at Global South, which will really help countries in the Global South harness the potential of this particular technology for societal good. Having said that, I'll quickly jump into the contents of the report. The report is broadly on many sections, but the heart of the report is on talking about the multiple use cases for AI across each of the SDGs. And these use cases are not just theory, many of them are solid examples of where these have been implemented across the world. So having said that, if there are use cases, definitely there are going to be challenges in terms of AI adoption that is prevalent. The report also addresses the challenges, and most importantly, the report concludes with specific recommendations on what countries, what regulatory bodies, what governments, what enterprises what startups and even what some of the passionate individuals that we saw before this session on what they should be doing so that they can pursue their journey on AI. Okay, so what does the report broadly address? It talks about AI adoption in multiple industries, be it healthcare, in terms of how can you do better disease diagnosis, how can you do better disease prevention, how can you provide personalized healthcare, specifically in terms of education. Is there a way by which AI can understand the learning patterns of students, the deficiencies that they have, look at the learning outcomes that they have been delivering, and provide interventions focused on the student. So specifically, this report focuses on the individual and the protagonist across each of these sectors. So it's on the patient, it's on the student, it's on the prosumer in the case of energy, it's on a farmer, and it's on the citizen in terms of a financial sector. So what is the role of AI across each of these sectors? That is what this report is covering. If you look at the AI investments that have been made, US is the global leader, no points for guessing that. But what's interesting is that sitting here, India is emerging as a very significant leader in this particular arena, and Government of India has been taking a lot of steps to progress this. Some of the initiatives like National AI Mission, some of the specific tools that Government of India is coming up like Bhashini, which is a multi-language translator tool which allows for inclusiveness, which reduces the divide between the haves and have-nots, which removes the barrier of language in terms of adopting technology, brings India up here as a significant player, and Africa is not far behind. So you'll see Global South, as Fred mentioned, leveraging on the demographic dividend and the advent and availability of technology to really leapfrog their specific country's economic growth into the new world. Moving ahead, what are the challenges that you see in adoption? As a technocrat, I always worry about this challenge about many of the projects get stuck in the quicksand of POCs and pilots. They never see the light of production. So to all the innovators out here, while we're doing POCs and pilots in AI and some of these emerging technologies, have the big vision. Think of what it would take to scale that AI product or solution to population scale. Build that thinking right up front. India solutions like Aadhaar, India solutions like UPI, India's solutions like Account Aggregator and others provide a blueprint for that particular kind of thinking on how do you build scale at the time of developing and not after developing, how do you take to scale. So that's one of the, some of the challenges that we have learned and solved, which definitely we need to address in AI adoption. Ethical considerations is others. How do you eliminate biases in the data in the current world of Gen AI? How do you ensure that the answer that the Gen AI tool or some of the LLMs and some of the conversational AI chatbots is devoid of those biases of gender, culture, race, history? How do you do that? That's another area to look at. So multiple areas in terms of challenges, but basically, what do you do to ensure that there is trust? As I mentioned, we have defined a bunch of use cases in the report. 50-60% of the report is devoted to identifying and detailing out the various use cases across each of the 17 SDGs, right from poverty alleviation all the way to partnership for the goals. What are the use cases? So when you see the report, you will find all the details. I do not want to cover individually, but we heard about role of AI in terms of disaster management. We heard about role of AI in terms of weather prediction. We heard about role of AI in terms of better water body management. We heard about role of AI in terms of education for a student, for a teacher, for an administrator. So across each of these specific use cases, keeping the citizen at the center, improving the quality of life, improving the ease of life, improving ease of business in a particular society across this, and how collectively each of them can come together to take an economy to the next level, can come together to take the quality of life for a citizen to the next level. These use cases provide a template for anybody wanting to look at AI for good. The last slide of my presentation, what are the top recommendations that one has to look at? It's important that there are specific standards and guidances and policies that are being made for AI. Like they say, AI could be a double-edged sword. It could be used for good or it could be used for nefarious purposes. It's very important that the regulators look at specific guidances and policies right from accessing the data, harvesting the data, harnessing the data, using the data, deriving insights from the data using AI. So that's what the guidances and the standards are needed. It's a very nascent area and it's going to revolutionize the way. So capacity building training. It's very hard for somebody who's not a Gen Z or Gen Z or Gen Alpha or a millennial to understand and appreciate the value of some of these tools. In a country where, the elderly population is also increasing and when many people struggle with using social media, for them to use AI tools as a significant need of capacity building and education at population scale, both at the government and the private sector level. Public awareness and engagement is very important because as the adage goes, don't see everything that you believe, because Fred's video that he showed, it showed a person sitting at Times Square having a Brazilian flag and perhaps it was taken by removing the photos of the various other people who are there. But so how do you ensure there is public awareness? And sometimes these AI tools could be used for inimical purposes as well. And most importantly, how AI can be looked at for inclusive innovation and representation of data. Having said that, we are extremely happy and we are extremely proud of the collaboration with ITU on this particular report. We really do believe that this report would act as a blueprint for all the stakeholders wanting to look at AI for their own development, for their own givebacks to society, and for their collaboration with multiple stakeholders whose objective, and I believe our objective as our Honorable Prime Minister, Mr. Modi says, this whole world is one family, Vasudhaiva Kutumbakam, and AI for good has to drive that particular philosophy. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much to Frederick Werner and Sriram Ananthasayanam. Would you like to say anything more?
I'm good, thank you.
Oh, that was brilliant. Thank you so much. You might have paid for the whole seat, but you'll only need the edge, because it is time for the Innovation Factory pitching competition. It is time for a battle of the band style competition between two fantastic startups and three fantastic judges. So let's go, shall we? I'm going to tell you a little bit about them whilst we bring everybody up to the stage. The Innovation Factory is a program launched in 2020 under the flagship initiative AI for Good. It's the leading UN-based startup pitching and acceleration platform that helps startups grow and scale their their innovative AI-powered and SDG-driven solutions. It offers opportunities including global pitching, funding connections, top-tier mentoring, VIP experiences, exclusive events access, speaking opportunities, participation in the Startup Acceleration Program, networking with global leaders, and media exposure. So the winners get an absolutely unrivaled package that will help their solutions meet everything and everyone else in the world. And so today I'm delighted to introduce the first ever AI for Good Innovation Factory India, with our two entrepreneur finalists from the Indian startup ecosystem going head to head. Please will you come up? And I'm going to introduce the judges as well. Come on up if you're a judge or a speaker. I will read you out now. We have, for the speakers, from Aduvio Diagnostics, Geetanjali Radhakrishnan, a CEO, and from Cure AI, Sanya Chawla, Director of Health Systems at Cure AI. Please can you come up and get ready? And judges, I'm going to invite you to join us. Okay, thank you for bearing with me, ladies and gentlemen. I had three judges on my notes but there are actually 4 judges on the slide. So I was a little bit confused, but no longer. We have this sorted out. So please, will you join me in welcoming first the judges who may sit down and enjoy the pitches. We have Sneha Basu Roy from Google India, VC and Startup Partnerships. We have Manju Dasmana, Senior Director of Corporate Social Responsibility, Microsoft India, and Jibu Elias, Country Lead for the Responsible Computing Challenge from the Mozilla Foundation. Is this stage heavy enough for those powerhouses? We need one more person, and that is everybody. Frederick Werner from the ITU. Please come on up, this incredible, formidable panel. Wow. Thank you to our judges. Do we have everybody? We have 3 judges. That's fine. Okay, so I had 3 on here. I've got 3 slightly different judges on stage, but audience, are you with me? Are we ready for this? Yes, I think we are too. That means what we need for this fantastic competition. Our contestants. So please, will you welcome our entrepreneurs from Aduvio and Cure AI? Come on up. Yes, a round of applause. Hi there. Don't worry, this is going to be friendly and fine. They are not scary people, they are amazing people, and I am absolutely certain that to get this far, your startups have already made an impact. So let me start by congratulating both of you. Well done. So this is the way it's going to work. I'm going to give you 4 minutes to pitch, and I will time that. I'll be reasonably harsh on timings, because it's the end of the day. And then we're going to do 8 minutes of questions from the judges, who can ask as many questions as they wish. And then we'll let the judges deliberate, and I'll have a proper chat with you both. Does that sound good? Okay, brilliant. And then at which point, the person who's not pitching, you are welcome to take a seat there, so you don't have to stand crazily. I'm not sure which one of you is going first yet. I think it's Aduvio going first. Okay, am I saying the name right? Huh? It's what? No, the name of the company. Am I saying? Adivo. It's Adivo. Okay, brilliant. All right, so please will you welcome 4 minutes. Let me get my timer ready because I'm doing the timing. 4 minutes of Adivo, starting now.
Hi. Imagine you walk into a room with a simple infection in a hospital, or you have a throat infection or a routine surgery. And guess what? The doctors give you a generic antibiotic, a 3rd generation cephalosporin, and the antibiotics just does not work. It's because these bacteria have turned into superbugs and your antibiotics are no longer effective. This isn't a distant dystopia, it's a looming crisis that's currently happening. The next pandemic is not going to be because of a virus, but because of these superbugs. And guess what? 60% of these antibiotics are being prescribed without even thinking. And if you see the current antibiotics that are being produced in the last decades, there are none available. So judicious prescription is the key goal. What we are essentially aiming at is in the global wound care market, where 600 million people suffer from burns, diabetic foot, and post-surgery, which requires continuous monitoring for these potential infections. And the current gold standard culture test, where you take a sample from the wound, send it to a culture lab, has numerous limitations, more than 48 to 72 hours for a definitive test to come back. This leads to misuse of antibiotic prescription and a lot of amputation. Close to every 30 seconds, there's a limb amputated somewhere in the world. So what we have developed is world's first computational optical biopsy technique, where we leverage bacteria's natural fluorescence. These are captured using specific light sources in the UV and visible band, and we capture them as spectral images. Our innovation lies in a filterless technique to achieve this, which makes it hugely affordable, and AI runs where we have currently 6,000 plus spectral images uniquely captured with our solution of different skin types, ethnicity, which has numerous applications. So what we have developed is world's first imaging system, Illuminate, that just captures the wound and tells you instantly where the bacteria is spatially and also the type of bacteria, which is a 100x reduction in time when compared to gold standard culture test. And we also show the wound oxygenation status, providing a complete comprehensive assessment. And to support this, we have more than 10 plus global patents that are granted and numerous scientific publications to prove what we are claiming. And currently we have commercialized in India with more than 17,500 cases screened. In an impact study that we did in India, we have shown 40% reduction in antibiotic usage, 30% increase in patient follow-up, and we have submitted for our US FDA approvals. We have strategic partners in place to take it to the developed markets so we can focus on the developed countries. We also have an ongoing joint venture with one of the leading wound care professionals where we have already started piloting AI digital-based tools both in Caribbean islands and in India simultaneously. We have also onboarded several therapeutic players downstream in the wound care system itself because combating antibiotics is just not stop with diagnostic. It has to go till therapy, and that's where Adivo aims at. And beyond wound care, of course, we are working on numerous solutions because we have already have a device in hand and it can easily enter into cancer diagnostics, water, air quality monitoring, food quality monitoring, where you can look at these superbugs very easily. And we have a strong team with expertise in bioengineering, optoelectronics, and advisors and collaborators even at the policy level to bring about this huge problem of antibiotic misuse. Of course, I am Gitanjali, founder of Adivo Diagnostics, and I would be hugely happy if you could collaborate with us and invest in us today.
3, 2, 1. Congratulations, well done. So what I'm going to do is request that the two of you may share a microphone for the judges so that you can come a little bit closer to see the judges. Judges, did you enjoy that? I can see some nodding and some ready for questions already. It's the first time you stayed on time. Excellent, congratulations. The microphone is on. Okay, Fred, you look ready to ask the first question. Let me get the 8-minute timer up. Right, your time starts now.
First of all, thank you very much for that. That was amazing and very inspiring. My question would be, if you're looking at the evolution of AI, right? We had our sort of ChatGPT 3 moment, generative AI, going to multimodal AI, and maybe going to AI agents that might be able to help you and maybe even collaborate and innovate, and then maybe entering into robotics and into the physical world. How do you see the potential of all these different levels of AI affecting your startup and what it can do?
Sure, that's an excellent question. So when I started with working on the problem of infection detection, we took a strong technology platform and we use AI because to take care of all the biases that you come in terms of the skin color, ethnicity, and you won't believe that number of these solutions when you import it to India, it just doesn't work on a melanated skin. So that's where we started. And slowly when we went ahead, we understood that the problem just cannot be in the diagnostic space, but it also has to be effectively connecting between patients in a last mile setting to that of a doctor. These kind of wounds need plastic surgeons. These are some of the most, cream of the surgery department, and they are only available in a city hospital. So that's when we started then integrating a lot of AI-based digital tools which can be used on your smartphone. In fact, we are working on a Gen AI solution in the sense which is specifically for wound care, where you can ask questions and the doctors can, give in a lot of information about it. So of course, AI has a huge application and we try to incorporate it at each stage. Of course, being a startup, you need a lot of money to do that. But nevertheless, what we understand is there's a huge void in wound care, and we want to bring about all these novel, unique AI solutions with hardware, at the same time digital health tools, and also recommendations using, as I said, we also have, it just shouldn't stop there. You should also give therapeutic recommendations where you can give something that's an alternate to an antibiotic. So
Brilliant.
I hope that answers your question. Yeah.
That was a very lengthy answer and very well answered as well. I just want to make sure that all the judges get a chance to ask a question. We are running on time, you see. So, hi there. Can you just give us a lovely question for our startup number 1? Thank you.
Gitanjali, I'm very impressed by this way of looking at a real-world problem and how you are trying to address it. Now, I have 2 things to say. One, incredible, the use of photonics. So, in brief word, one thing I want to ask is how photonics plays a role here. I mean, you have explained in your previous question. Secondly, people here, most of them are experts, but let's assume I am a very normal person who just had an accident, God forbid, but just had a wound, right? How will your solution, if I follow through that pattern, will be different from my existing route of treatment in a hospital? Can you
Sure.
tell me that?
Sure. So we use photonics because that's the only way you can make it completely reagentless. You don't need labs, you don't need trained manpower, trained doctors to take a samples. You don't need to invest in BSL-2 lab facilities to grow the bacteria. So that's why we banked on photonics, and bacteria has natural fluorescence, which we want to use. So it's not just AI, it's actually something that uses the technology of bacteria, and then we use AI to take care of the biases. To come to your second point, if a patient visits a hospital, for example, we have a case where in Kadapa, which is a remote village in Andhra Pradesh, the patient comes to a hospital in, let's say, 1 month. He's a diabetic foot ulcer patient. He walks every day. He doesn't know that he's actually having a wound at the foot because he's diabetic patient. He cannot feel. He thinks he's perfectly normal. He goes to the hospital and then the doctor sees and says, your limb needs to be amputated. Now imagine, he is earning hardly 400 rupees per day or even lesser, and limb is a major part of his functionality. So how a device works is you can use it in a remote location in terms of a primary healthcare center. You know what the oxygenation status is the wound that he has gotten is infected or not. Secondly, it can also be used to screen any diabetic patients who can develop a wound. So that's how this device is. Currently, there's no solution available. It's only at an advanced stage they do something called a CT angiography. Culture report, again, is available only in the city hospital. So there's no replacement, and you know where it works. Yeah, thanks.
Wow, thank you very much. And incredibly, I think you're just doing so well. This is a high-pressure environment, and you're just taking it in your stride. So I'm just going to give a little time pause. Don't worry, this doesn't count towards your time. Okay. I just want you to take a breath and enjoy the fact that you're on stage at AI for Good Impact India Day with some incredible judges and an amazing audience. Thank you for your kind generosity and attention towards this. That hasn't come out of your time. I just wanted you to know you're doing brilliantly, all right? All right, so we have another question from our judges.
Gitanjali, first of all, congratulations. My work takes me to very remote, inaccessible areas. And I work out of hills a lot, and we see a lot of fatalities because of wounds and people not realizing it. But my question is linked to that. So, there is AI solutions, and then AI solutions really make a difference for a country like India. How are you envisaging integrating this at the primary healthcare center level? Like, how do you get it in the hands? So the uniqueness of your solution is, it is going deep down in an unpredictable state too. But is there anything that you've thought about that beyond just scaling it up in metros, tier 2, tier 3, how do we make it accessible for that farmer whose example you took, who's in the field?
Sure, excellent question. So when we started piloting first in Northeast, because getting into a government-based schemes where you can screen the last mile is pretty tough. So we have finally got an opportunity to be part of the Northeast 5G mission. So one of the major things was a healthcare worker should be easy to screen for these patients in a remote location. And then of course our diagnostic tools comes in later. So that's when we started developing the patient app and a healthcare provider app with a dashboard where using just plain wound images, you have a certain level of understanding how serious the wound is. So we give you a risk score and the healthcare worker can collect the risk score. The risk score goes to the dashboard where somebody is sitting there, and then they will assess which are the patients who need to come to let's say, a tertiary hospital or the nearest hospitals are available, who are then having all our diagnostic modalities and the therapeutic things in place. So right now we want to take it through a doctor-led. We don't want to be independent or autonomous where you just give blind prescription, but at least you have a solution that can tell you how serious the wound is that can be screened easily by a healthcare worker. I hope that answers your question. And of course we need to scale that forward because India is a big country and there's a lot of challenges you will face as you go.
Brilliant.
Sure, please do. Yeah.
Thank you very much. Now, in a rather exciting turn of events, we do have our fourth judge who's turned up. So, I mean, it's crazy here, isn't it? We're so glad that you made it, and we completely understand. Don't worry, I've been late to my own panels before. Sometimes these things are unavoidable. This is Sneha Basu Roy from Google India. A round of applause for our first contestant. You are just over time, but I think you did brilliantly. A round of applause for Juvo and Geetanjali.
Thank you so
Well
much for the
done.
questions and the
You may
platform.
relax for a little bit. Now, ahead of our second startup, I thought it might be nice, as we've got you all here, just to get you to say a little bit about who you are and what you do and what makes you drawn to AI for good. Would that be something you would like to do? I think so. I mean, Fred, we already know, but I think we don't, with the greatest of respect, we've heard you earlier and you were amazing. So let's just give a little bit of airtime to Sneha. I know you've literally just sat down as well. So please, can you tell us just a little bit about what you do at Google India that really helps this AI for good go forward? Thank you.
So firstly, sorry about being so late. Coming from Gurgaon is quite a task. However, what I do at Google is essentially VC and startup partnerships. We also work with the government a lot. Basically anything that helps startups, and the government is doing so much for startups. So my job is to partner with the VC ecosystem, the startup ecosystem, and also any government body or quasi-government body that really works for the startup and welfare and good. When it comes to AI...
Can I just stop you for a second, please? Because we can hear quite a lot of banging, and it's a little bit difficult to hear what you're saying.
Sorry.
And no, it's not your fault at all. It's just that if anyone can hear us in Hall 5, is it all right if you maybe have a cup of tea for the next 5 minutes or so that we can continue our panel, which needs some rather nice audio so we can hear our incredibly powerful speakers? Thank you. That might have worked, it might not. We'll do our best. I'm so sorry to interrupt you, but please continue on. That was really fascinating. Yeah.
Okay, so in terms of AI, right, I think AI is an important part of every industry right now, and that's obviously something that we're focusing on. I think AI for good is, again, the absolute need of the hour, and I'm really happy to be here. And thank you for doing all the work that you're doing, because frankly, it can be important to every industry, but unless the society really benefits from it, right, we're all going to be stuck. So thank you.
Oh, thank you. Sneha Basu Roy, everybody. My goodness, what an excellent speaker as well, through this slightly strange and sort of construction-based theme that we've got going on for our panel. Okay, I tell you what, let's have a little word from Jibu Elias from the Mozilla Foundation. Can we hear what has drawn you towards the AI for Good Impact India Day, please?
I think what motivates me most is what you were telling before, how it can touch us the rural parts of India, right? We have seen solutions, or we have seen startups that can bring down the cost of something like a mammography test, or diabetic retinopathy, or for cataract and things like that. So that's one thing that's been very, very inspiring, right? So that, and if you look at how AI has opened up a whole new avenue, like for example, if you go to Tanzania and Kenya, you can see people working on an NLP products where the language doesn't even have a script. So this is fascinating, right? So people are becoming very, creative, and a lot of things are changing in a positive way.
Yes, thank you very much. And Manju, I'm going to bring you in as well, Senior Director of Corporate Social Responsibility at Microsoft India. Can you tell us a little bit about what's brought you into AI for Good? And I must apologise to all our panellists for the slightly extra soundtrack that's going on. So, I will come over here and ask. That's one of the advantages of having a headset mic. I also get my steps in. I probably have done about 80,000 steps today. So my question is, what drew you into AI for Good? What has got you here? That's all right.
Thank you so much. I know it's quite late, and there are lots of things happening around, but let me give an example of what drew me to AI for Good, which is the question. So as Microsoft, our ambition, and I really relate to Deloitte's report, where we're talking about AI and the opportunity AI will create. But for us at Microsoft, we want to see how that AI opportunity is available for every Indian. And we really believe that AI can do that. Let me just give you an example. I could go on and on about what we do in this space, but one of our ambition is how do we take AI from boardrooms to classrooms, right? So I'm today coming from a virtual launch of a Microsoft solution, which is going to be deployed by Government of Karnataka in rural Karnataka schools. It's called Shiksha Copilot. If you look it up, you'll find it. It's an assistant, an AI assistant for a teacher in a rural school, helping them to develop lesson plans that can help the entire experience be more interactive, improving learning outcomes and reducing the amount of time they need. So this is what excites me, the opportunity, but also the responsibility that if you're not thoughtful, then not everybody will benefit from it.
Oh, that's brilliant. Thank you so much. And Fred, it feels like I've given everybody else the chance to talk a little bit about what has driven them to AI for good. And obviously you were here at the start. You were one of the original people that had this crazy idea in 2017. What do you think has changed in those last 7 years? 7 years? It feels like an age, doesn't it? So I'd just love to know, what have you noticed the changes now?
Well, thank you for making me feel very old. 7 years doesn't seem like a long time, but in terms of AI years, it might as well be 70 years because things have just been evolving so quickly. And I think the biggest change is really when we created AI for Good in 2017. I mean, at the time, you had AlphaGo, which was really impressive. You had IBM Watson. You had a handful of solutions that started to get people to think about the potential, but the potential wasn't really in front of our eyes. It was more about how do we think about this? Should we be worried? Should we be scared? And I'm glad we were having those conversations back then because we've seen the acceleration now with generative AI, where I think people imagined that would come, but they didn't know if it would be 5 years, 10 years, 15 years, 20 years from now. Okay, now it's here. So how can we make the most of it? And AI for Good being the name, I think more and more you've gone from PowerPoint to kind of shaky demos to real solutions, which are showcased by the demos here. And that's, for me, the whole point of the Innovation Factory is, our mission statement is identifying practical applications of AI to advance the SDGs. And, the devil is in the details, and the details are in the products and the solutions. Because if they do make it to market, that means they're successful enough to be adopted and scale. And that's where you'll start to see impact on people's lives.
Brilliant. Thank you ever so much. You are an amazing set of judges because we were trying to fix some presentation technology issues and we've now fixed them and managed to hear an incredible array of initiatives that all of you are doing. And so this has actually turned into quite an amazing panel as well. So it's time to invite to stage our second finalist for the Innovation Factory competition. I'm happy to hear everything is ready to go. So the clicker is there. I'll move this to make sure there's no feedback issues. And let's take it away for contestant number 2, Cure AI.
Great, thank you so much. My name is Sanya. I'm Director Global Health Innovation for Cure.ai. So we are an AI-based startup focusing on interpretation of imaging-based solutions. We've worked in around 90+ countries now, and as everybody said, we've realized that AI and technology is a part of it. How do you make AI work in some of the remotest settings, some of the settings where there is no internet, where there is no digital infrastructure? In those scenarios, how do you make sure that AI can actually help in achieving equitable outcomes? Our flagship solution is AI-based chest X-ray interpretation tool. It can identify more than 35+ different abnormalities. We've actually impacted more than 25 million individuals till now. And we work extensively with government programs, with population health programs, with private partners. Coming directly to the problem, chest X-ray is the most common imaging modality in the world. There are around 2 billion, 4 billion chest X-rays taken on an annual basis. But what is not so common is chest X-ray readers, radiologists, skilled clinicians who can identify different abnormalities on chest X-rays. What our solution does is it's able to flag multiple different abnormalities, identify the regions on the chest X-rays which are which are affected, and actually help healthcare workers, clinicians, radiologists in some of the remotest settings to diagnose different diseases. Imagine earlier when there were no such solutions, these population health programs used to visit remote rural areas, used to come back and actually wait for 7 days to 14 days to get chest X-ray interpretation. Till then, your patient, your TB affected individual has gone, has already left, you lost them. Now, with the use of this AI solution, you are able to identify these abnormalities within a minute. You can integrate this with any kind of X-ray machine. If there are no X-ray machines in primary healthcare settings, you can actually integrate with ultra-portable handheld chest X-rays. You can also use the same chest X-ray, which is happening for TB or for one particular disease, for flagging multiple abnormalities. We were actually awarded as one of the best AI solutions in the last GPAI summit. This is a glimpse of our solution. It is available in online, offline modes, can be integrated in a mobile, web-based format. We were also evaluated by the World Health Organization, and they actually came up with a very interesting recommendation. They said that in remote settings, AI for chest X-ray interpretation can be used in the absence of a reader, particularly for TB screening. Imagine these three settings. The first image is actually of a setting in Nigeria. These are remote tribal fishermen communities. Because of our solutions integrated with ultra-portable chest X-rays, this is a healthcare worker who has taken this in remote settings and actually without any doctors or radiologists, able to identify who's at high risk of tuberculosis. The second image is of hospitals in Mumbai. These are Mumbai Municipal Corporation hospitals, secondary system hospitals. There are no radiologists in these hospitals. These X-ray technicians use our solution to identify different abnormalities and link them to the corresponding department. And last is an image from Vietnam. These are primary health centers in Vietnam who are using chest X-ray based AI solution for identifying signs of lung cancer and TB. We have been evaluated by multiple independent entities such as the Stop TB Partnership, the WHO, and we actually meet their total product profile criteria in terms of clinical effectiveness. A lot of studies have also been done on cost effectiveness. How does this solution actually help in cost savings?
30 seconds remaining.
Okay. So very quickly, just want to talk very quickly about one case study which is very close to our heart. We were actually able to identify 30% additional cases in Mumbai. These were the cases who came for any random reasons to get chest X-rays done in the hospital. Most of these individuals did not have any symptoms. Because of AI and only AI, they were able to identify that this person has TB. So imagine you have a fall and doctor recommends you a chest X-ray, and the doctor is only flagged that this case is a TB presumptive by the presence of AI, because of which you get diagnosed. This is the power of AI, and I want to end by saying that it's very important for all different stakeholders, such as governments, research organizations, and policy partners to come together, particularly to take AI to some of the most remotest corners of the world. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. And we're out of time. Contestant number 2 from Cure AI, well done. It's time for you to face our judges. Yes, a round of applause. Why not? Yes, well done. And for those of you just joining, we have a formidable panel of judges, and one of them has had to sadly go and catch a flight by the looks of things. So, are you ready now for your time for questions? Let me give you a microphone here, and please relax. This bit's quite fun, because you're going to know the answers, because you're involved very heavily with the company. So, do we have a question for Cure AI?
Okay, sure. Thank you. Great presentation, great pitch. Congratulations. I do have a question, and I actually wanted to ask for previous startup as well, so it relates to both of you. And how do you communicate to healthcare providers and doctors, care responders? I'll just tell a little story. And I don't think this is limited to sort of developing countries. So in Switzerland or Belgium, where I'm from, if I go to my doctor with some data from my Fitbit or my Aura or some kind of wearable, it's just some health data, and I give it to him or her, she's kind of like, yeah, this is nice, but I don't know what to do with this. You know, and this is in a developed country. So I think there's, how do you plan to tackle that kind of going outside of the system and providing, whether it's new images or new data or new insights from any kind of like AI-powered health solution to maybe a profession that's quite rigid and quite locked in?
So I think multiple approaches as we have started as well. So we started with doing a lot of pilots to gain confidence. With these healthcare providers, we actually generated evidence so that they can see that these studies have been done in similar settings. So they could actually see that yes, these results are, they could see the validity and accuracy of different results. We were also open to doing some kind of small demonstration pilots when we started engaging with these hospitals, saying that why don't you try and test this for yourself? And also the other most important thing which we realized is AI is a part of it. How do you make it seamless? How do you integrate it within their ecosystem? If this is an offline setting, then how do you make sure that they are getting results offline? How do you focus on the engineering aspects of deploying these AI solutions so that the entire path, the entire workflow is seamless, builds trust for the clinicians and for the healthcare providers. Last but not the least, we also look at, in some of the areas, particularly in public health settings, we work very closely with population health programs. So there is also a human element. Somebody who's kind of recording the data, somebody who's there to support, the health system challenges which are not technology dependent, so that they can see the complete picture. So there were multi-step, process based on different geographies. Of course, there are different questions which clinicians will ask in a developed country versus in a developing country, but we look at all these steps for building that trust in clinicians.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. And
okay, thank you. Hi. During the COVID pandemic, right, when I was within the India AI portal, we interviewed at least 9 academic teams across India's universities who were claiming that they could diagnose COVID using chest X-rays, right? So it started like that, and then it came to my attention, it became a question. Why there are so many things happening in academia and nothing is translating into a commercial product? And this is when Andrew NG, he said that it's easy to do something in academic setting, right? You get the perfect X-rays, you get the perfect transcripts, all those things, and you can get a result. Now, if you go to a real hospital, the X-ray will be skewed, some part will not be clear, all those additional challenges come, right? So my question is, how are you tackling that particular challenge?
Yeah, so I think that's a great question. This also comes from deploying our solutions in so many different settings. When you do deploy this in a tertiary hospital in India versus you do a deployment in a secondary hospital in Africa or go to communities, you also try to understand different kind of health system challenges at those levels. And then some of these solutions, as I mentioned, are solvable by technology. Some of those solutions are also mentioned by how do you make the health system work around, for that. So to give you an example, the image quality of a chest X-ray. We have an AI algorithm there's an intermediary algorithm which runs our disease algorithms run, which actually can classify whether this is a good quality image or a bad quality image. It can send a signal to the X-ray technician that your image is of poor quality, which also helps. The other thing which we did is, lot of places in India, in other developing countries, there are no digital X-rays. They are actually X-ray films. So we actually created a simple mobile app for people to take a picture of that X-ray film so that they can have a digitized format on which all of our AI algorithms can function. The third thing, obviously, is a lot of in-depth training. We work together with the X-ray technicians, with the clinicians, with the healthcare workers, because in the end, if you want to ensure continuous adoption and if you want your product to stick, and it should not be for like 3-month pilot or 4-month pilots, if you want it to be scaled, you have to work together, as I mentioned, with the end users. Yeah.
Thank you very much. And Sneha, you have a question?
Yes. Okay, so I think, you addressed part of it saying that you mentioned that the quality of the image might not be great. I'm guessing that's an issue you face very often, right? Because if you're talking about the scale, and you mentioned many geographies, you spoke about Mumbai, which is probably the most progressive. And my question here is that how many hospitals have you deployed it at? What is the percentage in rural? And what is the percentage of X-ray machines that we use in the country that are actually compatible?
Are compatible?
Compatible.
Sure,
Because
yeah.
just given the clarity, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
So I think we as Cure are very proud to say that most of our deployments are in public health settings. In fact, most of our revenue, we are a for-profit, comes from the public health settings. To answer your question, around 30% of the X-ray machines are analog X-ray machines. That is why we devised a separate mobile application for people to take images on the mobile app for the X-ray films. If there are not, and these are analog X-rays, these are non-digital X-rays. That is why we provided another product for them so that we can also kind of offer our AI solutions for analog films.
No, sorry, my question here is that the quality of the X-ray machine itself, right, is usually an issue. So how do you combat that?
So there are some minimum parameters which we of course share with our X-ray machine manufacturer partners. And then, as I said, there's another algorithm which we have, which is a processing algorithm, which can also do some kind of image processing if there is image quality is within those specifications. But we haven't faced those challenges. We are able to integrate with almost all X-ray machines right now in the market. Yeah, we are able to. Yeah.
Okay, brilliant. Thank you very much. We have maybe just time for one more question.
No, actually, I don't have to ask a question. In all transparency, I'm quite aware of the work of Cure AI. I followed you. I think it's great. I've seen the deployment in the field. So no questions from me. And I was part of the GPI Summit too. So no question.
That's brilliant. Well, thank you very much. If there are no more questions from the judges, we can move to the deliberation process. So let's say a big round of applause for Cure AI. Well done. All right, judges, we're going to give you a small amount of time to deliberate. Let's stick this down here. Whilst you do, I'm going to just tell you a little bit about what the winners are going to get, because it's quite cool. The winners of this session is invited to pitch at the AI for Good Innovation Factory Grand Finale during the AI for Good Global Summit 2025. And through the year, the winner will be supported to grow and scale up through the help of judges, partners, startup accelerators, and incubators, so that we can trace how the AI for Good Innovation Factory startup grows and evolves and how it's making an impact. It's very exciting here. The trophy has now been brought up onto the stage. The winner today, then, is going to also participate in the AI for Good Innovation Factory in Geneva, and the winner of that actually gets a cash prize of 20,000. I'm not entirely sure what that is of. It might be 20,000 Swiss francs. That's a lot of money, though. I think it will work out as very, very useful for whoever is going to be winning this. So I'm going to let the judges deliberate for a tiny bit longer, and soon we are going to find out who the winners are. And I'm also going to check who's going to be presenting the trophy in a way that doesn't look like I'm trying to fill for time. I'm just going to ask if AV can perhaps play a small amount of music for 10 to 15 seconds while I find out what happens. All right, thank you very much, AV. I have found out that the best way we're going to run this is if the judges are going to present this award. And I'm going to just slowly go in and see if they're ready. Judges, have you reached a decision yet? Not quite. Oh, it's a bit dramatic, isn't it? And also, we actually have a hackathon award ceremony soon as well, which is amazing. That's going to come up later on. And then, really, we've got a tiny bit left before we end the day, which is a little bit sad. We've done so much here, and it's been really quite lovely spending time with you all. So thank you very much for your continued attention as we wait for these incredible judges from Mozilla, from Google India, from Microsoft, and from the ITU, all cooperating together. Or, well, it actually sounds like there's some violent arguments going on. But when there's money and mentorship at stake, I am absolutely certain, by the way, that both startups will flourish. It's an incredible honor to be here on stage watching these amazing companies start small, and they're going to grow and triumph. Right, judges, going to be a little bit merciless now. Do we have a majority, if not a unanimous. It's still going. Oh my goodness. Well, at this point, ladies and gentlemen and distinguished guests, I guess we are at the mercy of the judges. Do you think we should put a timer on them the way that we put a timer on the contestants as well? Yes, I do. Let's put a timer of 1 minute on, shall we? You have 1 minute, judges, starting now. What should we do for that minute? Should we have some Kenny G? Or should we have some absolutely crazy, wild dance music? Can we see a show of hands for some tranquil music, please? Who would like some tranquil music? I'm lucky. It sounds like the engineers have gone for a little bit of party. Okay. "30 seconds. The music adds a little bit, doesn't it? It's like those quiz shows where they wait absolutely ages between the person giving the answer and the quiz master saying if it's right or wrong. It's quite good. That low frequency music adds that suspense. And for the winner, the chance to pitch in Geneva. It's made for voiceover, isn't it? Yes, this is how we give judges time at the ITU AI for Good Impact India Day with some serious low-frequency bass. I love it. How are we doing for time? Have we got a winner? Oh, they've sucked me in. I've started listening to both sides. This is absolutely unprecedented. All right, ladies and gentlemen, I happen to be one of the few people in the room who knows who the winner is. Are you ready? Okay. The winner of the Innovation Factory India and headed to Geneva to pitch is, for reasons that it would scale more quickly, because both of the startups are incredible, but there can only be one winner, and that is, please come to the stage. What? Oh. Okay, some extra jeopardy there. I've just been told to say how difficult it was to choose between the two teams. We worked that out, but yes, you're absolutely right. It has been incredibly difficult. So the winner is Cure AI. Come on up. Come on up and get your trophy. Congratulations. And we can have some music while we take some pictures. Thank you. Well done, Cure AI. If you'd all like to stand up together, and then we can have a picture with everyone. Everyone, and that's it. Let's have a nice picture opportunity. Up we get. Well done. Oh, you should come up as well. If you want to move either side so we can see you as well. If you want to stand here, come stand here. Come stand there. Brilliant. If you can all go in a line together, then we'll just get the wedding picture. That's what I call it, the wedding picture. All together. Squish in. There we go. Amazing. Congratulations, Cure AI. And commiserations to our other amazing, amazing contestant. We wish you all the best. We know you're going to be successful at Dubio. thank you so much to our incredible contestants, our startups, and my goodness, well done to you. Well done, judges. That was phenomenal. You were able to talk and deliberate during a building site, what sounded like a small fight in a restaurant, and various other technological difficulties. You were all absolutely noble and excellent. And we do have a small presentation for our runner-up. It's not second place, really, because you did incredibly well. Please, can we have Aduvo up to receive a medal from these incredible people? Come on up, Aduvo. Well done. Congratulations. And we wish you all the best, and we do hope that you are going to be successful in equal measure. Oh, congratulations. Well done to a worthy runner-up. Can you stand in for a picture, please? Absolutely. And this is a photo with Aduvo. Whoops. Watch the monitor. It's quite a big TV. Well done, and we wish you all the best. It was incredibly close. All of us saw the arguments that went on stage. So thank you so much, and all the best in your entrepreneurship. It's incredible to see those amazing technologies. Well, judges, a round of applause for the judges and contestants for the Innovation Factory. You have all been absolutely outstanding. Thank you so much. You are now released, and flights can be caught, and seats can be sat down to relax. You were all phenomenal. The judges, ladies, gentlemen, distinguished guests, you did brilliantly. Thank you.
Thank you for doing it in time.
Yes, you caught your flight. Excellent. Well, there we go. That was quite dramatic, wasn't it, everybody? And thank you so much for taking part. Best of luck to both the finalists. And in the spirit of celebration and innovation, it's a pleasure to invite to the stage the administrator. Oh, hang on. No, I think this might be somebody else. It is the technology. Hang on a second. Is this the hackathon ceremony? It is. Excellent. All right. I had put something in here twice and got myself confused. Clearly, I need more coffee today. So it's my pleasure to welcome you now to another award ceremony. Yes, you're getting 2 for the price of 1 here. This is the ITU WSA 24 AI Barrett 5G 6G Sandbox Hackathon. That sounds fun. This hackathon has brought together some of the brightest minds from around the world, working tirelessly to solve real-world challenges in telecommunications using AI, ML, in 5G and 6G networks. First, thank you very much to the event coordinators, the Department of Telecommunications, DOT, Telecom Centers of Excellence, TCOE, and the International Telecommunications Union. Your dedication and support have made this hackathon a success, and today we're going to celebrate the results of this journey. We're very fortunate to have dignitaries and experts with us today. Excuse me. I'd like to take a moment to acknowledge their presence. Ms. Madhu Arora, Technology Member, Digital Communications Commission. Excuse me, I've got a frog in my throat. Ms. Madhu Arora, Technology Member, Digital Communications Commission, the Government of India, and Thomas Lamanaskas, Deputy Secretary General of the International Telecommunication Union. I'd like to invite them up to stage. Do you want to stand in the middle with the microphone instead?
Good evening, everyone. Hello. Yeah. Good evening, everyone. It has been actually incredible last few days that, ever since WTSA event was inaugurated by our Honorable PM. And since then, along with this India Mobile Congress, the event that we had, and some side events as well, it's been actually amazing, these 4 days, the kind of interest, energy, enthusiasm, everything that we have seen. We are so delighted. And this event, hackathon, this was primarily the first phase was inaugurated in August and then the second phase in October. And, I would like to congratulate all the participants, not just the winners, because everyone who has participated is actually, deserves those kind of applauds. And there are teams, I understand, that who have not been able to come, Tanzania, Nigeria, those teams also, wherever they are, they also congratulations to you. And a huge applause for the winners. I'm sure you would like to add something to.
So thank you very much, Madam. This is indeed, we're coming to the close in this exciting week, but there's one more exciting event here. So this hackathon event here indeed today, which we'll hear some pitches from the teams. I understand we're participating as well, and we'll be able to engage with them here. But indeed, it's really great to be spending this week here with you, in India, and also learning something that we can leverage for digital world, learning how the world needs to be one family and how our future is digital. And it's nowhere better to experience that in India. And indeed, as you said, this hackathon process was inaugurated already in August with more than 170 indeed, individual participants, nearly 90 teams competing online in this hackathon. And we had the very ambitious mission statements as well, where teams were looking for innovative solutions that I'm sure we'll hear much more about them today. Indeed, we had 12 teams shortlisted, and they also had an opportunity to engage with mentors, and then they also had the opportunity to engage in the 40-hour coding marathon as well. So it's very engaging process here indeed. And their solutions had to be aligned with the Sustainable Development Goals, so that's really showing that embodying the spirit of AI for good. So each of the team will get a small prize that will hopefully both inspire them, will motivate them, and maybe a little bit let them to continue the work. So I think without further ado, let's hear from the teams, and let's really see how that innovation can drive the world. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. So it's time to hear from the teams. Would you two like to take a seat on the stage, or would you like to wait on the stage? I don't mind. You're welcome to relax. It's the end of the day. And absolutely amazing to have you here. Thank you so much. We've got a super quick, rapid, lightning speed round for you now. I'm going to invite all three teams up to give a 1-minute pitch or summary of their hackathon achievements. 1 minute isn't very long, and we're going to start with Team Vajra, IITB, then Team Blaze, IITJ, and then Team Next Gen. And after that pitch, we will do an award ceremony. So first of all, please can I invite all of the team, the first Team Vajra, Team Blaze, and Team Next Gen, can you all come up on stage for your pitch ready, please? And we are going to do this super rapid style. Can we welcome you up onto the stage? Team Vajra first, then Team Blaze, then Team Next Gen. Thank you very much. It helps if you come up in order as well, I think. So you Team Vajra? Yes, Team Vajra? Okay, up you come. Thank you, well done. Come on up. Wow, look at this. And what we'll do is we'll get you all to line up, please. We'll have team number 1 here. Team Vajra, do you want to come here, please? Team number 1. Team number 2, Team Blaze, we'll have in the middle. And then team number 3, Team Next Gen, on the right. And then we'll make sure, that's it, perfect. Right, now we need to get you a microphone. So, pitch number 1. You have 1 minute, Team Vajra, IITB. You can choose who has the microphone. And your time, hang on, we'll check it works. I'm not that cruel. Well, this one doesn't work. Let's find another one that does. We could do the podium. Ooh. Thank you, Thomas. Excellent.
Hello, hello.
All right, are you ready?
Good evening, everyone.
Hang on. It's all right. 3, 2, 1, go. 1 minute.
Good evening, everyone. So I am presenting on behalf of my students, Kushal and Kunal, who did this work. I'm just their mentor, and along with Pranav here. So their work is about monitoring, flood monitoring and alerting system. This aligns with goal number 11 of the UN, where the goal is to make our cities safe, especially monitoring the flooding system. So what we did in this solution is we built a platform to monitor the floods by collecting the data from various sources, mostly weather forecasting agencies, and predict where the flooding is likely to happen, and allocate resources to the base stations in that region so that uninterrupted communications can happen with the slightest possible delay, and also send alert messages to particular areas where the flooding is going to happen very likely, so that people can take preventive measures. So that is our solution. We
10
could implement
seconds.
and demonstrated it. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Well done. My goodness. Thank you. Can I ask you to just shuffle that way a little bit so that you're not standing in front of anybody? Just a little bit further. Just squeeze that way. You as well, please. Thank you very much. It's time for team number 2. Team number 2, are you over here? I don't know how many are there. Do you want to come this way a tiny bit, please? Thank you. This is last minute stage. I know. If you want to move this way a tiny bit, this way a tiny bit, this way a tiny bit. Okay, you're a team. Okay, teams, squish together. So this is a big team. Squish together closer, big team. There we go. Okay, hang on. How many teams have we got? All right, team number 2. Team Blaze, IITJ. You have 1 minute starting now.
Hello everyone, good evening. I am Dr. Saikaran, an assistant professor in IIT Jodhpur, and I am along with my student Ankush Chowdhury. So our technology demonstration is for guaranteeing the quality of service in 5G networks, which is targeted for applications such as real-time control of the drone, which can help us in surveillance, search and rescue, and also the 10-minute deliveries, which the many companies are attempting right now. So what we have developed is using AI in order to predict the channel conditions for the user equipment and proactively allocate the resources in order to guarantee the quality of service in terms of reliability, latency. In terms of sustainable development goals, we are aligned with the smart cities. The remotely operated vehicles using 5G will have significant applications in the smart cities and making it safer and sustainable.
10 seconds.
Thank you very much.
Wow, well done. Thank you very much. Team number 2. It was great. Well done. Okay, and finally, we've got team number 3, Team Next Gen. Who's going to grab this?
Hello.
All right, your time starts, but I bet you'll do it as well.
Okay.
Now.
So good evening, everyone. We are Team Next Gen from IT Hyderabad, and our solution is smart city 5G-powered smart city transit system. So we are trying to give the user a prediction of the capacity of the public transport like bus, train and metro in a single go, so that the person can decide which transport to choose at a given moment of time. And also we are giving forecast of the future capacity of the bus using ML, so that we can plan our journey in the most comfortable way. So we are using smart RAN slicing to avoid network congestion, and ML algorithms to actually give a demographic of the bus as well, like what gender is it, like for public safety. So that's our solution in short.
Brilliant. Thank you very much. I didn't even need to do the timing. That was under 40 seconds. Wow. Congratulations to all of our team. Please stay there whilst we do the exciting extra bit. Thank you so much for your patience. And it's time now for the award ceremony. So let's move on to the part we've all been waiting for, the announcement of the winners. Not just our winners on stage here, but we also have some top performing teams for their remarkable contributions and solutions to some of the key challenges in AI-based 5G, 6G network integration. And we have Thomas, who has arrived with some certificates as well.
Okay, so we had special prizes. So the first special prize goes to the best student team, which is SSNE ECA. I think the representative, they are coming here. They received the best team prize, and they are going to receive a prize money for $500.
Wow, that's amazing. Let's have a small amount of music bubbling under, please. It's an award ceremony, and let us bring on the SSNCE ECE Best Student Solution. Congratulations, you've got quite a procession there. And come here and receive your certificate, please. And we also get our photograph taken because you've achieved something extraordinary.
Okay, so for the next prize, the team is not here, it's international. So the best female team prize goes to Team Tech Rangers from Nigeria. We will send their prize, their certificate, and of course a prize pool of $500. Another special prize, which is best startup team, not here as well, international team. This is Team Hyperion, based in Tanzania. And the last special prize is a Mentors Prize. We had good solutions, so we had to create a new prize for $500 as well. This is a Mentors Prize, which is given to Team AI Mavericks from Zimbabwe. So congratulations to all. And now we are going to top 3. So the third place prize is presented to Next Gen.
Team Next Gen, congratulations, you have come third. This is an amazing achievement in itself. Coming third in the hackathon, you are presented with certificates by none other than Thomas Lamanastas from ITU. Amazing. Okay. Let's have a photograph with our second runners-up. They've done brilliantly well. And we're going to ask if you can please remain on stage because we're going to do a giant group photograph after this. Oh, that's a lovely picture.
Okay, thank you, congratulations. The second the runner-up for the hackathon is going to be presented to Team Blaze. Blaze IITJ.
So the runner-up there, the fantastic Team Blaze IITJ. Well done to you for doing incredibly well. The first runners-up. We're going to present the certificate.
Sorry. Now the winner is Team Vakra IITB.
Congratulations there, you are indeed our winners. And congratulations to everybody who took part. We're just doing the winner photographs now, and then I'm going to invite all of the team members to come up into the middle for a group photograph. Congratulations, everybody, and well done to very worthy winners in an incredibly difficult decision. We appreciate all the work that all the teams have done to get this far. Let's do a group photograph, please. In you come, please. Well done, everybody. Some people can sort of bend a little bit, I guess. I don't know, or just go around the circle, maybe. Let's try and see. Thank you, audience, for bearing with us. We like to make memories, don't we? This is why we take pictures of ourselves wherever we visit, and this is a great achievement. It's nice for people to have these lovely memories. Thanks again, everybody, and thank you also to the Government of India for their generous hosting. Thank you, everyone. Nigeria.
Hello, everyone. My name is Gabriel Gideon, representing Team Hyperion from Tanzania.
I'm Kosana Danyamland from the National University of Science and Technology, Zimbabwe, representing Team AI Mavericks.
This is actually a great event that I'm happy to be part of, and we saw kind of a lot of participants also are there. India is actually a best place to start anything related to telecommunication.
Okay, just ahead of our final sessions, I believe we're going to get a very special group photograph. Is that correct? Are we inviting people up onto the stage? I'm not entirely sure about this next bit. Let me just check to make sure that we're doing this properly. I've got you. All right, that's right. I've got something on my script, and for once, what I've written in here is the thing that's actually going to happen. Yes, we actually have a fantastic keynote to end the day, because there's less than half an hour left. Don't worry, we'll get to watch that again soon, I'm sure. But we are delighted to bring you some incredible AI use cases and success stories where Gen AI has been used for good. We've seen so many live demonstrations, and some things simply won't fit into a hall. So that's what we've got here with the head of public policy at Amazon Web Services India and South Asia. Please welcome Vishaka Bhattacharya.
Good evening, everybody. Very difficult to match up to what we just saw unfolding with some amazing innovation and awards. But I'll try my best, and I know I'm standing between you and the start of the weekend, so it's a tough one to live up to. But moving quickly on to, and I just hope I get this right. What I want to do in a couple of minutes is actually talk about what has changed that has given so much energy to AI. And while I had thought of unpacking, the AI, just unpack the AI stack, which I think I can still do, it's important for us to understand that AI and AI systems, what they effectively do is these systems are replicating tasks that mimic human intelligence. And this is essentially a probabilistic outcome with certainty. Now, something that's changing within AI is what's led to generative AI is what I'm going to talk about. Typically, AI systems use machine learning. Machine learning effectively trained on data. They're able to ingest simple inputs and then map it onto simple outputs. A form of machine learning is deep learning, where deep neural networks are used to create logic systems. And these then enhance the system's ability to take on complex inputs and map it onto simple outputs. So when there are systems which are looking at when there are systems which are actually leveraging deep learning models, they can ingest images, videos, text, and as an output can actually identify an object. And what's happened with generative AI is that they are powered by what's called foundational models that have been trained on humongous amounts of data. And with this, the systems now have an ability to ingest complex inputs and map it out into complex outputs. And this is what is giving us, all of us, so much momentum and also sometimes sleepless nights. We need to acknowledge that there is a lot of development that is sitting behind where we are today, decades of development. In the last 2 years, or maybe more, what's happened is there has been a rapid proliferation of data. Today, 90% of data that we see is actually generated only in the last 2 years. But that's not all. There's been rapid advancements, of course, in mathematics and algorithms. And underpinning all of this is actually access to cost-effective and powerful compute, often made available through the cloud. Now, what is this doing? I think at the beginning of this session, we heard how cutting-edge technology and AI is actually offering a path or a route to fast-track development towards achieving sustainable development goals. As AWS, and we have the good fortune of working with a lot of companies and innovators, and we are so humbled by the approach that they take, by the innovation that they are driving. in a manner that their solutions are actually speaking directly to the challenges that Sustainable Development Goals present. When I was thinking about the use cases that I would talk about, what I decided was that I would focus on possibly one of the most vulnerable segment, which is our children. So majority of my use cases today that I'll be sharing with you would be on how AI is impacting children and how it can make it better for them. AI has been identified as one of the equalizers for access to healthcare. For pediatric healthcare, it assumes huge importance and potential. Pediatric healthcare poses some interesting challenges. First of all, clinical data is limited, and therefore doctors tend to adapt adult protocols despite knowing that genetic mutations could actually be different in children. Here what you see is a photograph of a young girl who was diagnosed with an inoperable tumor when she was barely 2 years old, and it took an excruciating 5 years for the doctors to actually identify the subtype, which didn't have any treatment. So what AI is doing is it's able to aggregate data from varied sources and really help with insights. Creating data repositories is just one of the many things that you need to do. Deep insights, being able to find meaning amongst unstructured data is what AI is doing. And what generative AI on top of that is augmenting is something very interesting. There are two things that it's doing. One is making better insights out of unstructured data, but also it's allowing natural language processing, which effectively is letting doctors and scientists query for insights from the data very simply. Again, adding to their ability to mine the information. You've seen lots of use cases throughout the day, but I would just like to briefly mention about one where a smartphone application which has been developed, which is being used in 30 countries today to scan babies who are just born for genetic disorders, tested across 30 countries. In many countries, there will not be a geneticist available within 200 kilometers radius of the child. That's the power of access and impact that Gen AI is giving through development. Moving on to education. 600 million children are struggling to meet minimum criteria of reading ability and mathematical ability. And 2/3 of them are actually in school. UNESCO has recognized the role of delivering education and learning material in one's own mother tongue. It fosters an environment of comfort, of cognitive development, delivering on learning outcomes. And in India, it is one of the key pillars of the national education policy. A few kilometers away from here, there's a company which has developed a chatbot which is delivering learning outcome in 13 languages across over 100 million K-12 children. Now this is obviously beyond just delivering learning outcome. What it's done is it's created an omni-channel for children to consume videos, read-along content, question answers, just customizing and offering them content and learning and an opportunity to learn in a manner that works for them. It is also supporting the teachers by helping them train as well as administrators to track them. A very difficult example to talk about, but it's important for all of us to deliberate on this, is how is AI being used to surface insights from unstructured data to protect children from trafficking and sexual abuse. Thorn is a not-for-profit from the US who is working very closely on empowering law enforcement agencies with sophisticated tools to help them in this mission of reducing child trafficking. They work with technology companies, they work with law enforcement agencies, and they work for not-profit organizations. They've developed sophisticated AI/ML capabilities that is helping the law enforcement agencies to sift through thousands of advertisements, of escort advertisements that come up on a daily basis, tens of thousands of advertisements that come up on a daily basis, to identify and flag harmful content, and then through pattern recognition to identify networks and trends, and finally user profiling to help them with targeted investigations. 18,000 cases, 18,000 victims, 6,000 of them children have been rescued. It's a very, very tough example, but I think just like on one side, as parents, we are very worried about how AI will impact our children. I think these are some of the good use cases that makes it so important for us to continue to invest and really, really work towards AI for good. From making the planet a safer place to making the planet more livable, I think all of us have collectively acknowledged and under the obligation that we have. Amazon, along with Global Optimism, founded the Climate Pledge, and today we have more than 500 signatories who have committed to accelerate our march towards net zero by 2040, 10 years ahead of the Paris Climate Agreement. A lot of this work is actually supported by an explosion of, spatio-temporal Earth data that's been made available through a lot of collective effort across governments and across organizations. We've seen ISRO make available a lot of open Earth data through Bhuvan. There is ESA and NASA who are making available data. And we've seen lots and lots of examples being spoken about in the morning, throughout the day, about how that data is being harnessed to monitor our environment, land use, forest, and also in responding to disaster. But I would just like to talk about one of them, one example, which is seeking to address food shortage. I think the statistics are astounding. 1 in 11 people faced hunger in 2023, and more than 40% of undernourished people live in South Asia. Cropin is a company which is based out of Bangalore. They, along with a World Bank initiative called iCare, they partnered with Asia Disaster Preparedness Center to develop Smart Farm, a platform which makes use of Cropin's proprietary AI/ML model along with planetary data. And they have then been able to not only digitize farmlands data, but also able to give weather and agronomy, targeted agronomy advice to the farmers. Important to note that in this case, 30% higher yields, 23% lesser crop loss, but most importantly, 92% farmer satisfaction. Absolutely foundational for adoption of any technology. And I think cases like this and numbers like this give us so much hope that AI for good is here. Data is foundational. There will not be any AI/ML without data. And Amazon has the Amazon Sustainability Data Initiative, which makes available public sets of data free of cost to the public to accelerate sustainability research. It's something that both data creators and data users value. And similarly, in the AWS Open Data Registry is democratizing data for good. Data democratization is important because once data is available, we have constantly seen that people come, people build, and that is the foundation for innovation, which is AI/ML led. And any good AI will need good data. We've heard about in the morning, in the afternoon discussions around how bias can actually completely take away the advantage that AI has to offer. And good data needs good AI. Good AI actually has two aspects to it. One is technology, and the other is responsible AI, how you approach the development and deployment of AI. We've worked with many users, many innovators, and some of the essential approach, some of the essential element to a strategic approach for development in generative AI includes a culture of innovation and experimentation. I think AI has arrived, but it's still early days. There's a lot to come. Organizations, innovators have to be open. They should not get locked into a technology, but should be open to experimentation. I think it's very clear that no one size fits all, whether it's the use case or even whether it's a technology, and therefore, depending on the organization, depending on the use case, depending on the objective, every developer should actually take cognizance of these elements as they pick up their solutions, as they develop their solutions, and finally, keep the objective in mind, keep going back to the people who will be impacted by it, who will guide further, who will guide better, and keep people central to all development, something that is exactly what AI for Good suggests. And as we undertake development, as the technology proliferates, we need to find a balance in building AI systems. We need to really acknowledge that there are emerging and heightened risks, and they need to be addressed, they need to be balanced, along with the expected benefits. And for this, globally, the concept of responsible AI is evolving. The dimensions, in Amazon, we have these 8 dimensions, but the point is that these discussions are ongoing on global platforms, in companies, within countries, and they should continue. These AI dimensions guide how development is undertaken in any company for any outcome that's leveraging AI. For instance, fairness. I think a lot has been spoken about fairness. Fairness is so critical. You do not want communities to be excluded because then it's defeating the purpose of AI. You do not want an outcome of an AI system that is actually untrue or that is making the environment unsafe. So therefore, there has to be a solution for establishing veracity. There has to be a way to have referenced output. There has to be a way to put in guardrails so that proprietary information or private data is not leaked out, even if it is inadvertent. And I think all of this becomes extremely important even when we're looking at the governance of AI systems. The 4 essential things that any developer needs to do, and this is part of our translating theory into practice. I think any organization, any team have to put the people in the middle, in the center, because they are the people who will ensure that AI is safe and AI is good. And when we talk about putting people in the middle, it's not just about skilling, but it's also about diversity. It's also about how they use. The second one is look at the use cases. You have to address the use cases. You have to narrow down the use cases. An AI system that is giving suggestions for music, for instance, will have a very different risk profile as against maybe a lot of the medical imaging examples that we saw. And therefore, narrower the use case, the more safer it could be. And then, of course, you need to keep testing it. You have to test, and you have to iterate the responsible AI concept throughout the life cycle of AI, whether it's at the conceptual stage, whether it's at the development stage, or at the deployment stage. testing is important not just when you are deploying it finally, but also on the AI models themselves, where you have to keep pushing the boundaries, keep looking for accuracies, keep looking for performance parameters. And all of this good work needs good people. I think there's something that's been talked about earlier as well, the skill gap, and this is global. This is not particular to India, but it's global. In one of our earlier studies, 92% of the organizations were very confident that they will use AI. They will use AI by 2028 in their operations. However, 75% felt that they wouldn't be able to find the right talent. And therefore, as we work with organizations and even as we develop our teams, there are 3 things that every organization could actually consider doing. Organizations today already have people. They are the right people for the organization. There is a need for upskilling. There are many courses available. For example, the 100+ AI/ML courses that Amazon offers. But there is also the user community. AI is expected to impact almost every job. It's not about and actually augment or modify how those jobs are being done. And therefore, there is a need to train the users. Train the users not only to use the technology, but also to be vigilant so that they can become important partners in further development and deployment. And finally, create a new talent pipeline. AWS has committed to training 2 million people in AI/ML skills by 2025. We have several initiatives, but one of the things that we are seeing a lot of interest is the AI/ML scholarship, where we are offering scholarships to 50,000 high school all the way to university students, and a lot of students actually from India are all part of those cohorts. In fact, we have people from Tier 2 towns, Tier 3 towns who are coming up and who are actually winning and qualifying for these scholarships. And finally, being in India, I think it's important to acknowledge the role that startups play in actually turbocharging this whole tech ecosystem. In a NASSCOM survey, and I believe they have a new one announced yesterday, but as per last year, 64% of the deep tech startups use AI as a primary technology, which is quite amazing, and they need the people, they need the skills as well. And towards that, AWS has a commitment as well. We globally have a couple of programs, one of them being the AWS Generative AI Accelerator. 7 companies from India made it last couple of months back. They're part of the 80 cohort who are not only getting trained in advanced and being provided access to advanced AI tools, but also they are receiving mentorship from the best, not just from a technology perspective, but from a business perspective. And to excite people, we also have what's called the Gen AI Loft, again, a program that we started in India, where we create pop-up spaces in AI hubs to help people come together, ideate, experiment over a period of time. Fortunately, I'm concluding with this thought from Mahatma Gandhi ji, something that was said much before AI or even sustainability was an issue, but it is so relevant today. I think all of us have to embrace the responsibility of ensuring that AI is deployed in a manner that it is consistent with the laws of the land, of the country. It respects human rights and also is aligned to values of privacy, equity, and fairness. What we do today is our future. Thank you.
Thank you very much to Bishaka with some incredible and uplifting stories on how AI can be used for good. That was wonderful. And now it's time for some closing remarks. So please allow me to invite on stage for our closing ceremony the Deputy Secretary General, International Telecommunication Union, Thomas Lamanauskas. Thank you.
Thank you very much, LJ. And indeed, it's very great to follow this closing be following with disclosing the great speech from AWS, our great partner supporting our AI learning, AI and machine learning challenges around the world. So we're really grateful for your collaboration, and we're grateful for these inspiring stories that indeed were said today. So, esteemed colleagues, ladies and gentlemen, we're coming to a close, but we're coming to the close of a very exciting chapter, and we'll be writing, of course, many new chapters to come. So today we close our first International AI Standards Summit and our first AI for Good Impact India, which is also our first regional AI for Good event. So I'm really filled with optimism with the future we're shaping together. The global challenges we face are obvious. Climate change, conflicts, widening inequalities. Progress is stalled or regressing for over 80% of our targets under the UN Sustainable Development Goals. And then we're having new challenges that are being brought about by the rising artificial intelligence. But I'm really confident that this week's gathering will be known as a milestone in accelerating the way we harness AI for humanity and for good. So my really sincere thanks to the Indian government and Department of Telecommunications for being our great host and partner. And your warm hospitality, tireless dedication, and deep expertise really were key to our success here. So, dear colleagues, every country needs a sustainable, inclusive AI standards. And all countries need to be equipped with the capabilities to implement them urgently. So our task going forward is to set those standards and to help everyone by building capacity in implementing them. It's been a privilege here to witness how many brilliant minds and skilled professionals from India, the broader region and beyond have come together these last 5 days united by our common goal to leverage the power of AI for the good of all. Through these events, we responded to global calls. So the global calls from G20's group of countries, and I know India was last year was a very great host of the G20 process. By the calls from United Nations Secretary General High-Level Advisory Body on AI as well as just a few weeks ago adopted the Pact of the Future by United Nations and its Global Digital Compact. So the global community has called to establish the guardrails for AI backed up by high-quality standards. And we are here committed by our actions to make AI safe, responsible, and available to everyone. We know AI carries serious risks, misinformation and deepfakes, biases, often unintended, yet no less harmful, of the chart's environmental impact that could have set AI's potential to help us build green economies, and the risk of fast evolving AI simply leaving many people and countries behind. But if we manage it properly, AI can reinvigorate sustainable development, helping people and communities globally. Through AI standards, we can build trust, we can level the playing field for innovation, and we can vastly improve agriculture, education, healthcare, and everything around us. Put simply, we can use AI to build a digital future for all. And friends, this week's AI Standards Summit also brought some remarkable achievements. ITU already before that, as a UN Agency for Digital Technologies, as well as Standard Development Organization, had already published 100 standards. And we have another 150 in development, the standards related to AI. But we now together came with our partners, not alone, but with the partners through World Standards Corporation and International Standardization Organization, ISO, International Electrotechnical Commission, IEC, together to convene the International AI Standards Summit. I should say the first International AI Standards Summit. And this initiative is the work that will continue. First of all, together we will create a comprehensive AI standards exchange database that will allow much more cohesive and integrated development of AI-related standards. We will also continue advancing on such initiatives as our AI watermarking, multimedia authenticity, and deepfake detection initiative that will help us uphold transparency and trust in the digital space and really fight misinformation and disinformation. Already before, we together with a rich group of partners can form the AI Skills Coalition as well, to bridge the AI skills gap across every region. We have also established a global young AI leaders community empowering youth from all regions to utilize AI for positive change. Yesterday, I had the pleasure to really open Robotics for Good Youth Challenge here, which inspired the next crop of young innovators from 25 countries to test our life-saving solutions powered by AI. And today, together with Deloitte, we publish our first AI for Good impact report. We also gained appreciation in today's event for the broad vision of our host country, India. And through AI for Good Impact India, we brought a piece of our 7-year-old AI for Good summit that's been happening in Geneva here in New Delhi, and together with working together and engaging with local digital talents as well. We had exciting demos like Cobra, and that was, there's a snake-like robot for collapsed buildings, like Calarm, India's first bionic hand. And Fred just now was telling me the story how the kid with a bionic arm was able to sign, was able to write, and was able to really communicate in writing. And these are just innovations that should scale and should be expanded across the world. We also heard just now, some minutes ago, the groundbreaking pitches from our innovation factory and 5G, 6G sandbox hackathon as well. So we also got fresh insights on emerging tech and the Indians' Department of Telecommunications' ethical take on digital twins. It is very clear that this ancient land, which actually gave us the word avatar, is that we are embracing our digital future together. So there are things that are still coming up now. So first, some things are coming up immediately. So just across here, in nearby buildings, we still have a World Telecommunications Organization Assembly continuing. And next week will be the second week of it, and we'll continue shaping a digital future and standardization agenda for the years to come there. We'll still keep discussing the AI, quantum computing, virtual walls, and digital public infrastructure. And these decisions will shape our standardization program for the next 4-year cycle. Standards are also a critical component of our Green Digital Action Partnership. And this year, we're also stepping up this partnership with the first ever Digitalization Day and UN Climate Conference, or COP29, which was convened in Baku, Azerbaijan. And we'll again discuss AI, its environmental impact, and how to actually leverage that for the positive and actually manage the risks of it as well. The work that was started here will also continue further. So I was thrilled to announce the International AI Standards Day during our AI for Good Global Summit, which will be in the week of 8th to 11th in July in next year in Geneva. So hopefully we'll see you all there. And then next International AI Standards Summit will happen next year in December, 2nd to 3rd in December in 2095 in Seoul, Korea, hosted by Korean Agency for Technology and Standards. This is just an example that this is just the beginning. And then on the regional side, our second regional AI for Good event, AI for Good Impact Africa, will happen in Johannesburg, South Africa, co-located with AI Expo Africa in the context of South Africa's G20's presidency next year. So really must express a deep gratitude for all the participants, for all the speakers, competitors, the ones who participated in challenges, for actually ITU staff as well, who really made this great event possible. And they're really proud that we have pulled it off. As I said, it was very first event outside Geneva, and it's actually our great collaboration with India made it possible. I'm really grateful for you here as well, which already I'm thinking that we are having these audible signs of the event closing, no? With the walls around us being dismantled, no? So I think we'll still have to finish the day before these walls are dismantled. I think it's very visual. But to really thank you for sitting here, for being there with us, for joining us to the very end, to witness this event, to witness this energy, and let's keep working together to make AI for good really for reality for everyone. So thank you very much, and see you in the next events. Thank you.
Thank you very much to Thomas for your beautifully crafted remarks. And to confirm the closing, I would like to invite to the stage a representative from the Government of India. And after that, I believe there'll be a group photograph. Whilst they come up, I would just like to invite you all to get more involved, more deeply with ITU's AI for Good, whether online or in person. Thank you. Over to you.
Good evening, everyone. It's been, as I said earlier, amazing 4 days for us ever since, the inauguration happened. And with the kind of enthusiasm, energy that we have seen, in last few days, really want to thank Mr. Thomas and the entire ITU team and all the organizers for this AI for Good Impact India. The participation has been great. The experts have really helped. And, we really look forward to continuous engagements with the, team, ITU team, and Mr. Thomas spoke about, in detail about the various other initiatives which are going to happen in the year forward. So it won't take much time. Wish to thank the entire ITU team, Mr. Thomas, and all your experts that you, which helped for this AI Summit. Thanks, many, many thanks again, everyone.
Concludes the proceedings for today. It's been an absolute pleasure. Please give yourself an amazing round of applause. Thank you very much. This has been AI for Good, Impact India Day. See you later. Okay, both thumbs, 1 or 2. Did you hear that, everybody? After a count, it's thumbs up. If you keep them next to your body, then it won't be in the way of the person behind you.